Good morning. It is bright and early this Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. You all, please forgive me for my tardiness. I try to be here and respect you all's time. I know we got a lot of the top of the brass here this morning, so I apologize for keeping you all waiting, but thank you so much for your patience. I always like to start these meetings telling you thank you for all that you do. We are grateful for your hard work. We're grateful for your service and for your hearts of service and the way that you serve our community. We appreciate you. So, today is December 16th, 2025, and it is now 7:49 a.m., and I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee to order. Ms. Brown, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan. And Chair White.
Present, thank you. Item number 1 is a presentation from the Memphis Police Department providing a monthly crime update from November to date. All council districts requested by Public Safety Committee. Good morning, Chief. How are you? Good. Would everyone please state your name for the record and address?
C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Martin Kula, 170 North Main.
Andrew Brown, 170 North Main.
Right, I think, are we getting our presentation up? Yeah.
You all may proceed.
Okay. I think you all already have the copies of the presentation, not quite up on the screens yet, but we'll go ahead and move forward with our crime update this morning. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to once again come before Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee to give you an update on crime in our city. Our first slide, if you have the presentation with you, it really illustrates our Part 1 crime overview. Year to date, the monthly comparison for 2023, 2024, and 2025. And as you can see, Part 1 crimes continue to decrease in our city. Our last presentation to cover the month of October indicated the drop from July, August, September, and into October, significant decreases. And then again, the month of November, which is the most recent reporting, the month of November was also a considerable decrease in Part 1 crime. We plan to keep moving in that same direction and end this year out with record-breaking numbers. So the next slide, our crime trends, it just basically breaks down the crime categories on this particular slide. Okay. Stand by just a minute. Almost there. I'll continue as we work on our technology here. And so on the crime trend slide, this is also a year-to-date comparison across Memphis. Every major crime category is down. Our major categories are murder, aggravated assault, sexual assault, robberies, burglary, larceny, and motor vehicle thefts. Murders are compared to 2024, 238 compared to 175 in 2025. In aggravated assault, significant decreases, approximately 2,000 less or close to that. Sexual assaults, 737 compared to 575. Robberies, 2013 compared to 1,432. Our burglaries also decreased, 5,136 compared to 4,045. And then larcenies. Larcenies continue to be a challenge, even though we've had some decreases, shoplifting and just Regular misdemeanor larcenies and felony larcenies are always a challenge for us. However, we have seen some decreases in larcenies as well. And then motor vehicle thefts, considerable drops in motor vehicle thefts in 2025, 9,394 in 2024 compared to 5,393. In the last few months, we've had days where there were no motor vehicle thefts, which is unusual because we typically have one or two a day, but we've had some days where there were zero, and we're really happy about that.
Chief, before you go on, and Councilwoman Logan, I don't know if your question is related to this slide or just overall. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation and for the work that you do. I did want to ask about the larceny because seems to be very high.
Yeah.
And just wanted to know if you all had some thoughts about it, had done a deeper dive into what's causing it, what's behind it, and if there's a plan in place. I know you can't tell the plan, but what can you speak to the larceny and exactly how do you all categorize
it? Yes. So our larcenies really cover different types of thefts. A good lion's share of larcenies are shoplifting.
Yeah.
And Chief Brown, if you want to add to that, he does a lot of the numbers crunching. We really have challenges with shoplifting, especially our big stores and our drugstores too. And so what we have been doing is working with business owners so that we can ensure that we have faces and names of, especially of individuals that are regular and repeat offenders that come in and out. It doesn't matter if it's a candy bar or something larger, it's a larceny. And so each one of those crimes are counted, and as they're counted, it doesn't matter the amount. It gives the impression that there's serious thefts, but any theft is, a concern for business owners. And we really work with them to ensure that they have cameras up. We work with them to ensure that we have visibility on their lots. During this operation, we've utilized our extra resources just for soft visibility in places that could help be a deterrent. And we have seen in the last couple of months decreases in some of our larger stores. Our Walmarts, our Walgreens, yes,
Home Depot.
our Family Dollars and Dollar Generals. Unfortunately, those locations get hit over and over and over again, but the visibility has been very helpful. Sometimes we don't get the reports until a week later. Say, for instance, a larceny occurs today. Sometimes a business owner won't pick up the telephone and say, I'm going to report this larceny. We don't get the reports until, we wait till we get 5 or 6.
Oh, wow.
And then we get 5 or 6 reports done at the same time. And so what we are trying to do also is to encourage business owners to call us when a larceny has occurred, or if they see the same person in the store, so that we can sort of intercept that person's activity. But of course, some businesses have certain work rules where they don't encounter, or their employees are told not to encounter the individual or to challenge the individual, and then we get the report after that person is gone. But we are working with our business owners. We're trying to get them to utilize technology inside the stores, and we're helping them with technology and cameras outside of their locations as well.
Are you hearing that the soft visibility is helping?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We've been able to actually track those different locations' numbers to see that at certain locations where we have deployed our National Guard, just as soft visibility. If we need to use them, we're trying to use them as a deterrent, and it has been effective. Chief Brown, you got anything you want to add to that?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So, like Chief said, larceny covers like 12 or 13 different categories. It covers shopliftings, it covers package thefts, it covers scrap metal thefts. So we have seen an uptick in our scrap metal thefts over the last few months. But but that doesn't affect our numbers that much. The fact of the matter is just opportunity strikes for a lot of criminals, and they take that opportunity to commit these thefts. You know, it also covers if I go into a business and I leave my phone on the counter and somebody sees it and they take it, we call that a theft from building. It encounters that, and that actually happens a lot more than you would think. So I think, like Chief said, the visibility that we're seeing is helping with that. As a matter of fact, I have our Black Friday numbers. If you don't mind, I'll just hit on that. So our Black Friday numbers were amazing this year. I mean, if you can imagine one of the highest theft days of the year, we were down 51% just on that day from 2024. Yes, ma'am. And
Amazing.
yeah, when you look at our shopliftings, we were down 44%. So last year we had 34. This year we took 19. So across the city for that one day, that's a significant decrease. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I believe that the visibility and some of the programs that we have in place are working.
And when you see high numbers like this, people get alarmed. So I'd like it's good to be able to drill down and actually understand what these numbers represent. And just for my knowledge, and I don't know, council members may want to, if you could send a report on the larceny, like you said, you have 15 different categories. I would like to see that and how that fares to just this big, large number, because this area is very concerning for me, because the businesses that have a lot of, I guess, shrinkage is what they call it or whatever, but tend to pick up and leave after so long, and we definitely don't want that in our community. So whatever we can do as a community, see something, say something, I welcome the support that you're having there, because we definitely, that's the last thing we need in our communities, for our businesses to leave in our communities. I know Walmart and Kroger and these different Walgreens and the shopping areas that are in the districts, they are very important to the people that live there. And so having a concerted effort and utilizing the guests that we have here in these areas even more so is very helpful and welcomed, even though a lot of people feel like we don't want to have to militarize our communities. No, but we're already being militarized when folks just taking a cart and just piling it up full of meat and putting it in their car and leaving, because that's actually happened in my district, and those things are very concerning for someone to pack up $2,500 worth of meat from a grocery store and steal it and take it on, and they can't do anything, So I appreciate this information and what the efforts that you all are doing to bring those numbers down. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
We have a couple of members in the queue, and I would say the other slides, I think, kind of tell the same story. The next one goes through the precincts, then the calls for service, and I still want you to finish it. But I think before we go to the other members in the queue, what would be helpful, at least for my thoughts in terms of these reports, from the last, I would say, couple of months, when we get these reports, it's clear that the numbers are trending down, and that's good. But how is this information analyzed? Like, how is this data analyzed? How do we know what it is that's attributing to this decline? How are we knowing what we're doing well, what we need to improve on in terms of whether it's staffing, whether it is continuing some iteration of this task force? We know that the mayor just requested grant money for some nonprofits that do violent intervention. We just granted money to some nonprofits that are involved in prevention and intervention. I know the juvenile court is, but how do we know how are we using this data at this point?
So to answer your question, every Thursday, some of you have been to our ComStat meetings, and our ComStat meetings where we do the deep dive, the analysis, and the drill. It really takes a very long presentation to take that level of a deep dive. But from those meetings, it helps to guide us of where we deploy our resources, what's working, what's not working, when do we recalibrate and do something different. And those meetings really help us to see whether or not our prevention efforts are working, whether our intervention efforts are working, and where we need to make adjustments and where we need some additional resources. And so to help to answer your question, I guess, at a higher level, is that resources are definitely needed in the intervention space. Because what we're really trying to do is prevent crime. And in order to prevent crime, we got to intervene with those individuals who feel compelled to commit crime. Even though that's not solely in the Memphis Police Department space, we want those resources and those individuals that are providing those resources, we want them to be supported so that we can continue to see the decline. Because of the fact that we are not seeing as many repeat offenders, we know that we're seeing success. If those same individuals are not out committing the same crimes, whether it's shootings, whether it's thefts, whether it's gang-related activity, being laser focused on the people committing crime as opposed to casting a wide net is also very impactful and very helpful to us. So the extra resources that we have, the visibility to really talk about the analysis piece, just imagine if we had an additional 400 officers. That visibility is these federal resources. And that visibility is not enforcement from a heavy hand. That is soft visibility in places that discourage people from committing crimes. So we hope to have a sustainability plan. After this surge is over, what resources will we ask for? So we're working with the Tennessee Highway Patrol. We're working with all of our federal partners, all the ABC, D SOUP federal partners, so that we all come up with what is the ask. Instead of Tennessee Highway Patrol saying, oh, we think we need 20 extra THP in Memphis, we're working on what is that number, and all of us requesting those same resources for the city of Memphis after this is over. Is it 10 additional U.S. attorneys? Is it 10 additional FBI agents and ATF agents? Is it 50 THP? Because that also has contributed to the reduction in crime in the city. When you think in terms of our criminals commuting our roads, they're moving from one place to the next. We've taken over 800 guns off the street, in the last couple of months. That's a lot of weapons off the street, weapons that could have been used in some type of violent crime. So I know I gave the long answer, but it really isn't a short answer. But just know we're looking at all of the data so that we can continue to make the request based on what we see that's working, and we can sustain this after January 2026 or whatever.
One more quick question, and we can talk offline about this more. In terms of like per precinct, where you see the declines, and I know that a lot of times the crimes that you see in a particular precinct are specific to certain areas. You may have an increase in larceny over here, more motor vehicle thefts over here, more violent crime here. My question is, to your knowledge, is there any liaison or connectivity in terms of sharing the data by precinct or area with the organizations that do crime intervention, prevention, those things, to see like, okay, in this particular month or quarter, it's gone down? And I'm not saying that that's you all's responsibility. I'm just asking, is there something that exists with that type of connectivity now, to your knowledge?
Yes, because that's where our shooting reviews come into play too, because during the shooting review, we talk about, those individuals that are committing various types of crime. That information, the officers that work group violence intervention, they connect directly to the boots on the ground, those interveners, to talk about what is happening in this particular community or this particular apartment complex. And they really work together so that they can sort of be laser focused on the people who are committing crimes. And a custom notification is done to those individuals to say, we know you're involved in A, B, C, and D, and we have some resources that will help you out of that life, so to speak. Sometimes there aren't enough resources, and so that's why we have really talked about how do we get more of the help resources where it's needed, so that we're not dealing with the same individuals over and over again. We're helping them to move in another direction. But there is open dialogue. The process of GVI, the Group Violence Intervention process, it is actually working when we have the resources for our officers to funnel people to those resources.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief, for this presentation and your team. What I would like to know is I'm looking at your motor vehicle thefts, and how are we communicating, and how is there a process in place when a vehicle has been confiscated by THP and not MPD? Have you all collaborated on how to communicate and also how to get the constituent to know that their car has been found, their car has been impounded, and are there a number of days that allow them to go and take care of this process? Because what I've heard and what I've been called about and have brought to my attention is there is a lack of communication getting back to the constituents. Their vehicles have been stolen. There has not been any communication. THP is compensating them. The task force is compensating them. Not compensating, but finding them. Excuse me, let me change that language. They are finding them. But however, when the tow company gets the vehicle and they finally find out there is a $16,000 to a $2,000 fee that has been attached to the constituent without any type of communication being relied or relayed to them, letting them know that their vehicle has been found. And there's causing a hardship on them trying to get to work, and then another hardship trying to figure out to pay for this. And then there's another hardship that I'm hearing that has been brought to my attention. There's been a lack of breakdown in communication when this is happening. They can't get any result calling the police station or trying to get a report number. So how is that, what does that look like? And what can we do to make it better for our constituents? Because these are hardworking people who've contacted me, and I'll give you the information that I have, that they can't get their vehicles.
Well, and I know every situation isn't exactly the same. There are different types of scenarios when a person's vehicle is stolen. When we find a vehicle and it's recovered, we try to identify who that person, whose vehicle it belonged to, whether it's a stolen vehicle, whether that vehicle, we can't find the actual victim. But Tennessee Highway Patrol, they're following the same process, or at least they're supposed to be following the same process when they recover a vehicle or they pull someone over and they're in a stolen vehicle. That vehicle is impounded, but then there's notification that is supposed to be made. So if there are some situations where we've missed our mark, or if the Tennessee Highway Patrol has missed the mark in ensuring that the victims are identified and they're notified. The other thing is that we don't want to financially penalize a victim by having their vehicle towed and incurring significant fees. Sometimes we authorize to waive the fees for victims so that they're not penalized further. So if there are specific ones that you know of, council member, that we can sort of take a deep dive and try to figure out what's going on, because we want all of the federal partners, Tennessee Highway Patrol, to follow the same processes and procedures that the Memphis Police Department
Yes, I'll give you the information. These are young students, a young student and someone else that are trying to go to school and finish some work. So I'll give you the information that was related to me, and I'll pass it on.
Okay.
But I just wanted to know the process. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilwoman.
And do I need to,
Cooper-Sutton.
is there anything else that we can comment on as it relates to our process, Chief Brown or Chief Kula?
Well, I think that's good. What I want, what I want is for Councilwoman Cooper Sutton is to provide those specific instances so that you all can look at it, and then hopefully you all can follow up and determine if there are any gaps based on the particular ones that are presented. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. On that, it seems like there should be a blanket policy that if your vehicle is stolen, that you shouldn't really be responsible for the tow fee, and you shouldn't be responsible for the, I guess, storage fee. I mean, but you can't have people pick it up for free and store it for free. So, I mean, it sounds like that's a problem that we need to figure out what we're going to do, and maybe we need to figure out how we get a traffic fee fund that covers that, or make sure that we get the insurance companies to cover those fees as opposed to the person. It doesn't seem like it's fair. That should be. Is that? Do you know if that's within the
Historically,
insurance realm of?
Have they waived fees historically? That's what I thought.
I mean, I think it's something I'd like us to look at,
Mhm.
okay, and go at, because I think it's because you can't do it for free, but you also don't want the person to have their car stolen and have to pay for it. So where does it come from? Yeah, and it seems like that's an insurance thing, because you're paying insurance for a stolen car. So maybe we need a better way to charge the insurance company for it.
Chief Adams seems to have something to add to this.
So, if you all recall, maybe a little over a year ago, we did contract out the management of the impound lot. Since then, both entities, the private entity and MPD, have worked out a lot of policy and procedures. So, this may be a one or two off, but what has happened is, upon receipt of the vehicle on the lot, MPD will notify if it is stolen, they will notify the contractor that the fees will be waived. And if the fees are not waived, then it is passed along to the insurance company. Oftentimes, it depends. Many times, our residents don't retrieve their vehicles, and the insurance company does pick it up. And if that's the case, then the fees will be assessed to them. So again, there is a give and take with respect to that. There's no hard and fast rule, because in some instances, again, the person determines that they're not going to pick up their car. And that's unfortunate, but they do.
Okay, Chairman, that's what I was just talking about. I wanted to make that Tennessee Highway Patrol, you all are aligned together and everything is falling in place together, because it was the THP that found the vehicle, from my understanding, not the Memphis Police Department. And my question was, are they working together to make sure that our constituents, if this happens, that everybody is aligned together?
Yeah, and I understand exactly what you're saying, council member. Yeah, it appears, based on what Chief Adams is saying, we need to insert ourselves into the THP process to make sure that our citizens receive the same type of treatment that they would if it was an MPD stop.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman
Thank
Green,
you,
you're
Dr.
recognized. Dr. Warren, were you
I
done?
said, yeah, I just wanted to say on that, this is a good problem to have, that we're recovering stolen vehicles, that we've got to figure out how we're doing it as opposed to, before. And I'm really heartened by this. I don't really think we should have the National Guard doing civilian stuff, but I love all the ABC people and all that other stuff we have from the state and the Highway Patrol. And it's nice to see the effect of numbers on crime. And as we've said before, we needed that 2,500 number figure for the police department. We're still trying. We want to get that. We can see what that would do if we had it. So I think that any question about whether that's the accurate number or where we need to be sort of is laid to rest by having the National Guard here. And we're glad to have them as a guest. We didn't ask for them. I still think it's not the right use of them, but we're going to use them while they're here. So, we can disagree on them being here, but doesn't mean we can't use them while they're here, because we're not in charge of that. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me just say something on the stolen vehicles. When vehicles are recovered, whatever agency has the initial report, an investigator will call them. So if it's ours, our MPD investigators, whatever bureau that is, they will actually be calling that victim to say, hey, your vehicle has been recovered, and then they usually let them know that they're going to release it and you need to get out there to get it. And as Chief Adams said, there is a bunch of times where we release it and people just don't go out there and pick their vehicles up. So, but that's what should happen is when an officer takes a report, it's out there. When a vehicle is recovered, then the investigator, whoever that case officer is or that bureau, is supposed to call that victim so they can pick their vehicle up.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
I feel like I'm cutting you off, sir. Okay, So I have a few things. I want to start with the decrease in calls. That is one point that's worrisome to me. Not because it's not great that people are calling in less crime. I'm just worried about suppression of crime. In particular, I remember from my ride along, I talked to the officer who was taking me around about an apartment complex that was mostly filled of Hispanic immigrants, and he had a lot of domestic violence calls from this one apartment complex, right? And so my fear and my worry is that because people are worried about other things happening because of the surge, that they're not calling in crime. I don't know that there's a way we can track that, but maybe if we can at least break it down by race, that might give us a little insight, or even things like domestic violence. If we could look at that. I know you have assaults and things in here, but I just put that on our radar. Like, I want to celebrate all of this, but at the same time, I want everyone to understand that historically, everywhere when there's a surge or a large presence, there is a suppression of people not calling in crimes that are still happening. So
that is a legitimate concern, and we feel that there is probably the likelihood of less calls from certain community members because of what the environment is right now. And we have tried to be very open in having community meetings and really talking to our community about what MPD's policies are and what MPD will continue to do and continue to support those communities. But just by nature, I do believe that there's probably less feelings or good feelings about calling any law enforcement,
right,
in fear of, some
deportation
other type
or something, right? Some
Exactly.
other action. So I'm putting that here on the radar with your top brass. You say community meetings. I don't know if they'll show up at community meetings. What the reports we're getting, at least on the county side, is people are not showing up for church. They're not showing up for their doctor's appointments. They're not showing up for school because they're not taking their kids to school because of their fear. So I don't think and they're not showing up for food bank lines. Like, they're now having to take food boxes to these people in the community. So I don't really have a good solution for you. I want us all to be aware of it. I want to say it out in public that we need to be cognizant that there could be crimes happening in certain communities that are not being reported. I'm very excited to see these numbers. I, too, share Councilwoman Logan's concerns around particularly larceny and petty theft. My years as a public defender tell me that's not going to get better in this economic environment. As people continue to see things like SNAP benefits being cut or their health insurance going up, there are people. There used to be a Kroger in Nashville, I won't tell you where it is, that I would not go to because so many people were caught with steaks in their pants. But that's a real thing. People do still, take food, or this time of year, thinking about gifts for family, whatever it is. So I encourage, as we see these issues, especially if we see repeat offenders, if there's a way to connect them with some of the resources that we have given funds to, MIFA, the food bank, HUB, all of these, well-known and well-resourced organizations, to not just issue a citation, but to offer them that support and the way out. Because we talked about intervention on the front end, which I agree with you, and that's why you and I have worked on mental health supports and, things for kids especially. But we also need to talk about reentry and how to get people to not come back. I'm glad that you're seeing less recidivism. I will plug to everyone out there in the public that's listening, the number one way to stop crime, study after study all across the country, is a job. So if you are a business owner, don't make people wait 6 months, 2 years, whatever, to offer them a second chance. That's going to be something that's really going to help support them. But I'm worried about the larceny numbers continuing to grow. So I would like for us to kind of powwow about how we can help in this current economic environment on that. The other thing I want to say is to the broader news here in Memphis and around the country. We were at a 25-year low before the task force got here. So you're giving us 3 years here. But I just looked up where I was able to find the end of murders for 2023 was almost 400, like 399 or something. So where we're sitting right now is 2 years later, almost a 56% reduction. That's huge.
It is.
And what I can find historically is that's a low for the past decade. So for everyone that wants to think that Memphis is unsafe, that you can't come here, that your car is going to get stolen, that it's going to get broken into, I want to assure you that this isn't just a short-term trend. This is a decade-long trend. So I would like when you come back for your report next time, let's go ahead and show those numbers too, because I think it's important for us to see that big drop. You know, they like to keep telling that people we're the most dangerous city in America, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's not what the numbers show, and that's across the categories. So I want us to show the incredible work that you've done, not just the last couple of years, but that the MPD has done for a decade or so to really work at this problem. I am thrilled to see what we're doing, and I hope that those headlines we've had in the past are now going to be replaced with better headlines.
We hope so too. Thank you, council member.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. All hearts and minds clear about the report. And I know, Chief, you had some more numbers, but it was calls to service by precinct, and I think that the resounding takeaway is
that's a good thing.
that the numbers are down.
Yeah, numbers are down. Traffic, we threw a slide in about traffic. Traffic accidents are down too, and that's something that has sort of plagued the city as well, reckless driving. So we are happy to see that people are buying tags, and we don't have near as many crashes on our roads as well, and fatalities are also down.
Just one more quick question, possibly, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the capability of getting undercover agents in some of these stores that are really hard hit? You know, just like the visibility of the highway patrols helped, I think, with those crashes. If we had undercover agents and we did that and rotated them around through stores and really made some major arrests pretty quickly, would you think that could help us at all?
It is helping us.
So we are doing
Yes.
that now.
Yes.
That's good. Thank you. I think that's something people need to know, that there are people out there looking for you in the store.
And I also want to recognize that Councilman Ford and Councilman Walker have also joined us. They joined a while ago. So all hearts and minds clear about the report. What I would also say is the numbers are good, but what would be make these reports even more meaningful is, and I'll make sure I try to send out some reminders. If you all have specific things that you all have questions about or want to be included in the report, that would be really helpful to make sure that we're getting more than just numbers, but really being able to get a full view of what it is that's going on so that we can know how it impacts what we need to do in terms of recommended policies and changes. Thank you so much for those presentations.
Thank you.
Next we have...
I think there are a couple other agenda items for MPD.
Right. Where did I do with mine? Here we go.
It's just money.
Yeah. Number 2 is a resolution to appropriate $1,500,000 in FY 2026 CIP funding for the new Mount Moriah Police Station project, PD 02016, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Motion from Councilman Warren, second from Councilman Ford. Who's going to present on this? Is it going to be you? Who's it going to be, Chief Davis? Assistant Chief Coutu?
Well, the Mount Moriah precinct is already, we've done the grand opening for Mount Moriah. There's some additional work that we're going to utilize the building that the previous precinct was in so that we can house our sex offender office in that particular building. So that work will go underway soon and get it out of 170 North Main Street. And it's on the bus line, so that makes it easy for those individuals to get to it.
Okay, well, I had a couple of questions. I was trying to figure out, it says that it's 750,000 in unappropriated allocation, and then another 750,000 in unappropriate allocation. Are these moving between budget line items? That's what I couldn't figure out, the way that it's written. And then the 650,000 seems that it's going back into. I just wasn't clear on where this was coming from.
And I can give
And
you.
I looked and I couldn't figure out, I couldn't follow these allocations from the budget book.
And I don't have my finance person here, but I can get that answer for you so that you have a better understanding exactly where those dollars are coming from and where they're going to.
Okay, did anyone else have kind of that question, or are y'all clear on that?
It's definitely a CIP item.
Well, I saw that it was CIP, but it seemed as if there was the movement in the resolution didn't make sense in terms of what fund it was coming from or what line item.
Chair,
And then to where.
perhaps we send this down with no recommendation, and it'll be back in 2 weeks, and between then, she can get us the answer.
That's a great recommendation. And because there's no request for same night minutes on this one.
No.
So all those in favor of sending this down with no recommendation until we're able to get more information on where this money is coming from, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. This item will go down in 2 weeks with no recommendation. Third on our agenda, we have a resolution to transfer gender separation project number FS25002 from general services to fire services and appropriate funds in the amount of $1,972,371 in contract construction for gender separation project number FS25002, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? Motion from Councilman Ford, second by Councilman Warren. You may proceed.
Good morning, Mary Clara Boris, COO's office, 125 North Main. First off, I just want to take a quick second to thank the city council staff. With this being the last meeting of the year, there was a lot of things being thrown at the agenda, and I just want to let you know that your staff has gone above and beyond in preparation for today's meeting, and we really, really appreciate it. Originally on the agenda was a resolution to appropriate funding for the Downtown Command Center. We will bring that back at the next meeting, but this item was more urgent, and in the interest of time, we decided to swap one for the other. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Fire.
Stephen Chastain, 2670 Avery.
You may proceed.
This is a resolution to move money from the general services funds to let fire services manage this project. This project started in FY25. We amassed a certain amount of funds and weren't able to fully fund the project as the money was allocated for the FY26 budget to general services. Combined, the funds we had from 25 and 26 are there to fully fund this project.
So same question for you as well. And maybe it's just the way that the resolution is written. Is this coming from, is this budget neutral? Like, is this coming from a previous allocation? Because it says to transfer, allocate, and appropriate $532,371. Okay, Chief, you may go.
All right. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, 125 North Main. My apologies for not announcing myself before. This is an item that was allocated and approved in FY26's budget. It was originally in general services, but the project itself has been a long-standing project that Fire has endeavored over the years. And so this is just simply a transfer of the capital funds that was in general services to fire services to execute the project. So there's no additional money required. It's just moving from one division to the other.
What we're doing in that fire budget that you're looking at is we're taking funds out of, we had some A&E money left over from the design of this project. So we're moving that from A&E to construction, and we're moving from several jobs that we finished up that we came in under budget. Like I said, we're compiling those funds in the fire side of that budget and then adding the general services budget to it to fully fund the project. That's what you're seeing there. It's consolidation of funds. But we're not asking for any new money.
Well, I understand it's not any new money. I'm just trying to figure out the varying places that it's coming from. Because, and I guess my thought is, I'm thinking more kind of in the budget mindset, is that when we have these allocations or these budgeted amounts, and then I see large transfers like $440,000, so it's budgeted in whatever that line item is for whatever that project is.
Yes.
So when I think of a budget, it's kind of an educated guess as to where we would be, and that's probably not the correct terminology. But then when I see, okay, well, how did we get so off in our educated guesses to be moving $440,000 and $532,000 from one line item to another, or from one department to another? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And in so many places.
It does, but
It's a total $1.9 million.
In this situation here, this is again, gender separation is a long-standing project that began under former Chief Sweat. And so over successive years in the capital budget, we've allocated money for those particular projects. This year, unfortunately, that money was put in general services incorrectly, and what we're asking now is to transfer the general services money to fire services under the cover line in which, or under the line in which they operate their gender separation program. Take other projects that have been closed that has a surplus, add that money to this particular project, and then execute this project at the construction phase.
Okay. So two things there. You said it was put in general services incorrectly. What does that mean?
Well, when dividing the projects, because general services they deal with building systems, this year, for some reason, it was put in general services. And again, there's a transition with new staff, not knowing that fire services had a long-standing program running with addressing gender separation. So what we thought it would be advantageous to just move it from general services to fire services and allow fire services to execute.
Okay, and then the other projects that closed, are these projects that closed in this year?
Now, Chief, other areas.
All hearts and minds clear about item number 3? All those in favor of sending this down with a request for with the same 9 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. This item number 3 will go down with a favorable recommendation with same 9 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for coming today. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Assistant Chief. Thank you, all the other deputy chiefs. Appreciate you all. This committee is hereby adjourned. Good morning. It is December 16th, 2025, 8:42 a.m., and I hereby call the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee to order. Summer, will you please call the roll?
Chairman Kennelly, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Chair-elect Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker, present. Councilman Warren, Chair Dr. Easter Thomas, and Councilwoman White.
Present. Thank you. Number 1 on our agenda is Planning and Development Director Brett's. Okay, here we go. Wait a minute. Where is it? Where's the full resolution? This is the approval of Mr. Brett Ragsdale. Yes. Who here? Director, was it Chief Zena? You may proceed. Yes.
Thank you. John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. On behalf of Mayor Young, we're excited to bring forward the appointment of my successor, Brett Ragsdale. No notes here. Brett Ragsdale joined the division 7 years ago as Deputy Zoning Administrator. He was elevated to Zoning Administrator 4 years ago and has served admirably in that position. And we are excited about bringing him forward as the Director of the Division of Planning and Development, along with Mayor Harris and Shelby County government. I believe his appointment was approved last evening, confirmed last evening by the Shelby County Commission.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second.
Move it.
Have a motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilwoman Walker. Mr. Bragsdale, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Zena. Good morning, council members. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning Development, 125 North Main. As Chief Zena mentioned, I've had the privilege and pleasure of working with each of you the past 4 years as a zoning administrator. I'm really excited about continuing the important work of the division, and I would appreciate your support. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any council members in the queue?
Yeah.
Councilman Ford, you recognize.
They didn't let you speak last night. I blame you. You to blame. Okay, yeah, but it's good to have you. I know you trained him well. Yeah, you gone. Goodbye. So, hey, but you gonna be great. You've been great since you've been here. And like I said, hey, you learn from the best and all, and just keep things going for us.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Any other members in the queue? This is a request for same night minutes. Dr. Warren, do you have something to say? You recognize.
I just want to say I've known this gentleman a long time in many different ways, and he has always been a hard worker and always straight up. So if you've got a problem, he may not give you the answer you want, but he's going to give you the answer he thinks is correct, and that's what we need, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Seeing that all hearts and minds are clear, all in favor of this request going down with same night minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The appointment of Brett Ragsdale goes down with a favorable recommendation with same night minutes. Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, the mayor just came in. Good morning, Mayor Young. How are you today? No, you're fine.
All the business has been handled, but I just wanted to speak my strong endorsement to Brett Ragsdale. Just a great individual, tremendous experience, and I think he'll do an amazing job as our planning director. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for stopping in. Number 2 is the Animal Shelter Advisory Board appointment of Nina Ringfield and Sabine Langer. Request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilman Warren. Chief Adams, you recognize.
Yes, on behalf of Mayor Young, we respectfully request your adoption of these 2 individuals. These individuals are actually en route here. There was a delay on the interstate, so they may have gotten caught up in that. And then, of course, getting through security may be an issue as well. So we for the sake of time, I'm asking for your adoption of those 2 individuals, and we'll have them downstairs to come before you to speak.
Do you all want to send this one down with no recommendation for now, and then you all can have the opportunity? Councilwoman Green, you recognize.
Yes, I do want to do that, but while we're here, Chief, and on the issue of the animal shelter, when we come downstairs, I would appreciate an answer from the administration about the lack of a full-time vet out there and what we can do to assist. I know it's a hard spot, but I keep getting emails, and it seems as though there is some regulatory hang-up on that issue. And if there's anything that we can do as a council to assist in getting veterinarians there, remove some red tape or some requirements, I would just like some advice on that, because I know we need the vets out there for our babies. I went out there, I had a great tour. For anybody who doesn't know, on the day I showed up, not only were there tons of puppies and kittens, go get one for Christmas, there was also a Shetland pony and 5 pigs that were delivered that day. And the pony was nice and looked healthy and was going to be taken to a farm. They said the pigs had not been fed in a while and they were mean not to go talk to them. But they're handling a lot out there is my point, and I know we need to get a vet on staff. So whatever we can do, please let us know. Thank you, Chair.
All right. I just want to state, if I could, we are not void of veterinarian medicine. We are void of a full-time vet. That is correct. But we are working through that particular issue, and I'm more than willing to meet with you all individually or collectively, along with Director Hollenbach, to kind of address what we are currently doing and what the plan is in moving forward.
Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. Are you saying that you have a plan moving forward to bring in a full-time one? Because I also toured a few weeks ago, and there is a lot going on out there, and having a full-time vet would speed the process up of getting those animals prepared and ready, to be adopted, and just overall efficiency. Having a full-time vet. So are you going to come and tell us the plan?
Yes,
Is that what you
ma'am.
want to talk to? Okay.
Yes, I mean, not only the plan, but what we're currently doing as well. I mean, again, I don't want to give the impression that we are without veterinarian medicine at the shelter. We do have offerings for veterinary medicine. Do we have a full-time vet? No, we do not. But it does not mean that we don't offer veterinarian assistance.
Yeah, I'm very well aware that we do have veterinarians that are part-time, that volunteer and all of that, but a shelter that size and for the number of animals that are on our streets and getting them in more effectively and efficiently, we definitely need to look at that. It's a lot. There's a lot of animals, so.
Thank you. So we're gonna, all those in favor of sending the, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, I apologize. You did tell me you were,
fine.
I apologize.
Thank you, Chair Ladies. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chief, for updating us on the status of a veterinarian. And I know that you just said that you do have a plan in place. You do have a plan in place. However, and maybe I need to just listen to the plan before I say this, and some young interns that are probably moving up to be veterinarians, and allow them to come and experience our amazing animal shelter, because I am a pet lover, and I have plenty of dogs, and I have 2 rescue animals, and just rescued another one. But however, can we just kind of maybe, I don't know what your plan is, and I know you're a very brilliant man, and you always have something in the works. So I just want to kind of throw that out there and just kind of house them and maybe get them interested in moving here or coming here, or see what it's really like to be here and to take care of those precious animals that are out there.
Yes, ma'am. Without revealing that plan, that is one of the items that we are considering and trying to get.
Sounds great. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Yes, thank you. All those in favor of sending item number 2 down, item number 2 down with no recommendation. It is a request for same night minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Number 2 will go down without a recommendation. Item number 3 is Solid Waste Municipal Planning Board, and this is approval of the reappointment of Darius Jones, appointment of Nick Kwan, did I say that right? Kwan? And Andy Kizzy. This is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? Motion from Councilman Ford, second from Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. You may proceed. State your name and address for the record. And good morning.
Hey, good morning, Chairwoman. Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis 38119. I'm up here not as the Solid Waste Director. I'm the chair of the Shelby County Municipal Solid Waste Planning Region. And this is a board appointment for that board. Just reading from TDEC's website, so you know what they do. The primary function of this board is to make annual updates to a plan for a 10-year disposal capacity and achieve compliance with the waste reduction and recycling goals set by the state. And this board is kind of the gatekeeper prior to any new landfill disposal facilities are planned for Shelby County. This board sits as the last line between that permit being sent from the local for approval to the state for review and approval.
Are you going to present the?
Yeah, so here with us today, I'm sorry, Darius Jones has been sitting on the board, Deputy Directors, Solid Waste Division, and he is up for reappointment. His position is each of these I think are 6-year terms. We also have Nick Kwan. Nick Kwan is our disposal and diversion administrator in the Division of Solid Waste, and then Andy Kizzy with Binghamton Development Corporation.
How many people are on this board?
They're 12, so it's apportioned out by population. Memphis has the most, five representatives. There are 2 Shelby County, and then 1 from each of the other municipalities.
So we have 5.
Yes.
Who are the other 2?
Carrie Roy with MLGW. She's the environmental administrator over there, and shoot, me. Yeah, that's it. Me. Sorry. Yeah.
Don't ever forget about yourself. Don't
Well,
count yourself
that's
out.
just, it's my way.
Let the record reflect that Chairman Canale has also joined us. Are there any questions or comments from any council members? Seeing the no council members in the queue, all those in favor of sending these recommendations down with a favorable with these appointments down with for approval with same night minutes, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Item number 3 will go down with a favorable.
Good morning. The December 16th, 2025 Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Chairman Canale. And Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you so much, Ms. Hayes. We have one item on the agenda today. Item number one is SUP 25-26. It's located at 2710 South Mendenhall Road, District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? Thank you. It's been properly moved by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren, who from the Department of Planning and Development is here to speak on this item. If you'll please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good morning. This is Masana Stadnia with DPD 125 North Main Street. As you mentioned, this is SUP 2025-026, located at Mendenhall Road and located in District 4. Here is a location map and also the vicinity map. This property is located within the CMU1 zoning district, and the land use over there is a mix of commercial, residential, and office uses. Here are a few pictures of the site. And also, this is the site plan that the applicant provided to us. You can see the landscape planning. They have provided 28 parking spaces and also almost proper landscaping for this area. Memphis 3.0 believes that this is a consistent use for the future land use development. And DPD and also Land Use Control Board approved this with some conditions. Here are a list of the conditions. We are having a few conditions regarding the landscaping, the dumpster location, the parking, no razor wire, and also the most important one is that the applicant needs to submit an ASPR to be reviewed by by the Division of Planning and Development. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
How long has this building been vacant?
Good morning, everyone. I will be translating for Mrs. Diana. She said she's not sure. A couple years. It's been roughly about over 3 years.
Okay. And with neighborhood meeting and everything, it hadn't been any opposition?
No.
Okay. And it has been approved with conditions? No opposition?
Yes.
Okay. Any concerns? All right. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, nay? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Mhm. Okay. Councilwoman Walker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under other business, I am requesting that you support me. I would like for PD 25-02 be reopened and returned to this committee for further discussion after a traffic study has been conducted and we obtain demographics for the area.
I did talk with them, and that item is going to be held, so that will come back maybe the second meeting in
It is approximately 9:15 a.m., and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Mauricio, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman White. Councilman Dr. Warren. Chair Carlisle.
Present. The chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have several items on today's agenda. It is quite a lengthy day, and we'll try and work through them. I will say, as we go through the day, if you've got a question or something bigger, try to get it in. If we can't, write it down. If you feel like we need a break, make a motion, tap me. That's fine too. I will do our best. Please don't get offended if I move us along. If I start talking too much, I'm not going to get offended if you tell me to move us along, just because we have a lot to get through, but I want it to be meaningful. We're not checking boxes here. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip one. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and get one going. So one is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $2.6 million in the City Council Community Grant Funds to nonprofit agencies for fiscal year 26, all council districts, sponsored by Memphis City Council. There is a request for same night minutes. May I have a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. Colleagues, as you know, that this is the appropriating or allocating and appropriating document that will identify and distribute the City Council grant program to those organizations. There will be a spreadsheet of allocations that'll be attached to that document, and it will be made public, I think, if not already, soon, certainly by this evening. With that being said, all those in favor of sending this down with a favorable recommendation and same night minutes, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, same rights and privileges? Seeing none, the chair is also an aye. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. All right, here's what we're gonna do on 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I believe. No, 6 days out. 2, 3, 4, and 5, we're gonna add an item, basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna discuss these, because they're kind of all one thing. And what I've asked Director Zena to do, especially since we have kind of a mixed bag of members and just kind of the public, this was a big program launched under Mayor Strickland. I think probably, when I say discussion, really what I'd like him to do is kind of walk through a little bit of an overview, how we got here, before we start getting into the weeds on like where dollars are specifically going. I think that may level set, I think, kind of the discussion and may make it easier when we get into each individual resolution. I will note, again, Director Zena is not asking, the administration is not asking for same night minutes, so we will have pace on this that will follow the ordinary progression. So when do we come back? Does anybody know off the top of their head? First, is it second week in January? Yeah, so we have quite a bit of time, and I know that people will be on the holidays, but this is, what do we say, 13 million? It's 13 million in capital bonds. So, I mean, it's important money. And I guess I say all that to say that once we get through these dialogues, if you have any additional questions, we got some time. I guess that would be a big one. Okay, Director Zena, we'll call this a discussion item on Accelerate in Memphis. The floor is yours, sir. And actually, before that, colleagues, does anybody have anything else just that they want to say or anything just a bit? Yes, sir. Dr. Moore.
Yeah, I think that what's important is we need to realize that even though this is coming from the Chelsea Green Line, that the administration has already figured out how to go ahead and keep that going from funds that we can get later in the year. And if we don't spend these Accelerate Memphis funds now, we lose them. And the fact that I really appreciate the fact they're bringing all these in for parks and things that we can get the money spent on and we can do stuff on. So I think that's the key thing that I think is important about this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, Director Zena, let's do it.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. If I may, could we maybe start with 7B, the Accelerate Memphis Q1 update?
Yeah.
Because that way, that gives the high level.
I think so. And honestly, it takes it off the backside of today. Is there any objection to kind of doing that, guys? We're going to kick up basically an item that we're going to, yeah, okay.
Okay.
We call this government efficiency.
Okay, so Accelerate Memphis, as you all know, was issued through a series of bonds in 2021. It started with roughly $200 million. Ultimately, more than $200 million has been associated with the projects that are part of Accelerate Memphis. As I mentioned, those bonds were issued in 2021. We are coming up on the 5-year anniversary of the issuance of those bonds. Why that's important? As finance has advised us, federal tax law requires that those proceeds be spent within no later than 60 days after the 5th anniversary. So
Right.
the 5th anniversary is the end of this fiscal year. And so what we are working towards now is completion of spending down, exhausting the Accelerate Memphis funds that have been put into this program.
Is it the totality of the bonds or 80% of the gross proceeds that have to be spent in order to provide, to defer from the slush fund provision, basically, which is what the IRS is talking about? The safe harbor provision.
My understanding from
Okay.
finance is that
Stop. I'm going to stop you right there. I hear you.
It's all.
So if finance is here, if you would please go to PFM or Price Waterhouse and get an opinion that specifically states that. I want to slide it into the file. If we're going to move $13 million with a clock that has been set, I don't want, it's my understanding, and I mean this respectfully, I do not want to hear it's my understanding. I do not want to hear I believe. I want a letter to come from either the CFO, Andre Walker, who is our bond specialist, or our professionals that says, this is the law, this is our legal opinion, you must spend these funds by this date. But for that, we're just talking about it again.
The information I'm speaking off of is from
I got it. And
notice in writing that I got from Deputy Chief Walker.
And
so
what
I
I'm saying,
I can share that with you.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it takes, okay, I'm tired of going back and forth when I ask for something. You guys don't have to qualify. What I'm saying is I'm not saying that you don't have that. They are not mutually exclusive. What I'm saying is for me, as the chairman of the budget committee, when we move $13 million, because there is a clock, I would like a letter, just like I would go to my Butler Snow attorneys or my Birch Porter attorneys and say, I need a legal opinion from your tax team that says the following. And what I'm saying is I don't want to go back 3 months from now and be like, what did John say? I can't. Regala, go pull up the tape. Go find through 800 hours of film this one line when I can just say, look, here's the letter that says these funds have to be expended by this person and this person said it. Because if that's not right, now I know who is responsible for telling me the incorrect information. It just goes back to a new day of accountability down here. That's all. It doesn't have to be a fight. This should be a very simple thing of like, get me a letter from either the Deputy Director of Finance, our professionals that are the ones that helped us issue the bonds, that says this is the law and we believe this. That's all. It will take 35 minutes for that person to write that letter. Let's move on.
Yes, I will forward that as soon as this is over.
Thank you.
All right, so the good news is we are at the end of Q1, 94% either spent or committed in terms of funds that were part of Accelerate Memphis. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go through each of the 3 categories. First is activating Memphis 3.0, and then following that, we'll go through parks and then citywide assets. All right, so in activating 3.0, there were several projects related to streetscape improvements, as well as projects related to broadband infrastructure and affordable housing, which we'll see on the following slide. Many of the activating 3.0 projects related to streets and streetscapes were they were area based, but then grouped groups A, B, C, D. For construction, those were issued as CMAR contracts to general contractors to do in groups. So that's why you see the reference to groups on this. So if we can go to the next slide. And here are the remaining projects under Activating 3.0. I want to call out a couple of the items to you where there is larger amounts remaining. The first is the Oak Haven sidewalks. As you can see, that is a $605,000 budgeted item with no expenditures. That element was done as a part of Group D. Oak Haven was part of Group D, even though it's not listed up there. And so those funds are available, and that's part of what will be used on one of the resolutions that we'll talk about in a moment. The other item is the broadband internet infrastructure that was budgeted at $7.5 million. A little over half of that has either been expended or committed. That contract is to fund approximately 7,000 drops to homes to connect to sort of the overall broadband infrastructure that's being built out over the next several years. That money will be, what has been committed should be spent by the end of this calendar year. That still leaves a remaining amount of $3.6 million. And so that too is part of the resolutions that we'll present in a moment for reuse.
But I guess on these two, like, let's just take these two. So what happened? Like, I know this. I know that there is, Manny, what'd you tell me, $1 billion worth of sidewalks? Yeah. So, I mean.
Yeah, what was programmed for the Oak Haven sidewalks was done as a part of the Group D contract.
I got it. Okay.
And then on the broadband infrastructure, again, only a portion of that money was encumbered under the contract for those initial 7,000 drops. There has not been effort towards additional use of those funds to do more drops. My suggestion would be, given just the time that we have remaining, that, of course, the money that is available be repurposed based on our recommendations.
So how many drops are they going to get? Will they get the full 7?
It's roughly 7,000.
Yeah, but what you're saying is we are getting the full 7.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. My recommendation is, again, since this is a network that's being built out over the period of several subsequent years, we need to reevaluate what the need is, what that cost is, and if this is something that we want to continue to fund, do that as a CIP item going forward. All right, the next section is improving parks. This section of Accelerate was obviously managed by our Parks Division. There are only a couple of items that still have some remaining money available of note. Chandler Park, that project, well, as of the last notes that I got, was going out to bid. I assume that's still the case. But work is also ongoing to spin down community center and senior center maintenance, which are also items where you see some large amounts of dollars in the amount remaining category. So in other words, Parks is working towards spending down the remainder of their money through the projects here. And let's go.
Chair,
Yes,
before we
ma'am.
move on, I'm sorry. Pavilion repair and replace, that's only got 24% spent.
I'm going to ask Director Bolden to address that question.
Come on up. As Director Zena calls you, you guys know the drill. Just go ahead and toss your name and title into the record, and the floor is yours. And I will leave the floor with the member. So the floor is yours, Councilwoman Green.
Good morning. Justice Bolden, 2599 Avery Avenue. So yes, we're working towards completing or exhausting those funds for the pavilion. I believe that's going to be the Alcee Warren Pavilion. So we're actively completing that particular pavilion.
I note the underspend here, in particular in the parks section, being 1.4 million. Because I know that many of our parks partners, we reduced our dedicated amount to them in the budget season. So Memphis River Parks, Overton Park, the Shell, a lot of those people didn't get their full amount that they normally get under the agreement in this last budget season. I haven't worked my way through all these papers that were just dumped on me, so I don't know if we're going to be putting stuff back into those projects and into those partnerships. But I know, our river landing has plumbing issues that need to be fixed. And yeah, is there places in the parks where these things are underspent? And because those organizations, the zoo, they were all expecting a certain amount of funding and then didn't get it. and now we have 1.4 that's underspent.
So I can speak to that. So we talked a little bit about the pavilions. Also, there's MLK that we'll be repairing as a part of this as well. These particular funds are for capital. So what you're referring to in terms of the reductions to the managed partner fees, those are for operating expenses and are separate from the capital expenditures.
And I appreciate that, but I also know how budgets work, and if they had money for capital expenses, then they would be able to have freed up money for operating.
Yeah, that's right. I was gonna say, you can always, I agree with the councilwoman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but yes, we can always find, well, not always, but most of the time, we can find a way to swap what we basically would call capital, pay cash for debt. I mean, there could be some, that's exactly right. I mean, we've done it a million times. Sorry, but yes, we need to dig into that. Thank you, Councilwoman. I've got Councilwoman Logan and then Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Chair. And as I was sharing, I'm not quite sure how we're going to approach this, but because we're on it, I definitely want to say that the intent of this is really commendable, you know, to work on the parks. But when you talk about we didn't spend all of the money, I would like to see us as a city really address the parks that we own. I know there's, you know, money that's needed for those other partners, and I think we should look for that as well. But there are a number of things that still need to happen. This was a start. This was the beginning, but continuing to have that concentrated effort to really ramp up, to fix, repair, and ramp up our parks. I don't know if we fully have an amount that is needed. I know we're working on it. We're having studies done and all of that. But while we're talking about this, and as we look to the debt cliff, and as we look to where we are on this, any money that's left over surplus that's not allocated, I think needs to be left in a fund so that we can really fix and repair and improve our own parks. So I definitely wanted to note that in this conversation early on.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Dr. Warren.
Yes, I'm a little confused by Councilwoman Logan's comment about our parks, because it's my impression that they're all our parks and we just have some other people running some of them, but we own them. I would like to see if we could get this presentation to where we can hear what they're proposing in total, because I think we could have 13 of us telling people, hey, I've got this and I've got that. Let's see what they're giving us, and then after we hear it, let's determine whether we want to do it, if that makes any sense, because this is confusing. There's a lot of moving parts here. I'd like to hear all of the parts because they've been working on this, and I'm just now seeing it for the first time. So that's just my comment. Thank you,
We're just starting the
Chair.
discussion. I think just to kind of reframe, or not reframe, just to frame us back up, we're taking a high level look. And look, I think for me too, you see certain line items and there's kind of a reaction of like, what the heck? Like, this is crazy. How are we still issuing $1 million of GO bonds every year for cover line items in the park system, and yet we've got $1.4 million that we're going to reallocate? Right? So, I mean, I got it. So let's keep walking through the high level, and then we'll get into what Dr. Warren will get into each kind of resolution and figure out kind of where, and I think I just looked through them. Zena did a good job of.
There's a lot of stuff in here.
Yeah, but Zena did a good job of trying to say, hey, look, I'm going to take it from this line item and it's going to go here, here, and here with those contract amounts, which is a very good start for me.
And then I'll just add, for this particular slide that we're looking at, of the 1.4 million that's remaining, much of this is going to go towards both the Chandler Park playground as well as the Fraser and Pine Hill playground. So,
we'll get there on the routing sheets. When we get to each resolution, we'll get there. Let's stay with the high level. And members, please keep asking questions if you feel like you want to ask them, and I'll massage us, whether it's a now time or kind of a specific to the item time. So again, please don't be offended if I say maybe for a specific later time. Director Zena.
Thank you. I've got one more group to go through. That's the revitalizing citywide assets. Okay, in this area, there were a number of projects that have been managed by various divisions of city government over the years. And of course, you all may remember that initially there was an item here associated with 100 North Main that ultimately those dollars were repurposed to new projects. Those are all the GAAs. That you see that were essentially repurposed funds from the amount that was originally put in for 100 North Main, okay?
It's almost as if when we issue those bonds, someone up here said, I don't think we can legally use those bonds for that intended purpose.
So, that someone is a genius.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
All right. Okay, so there are a few more items in here than the last two categories that have large amounts remaining. The first you notice is the FedEx Forum, which has about 1.6 million on it. That those dollars obviously have been associated with some of the renovations to the FedEx Forum, so we recommend that that would remain. We also have two items.
Hold on, sorry.
Yeah.
I know I said I wasn't going to interrupt, but this is the exact point to what Councilwoman Green is talking about. They're sitting on a pile of cash in the Sports Authority. I will trade them the Accelerate Memphis bonds for their cash. It's my cash. It's mine in the counties. Like, this is my point. Like, that's an option for you guys behind the scenes. I hate saying it publicly, but like, that's a lever to pull behind the scenes. So we can free up free cash flow. Keep going.
Noted, thank you.
Yeah.
There are two police items that have some large amounts remaining, replacing expired vests as well as camera infrastructure. As of the end of October, 70% of the money related to expired vests has been spent, and there is additional acquisition that they are doing now. So that is expected to be spent by the end of the fiscal year. There is an RFP currently underway for the $1 million associated with the camera infrastructure line. So that also is anticipated to be spent by the end of the fiscal year. As you can see, Chelsea Green Line is noted here, $2.5 million. That is for the construction. The design of the Chelsea Green Line is wrapping up around this time, but it still has to go out to bid. We do not anticipate that project will get under construction in this fiscal year, which is why it is the subject of the resolutions we'll talk about in a moment. But as Dr. Warren noted a moment ago, one of the resolutions that I'm going to present to you in a moment repurposes those funds from Accelerate, but then another resolution replenishes that money for Chelsea Green Line in CIP. So that one really is an even trade. But that's a key one to keep an eye on just because it is such a high number. One other one, well, I guess two other ones I want to point out. The first is the Southeast Memphis improvements, $223,000. Not a large amount of money, but none of it has been spent. That item was it appears to have been a council-driven item, and it was match money for a skate park project in the unincorporated county that would go towards a fundraising effort that the county commission was doing. I have attempted to get an update from the county on the status of that project. It does not sound like it is moving forward. The discussion related to that item essentially was, if it's not spent by the end of the fiscal year, it comes back to us. But as I've just stated, if it's not spent by the end of the fiscal year, it's not coming back to us, it's going away. So we are recommending that also those dollars be repurposed. It's also a project that's not in the city. And then finally, the citywide lights and install, that's for Christmas lights, and I understand that money has been spent. So maybe it hadn't been spent at the end of Q1, but it has now or is in the process of being spent down. Okay, so that concludes the overview for Accelerate Memphis, where we are, sort of Q1, what's remaining, but it also gives you a little bit of context as to where we're coming from in items 2 through 6 that are on the budget agenda, where we're asking you to move some of this money around so that we can expend the funds by the end of the fiscal year, get some projects done in districts throughout the city, as well as be able to, like I said, preserve the Chelsea Green Line project through CIP.
Let's move on to item number. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Walker, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Zena, when you were talking about the fiber, you said, I just wanted to get a clarification on what you were saying. You said 7,000 drops, and then after that, you said something about suspended. What was that after the 7,000 drops?
There's the completion of that contract represents all of the money that has been encumbered on that item, and so the roughly $3.5 million that's in that line item is not committed to any contract or any effort. So that's why we're recommending let's go ahead and use that money toward another project at this time. However, if we feel like we want to continue that activity with more drops, let's assess what the total need is, assess what that amount is going to be, how it needs to be timed based on the build out of the fiber network that is happening over the next few years, and perhaps consider that as a CIP item.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. So last on the broadband deal, because it was such a big project with a lot of moving pieces. I keep hearing kind of this what is the litmus test and timing of that? Is this hey, we need to spend this money now, it's not encumbered, but we're gonna come back and backfill $3 million in 36 months? Because we know eventually we're gonna have to backfill that $3 million because we've had a project that we have had a cost that's been ongoing since before COVID, but like funded through the end of the Strickland term. So I guess the point that I'm beginning is we have paid for 7,000 drops. There is 3 million left over. I'm going to simplify it down. I'm sure it's a little bit more complex. We have funded this project through the 501c3 entity. Wintertime cough. All right. Always a little excitement here. Whether or not the 3 million is coming back. So we keep kind of dancing around. We have paid for it, encumbered the 7,000. As a matter of fact, I guess this is what I need. Who is running the broadband program for the administration today? Who is our liaison with that group facilitating the Blue Suede project?
So first of all, I want to make a distinction here. This is not the Blue Suede project.
So we were piggybacking on that, I believe. No?
Yes. So this is an additional scope of services on top of the Blue Suede network building.
Right. Okay. As a part of the deal, if I recall, and we can get Doug down here if we need to, because I know he ran the point at the time for the mayor. We were going to build infrastructure through the MLGW service lines. Blue Suede was going to be the on-the-ground provider. I can't remember the Canadian provider, but that's neither here nor there.
Ting.
Ting? Thank you. Love that name. It always reminds me of Tang. Great drink. Here's the deal. All joking aside, though, we had a total cost and total scope. Additional or not is semantics. The 7,000 drops, again, at least how I sorted away, was always a part of the project. Let me just simplify this down to a very plain question. In the totality of spend, are we completed in this project as the original scope defined and paid for, or at least earmarked money? Or are we about to take $3 million that we know we may likely come back in order to finish what was the original scope? We just don't know because we, quote, want to evaluate whether we actually want to do the whole scope, or there's been scope creep, or there's just been straight cost increase. That's what I'm trying to surmise. I hear exactly what you're saying. You have a little bit of an unknown, but you also have this clock that we're on, that you want to get these funds out the door before the end of fiscal year 26, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, but so I'm just trying to find out, are we saying that we are actually likely to come back and draw down on CIP to pay for a project that we thought we had paid for 4 years ago?
No.
Okay.
The 7,000 drops is the scope. That scope will be exhausted by, I believe, the end of this calendar year.
So what would we be, and I guess then that's my question is, what and who would be the evaluation metric in order to determine whether we need to come out of CIP to do what? More drops and where?
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's what I'm suggesting.
And who's the determining, and again, this is why I go back, who is the determining player in that? Who is facilitating that work?
On behalf of the administration?
Correct. That would be the government.
Yes. So that would be handled through our area, development and infrastructure.
Okay. You.
Yes.
Okay. So John Zena, thank God we finally got there, guys. So John, you got it. You are the coordinator with the contractors, and your group is going to be evaluating that over the next couple of years. Yes? I just want to make, and the only reason I'm trying to get this is in this flat organization structure that is being created, we've got to find the people to go to so that we can say, I know this person's got the ball and this is their project, they're accountable for it. and sometimes it's struggling to find some of those players. And so I just want to make sure that when we move $3 million out of a project that was heralded across the United States and the globe for the first of its kind, that we don't shortchange it $3 million and shoot ourselves in the foot. So what I just heard is that project, its scope is fully paid for and deployed as it was originally intended, and there's an overage surplus rather of $3 million.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Let's move on to that resolution, or let's move on to resolution item number 2. A resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer $2,183,689.86 in Accelerate Memphis funds from Engineering Chelsea Green Line, project number GAA3101, to 10 Memphis Parks projects, which can be completed by the Accelerate Memphis expenditure deadline of June 30th, 2026. Districts 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Logan. Director Zena, the floor is yours to walk through resolution number 2. Probably just skip what do you think to the back?
We can
page 3 or 4.
Bring up the presentation.
Oh, you got one, okay.
Strategic budget resolutions.
Colleagues, as you guys are going, if you haven't had a chance to flip to number 2, the pretty much the breakdown is on pages 3 and 4.
Thank you. All right, so we have 5 resolutions that we're going to present today. So the first one listed is item 2. Let's go ahead and skip to the next one. So the first one here is using Accelerate dollars from Chelsea Green Line. The $2.5 million is where we're pulling from. This resolution requests the use of $2.18 million of those. That comes from the Chelsea Green Line project and is going to be spent on 10 Memphis Parks projects. You see those 10 projects are listed on the slide in front of you: the Gooch Park Pavilion, Glenview Park Pavilion, Mitchell Community Center Pavilion, Fraser Raleigh Senior Center, replacement of community center doors, paving at Toby Park, Galloway Golf Course repairs, Sea Isle Fitness, sports lighting for 7 mini pitches, and Westwood Pool repairs. If we can go to the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Director Bolden to go through those projects and explain them.
Yes, so our first slide deals with pavilions. We've heard loud and clear from the community as well as council, and to be honest, the residents that live in these particular communities in the Gooch Park Pavilion, the Glenview Pavilion and parking improvements, as well as the Mitchell Community Center pavilion and playground installation are 3 projects that we will be taking care of with these particular funds of $806,000. Continuing to the next slide, and we have a number of slides, so I'll try to move through this. Here's some, this is here at Fraser Raleigh Senior Center. This was remediation and reconstruction that needed to happen within the Fraser Raleigh Senior Center within District 2. Moving to the next slide, and that work is performed by General Services. Moving to the next slide, here are, well, you'll go back to the community center door replacements. So here for District 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, we have Charles Powell Community Center in Westwood, the Lewis Senior Center, McFarland Community Center, Magnolia Community Center, Marion Hale, Mitchell, North Fraser, Pine Hill, Raleigh, and Whitehaven. What you see here is a picture of what the current status of our doors look like, and we want to make sure that our entrances to our facilities are much more aesthetically pleasing. And so this $150,000 will allow us to take care of replacing these doors at these particular locations. Moving ahead. The next particular slide, Toby Park. So this is to rebuild or repave the access road that separates all of the baseball fields at Toby Park. It's a heavily used access road within Toby that connects Flicker Street to now Glen Rogers, formerly Hollywood, as well as the parking lot where the dog park, skate park, and the future Miracle League field that we'll be talking about a little bit later. So that's this location, and we'll proceed. Galloway Golf Course. In our park system, we have 7 total golf courses. Galloway, which is located in District 5, is our largest cost recovery in terms of golf courses, and at this particular location, there's tree work that needs to take care of just to make sure that it's safe to move about throughout the golf course. Also, the irrigation repairs is going to allow us to replace this irrigation system, which is well past its shelf life, and so that's what this $600,000 will go towards. Proceeding ahead, Sea Owl Park, which is adjacent to McWhorter Senior Center. In particular, we've got $125,000 in grant funds that will be supplemented with $150,000 in funds needed for the installation of fitness equipment throughout the park that will assist us in improving health outcomes for this particular community, as well as just overall enhances the amenities that we have in the park. Continuing. Sports lighting. So this particular project is comprised of two things. So the Jesse Turner, $290,000 is already funded, but however, we have mini pitches, and these soccer mini pitches are essentially tennis courts that have been repurposed to soccer mini pitches. As you can see here on the map, we have two of which that are located at Geisman Park. We have two that are located at Burt Ferguson, one that's located at Willow Park. We've also added lighting that will take place at Cunningham, or will be installed at Cunningham, as well as Audubon Park. And so this is a total of 7 soccer mini pitches, which will allow our athletic department as well as others to use these particular spaces. Also, it follows in line with our safety mechanisms in terms of making sure that we have adequate lighting for our sports amenities in our parks. And then continuing, this is a major project. We're already in the construction phase here at Westwood Pool, District 6. This pool was originally built or constructed in 1980. And so just like anything else, when you go through a major construction project, you identify things that need to happen. And so essentially we are going to be replacing the entire pool shell. We will be replacing the gutter system. We will also be replacing the main drain system as well here at this location, as well as a number of improvements both to the pool house plumbing system, electrical system, as well as deck improvements. So essentially what you'll be looking at is a new pool for these residents here in Westwood. This has been a long time coming, and once again, we're excited about really completing this project. Correct. So right now, there was originally about $835,624 that were dedicated. We're appropriating additional funding because, as I mentioned, as we're in the construction phase now, we've uncovered that the main drain system, which was installed in 1980, as well as the gutter system, needs to be replaced. All right, and then I'll turn it back over to Chief Zena, who will talk about any other projects and if you have any questions.
Chair. Councilwoman Green and then Councilman Ford.
I think this all sounds wonderful. I just want us to pause for a second because Dr. Michaelyn Easter Thomas, I know, has been fighting for this Chelsea Green Line money for years. It was moved sort of out of the budget at some point in the last time we got an update of this, and she fought to get it back in. So I know it's not for same night minutes. And again, I know all of these things need to be done, but it's concerning that a major project in her district is now going to go unfunded. And I guess, I don't know that we have funds to do it separately. So that would be my question for Director Zena.
Chief Zena, you're recognized.
Chief Zena.
Thank you. We have a resolution that we're about to get to that restores the funding for Chelsea Green Line through CIP. So that's going to be item 5 on your agenda.
Right. I mean, again, I guess these are things you're saying we can get done, but we just keep, oh, there she is. We keep putting off the Chelsea Green Line, so I just want to make sure that we are making it a priority.
Councilman Ford, you recognized.
Thank you. Go back to the pavilions at Mitchell. Why mine don't look like that one? Mine look real rinky-dinky, okay? I have Mitchell High School there, I have an auditorium there, and that looks ridiculous. Now, funds may be coming from the city, but y'all get funds from the county also for this particular piece of property. I want it to look like that one, not like that one. Now, go on over back to Westwood, that pool that's supposed to have been a brand new pool years ago. Now you just wanna fix it up. My Westwood people stay pissed off at me because of that. And I think y'all want them to stay pissed off. You know, y'all shake your heads, but hell, they've been pissed off a long time. Everybody else getting something new, you want to piece something up in my district. I don't want that happening no more, okay? I've listened and I've helped appropriate money for North Memphis, Fraser, all these other communities. And they neglected me. You took money from me. You took money from me. You made people pissed off. But now I'm gonna tell you something. If it ain't right and do it right, I'm gonna call my district down here. And I guarantee you, from the mayor's office, because I told him 3 strikes, he out in my part. I'm just being honest today. I'm here day by day because I see a lot of things that's really unnecessary. And I want everybody to find these millions that's being blown, okay? And I want to put it back in my district. But that's a shame. Been promised. And then let me tell you something else. Pine Hill used to be my district until they finished it. Only thing they wanted was a bridge. Got everything. Then they moved me out. It's not about getting credit, but you know, I didn't act like I had nothing to do with it. A lot of other projects. Downtown moved me out when things I did act like I wasn't even part of it. A lot of things, okay? We do it together, but I don't like nobody saying that was my part. You know, I'm gonna give you a good example. When I was on the council before, that Walmart down on Elvis Presley, past home, that's my Walmart. Everybody took that. I put that there. No, you didn't. The First Links down Holmes Road, that's my project. You know, not only that, all this public housing, those were my projects. You don't see those public houses. Okay? That's been some years ago. You know, and we did things during that time, but you know, we sit on things and don't do stuff no more. But people get all this money. You know, riverfront development, they had in the park, we were paying $400 during that time. I'm quite sure it's more now. $500,000 for a playground. They did the same playground for $99,000. Why do we have to pay 5 times more? Hello? Where is it going, the money? Same thing. You know, so if they can pay that, why can't we pay that and maybe everybody can get something? But if we pay 5 times more, why? Where money going? You know? But before I leave here, I'm gonna find that money and tell them. Where that money is. Well, this million well, this million, and didn't nothing happen. That's why I said, in Westwood, you gonna piece me up. This pool, that everybody stay pissed off at me because the pool's supposed to been open 2 years ago. Yeah, it was another excuse and another excuse, and it's still not. Okay? Money was there. I want you to find out. But like I said, especially the one, that pavilion, I don't want my pavilion to look not like that other pavilion, okay? That's just like I had to bring up, y'all found it. When I said over there at Martin Luther King Park, y'all collect money every year from Valero. Act like hell I was dead, didn't nobody know nothing. The hell if you didn't know. They paid for everything to keep that, and you put that money somewhere else. Until I got on you, and then y'all end up doing it. So, hey, I really want y'all to do right by me right now, okay? My time is going down, but you know what? I really want to leave in December. Y'all making me stay here, okay? And I'm gonna call a lot of y'all out. And I'm calling the administration right now, and the mayor, I love him to death. I really do. But gotta do better. Other than that, you'll be a one turn. I'm calling him out today. Some of the people he got work for him need to get rid of. Y'all whispering in the wrong ear, whispering this one and tell him the truth. But it's a shame. You know, 20-some years ago, we didn't have to go through this. We had right people in place. Things happen. We've been at a standstill. Why y'all think, you know, Chair? Yes, sir. You know, you mentioned how many people have moved away from here. And we at a standstill. You mentioned that last time you were here. Who wants to live here? I can go right across Mississippi line. And you know what? From South Haven all the way to Nedden, that's Little Memphis, because all that's ours. Which is a shame. Y'all can laugh, smile, all the rest, but I'm serious today. Only thing we get money from is taxes. Chuck, our people taxed out. We don't get nothing else, but we let everybody else come and get everything. You got down in Mississippi, when I was on there, you had all these people catering to Mississippi and everything else was on all our boards up here. I brought a question. How can you serve on our board and hell you building up Mississippi, South Haven? We had a team. Y'all may not remember that. Y'all remember that team? They played down there at the Landers. But it was in Memphis, and they came and got money from us. But you in Mississippi, taking our money away. And we better wake up, smell the coffee, because Landers Center getting ready to build hotels, everything else, where we sitting on our behinds, and they gonna really mess up. And Arkansas is doing the same thing right across the bridge. And we sitting here letting them do all these things. And I'm telling all these directors, I hope y'all listening today. Get up off your lazy behinds. Do your job. If not, move aside. Let somebody just come in that can do it. You know, find the money that everybody been abusing, where we can use it to do something with this city. And I don't care if nobody likes me. That's all right. I like dead people. They do not bother you. You know, not at all. I love, you know, I'm 70 years old. I'm still embalming because they don't say nothing back to me. But they smile in the end because I make them look good. Okay? But they don't say nothing back. But all the ones that can talk, You have trouble out of these people nowadays because it's about self. Only about self. What's in it for me? I'm serious today. You called me last night. I told you were gonna do what to me last night when you called? You about to give me a heart attack. Okay, because not because just you, because I left from across the street. And Sean said, hey, they will give you a heart attack across the street.
Yeah, I'll just add, we're committed to completing the Westwood Pool project as well as Mitchell. So
Yeah, but
that's why
they
we're here.
completing it, it's doing what's supposed to have been done because those funds I do not want somewhere else. Like I've been seeing all my funds going everywhere but. That's why I mentioned Martin Luther King Park. Okay? And y'all get a lot of money from somebody that don't even use it. Okay? But that's okay. I'm gonna find it all. And next year, before I leave here, I'm gonna present it to everybody. Okay? Some I'm gonna embarrass. Some, the ones that's doing right, I'm gonna let you know who's doing right and who needs to go. And you take that upstairs for my mayor. I love him to death now. Okay? I love him. But I'm tired of these certain people whispering the wrong stuff in his ear. And I said, you know, my wife loved him. Mama and them, they pray every morning. But you got her on same side I'm on right now, kind of disappointed. I don't think you want her disappointed, okay? Deliver that message for me. Y'all deliver the message to everybody, okay?
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah. You cut me off, huh?
No, I thought you were. No, I thought you were. You said you were getting quiet, and
no,
I apologize.
Look, I'm reminiscing back years ago when things were happening, and here we are. Things are not happening. We're losing more than gaining.
Yes, sir.
You know, you've been on people's case lately, and I feel everything that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's time for us. You know, we done looked out for everybody else. It's time out. Let's bring our new union right. This about Memphis, okay? And we're gonna hold all these people accountable for what they're doing. And if they don't want to do it, goodbye. I'm through now.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you very much. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Please check the county.
Thank you, Chair. So I will say that I was briefed on the changes, but one slide concerned me. Can you go back to the slide where it has the pavilions on it? Yeah. So, one, Gooch doesn't get a picture. That's concerning. But then also where it says dedicated funds, we had more than 26,000 dedicated funds because I got them allocated in FY23. And it was definitely more than 26,000. Maybe somebody gave it to Mitchell or Glenview, but where's the... Do you have where it actually says the allocated funds? Because it was allocated in actual 2 fiscal years. 1 year, Director Walker said he bought the materials. And then he said for the next year, I see a lot of head nods, some memory lane. In the next year, they said they were going to install it. So, I know we allocated more than 26,000 for either.
Yeah, so what you're looking at right here is just installation costs for all three. So the pavilions have already been purchased.
No, I see where it says estimated cost.
Yeah, that's the cost of installation.
So the cost of installation and materials is $276,000.
No, the cost of installation and construction is $276,000. So what's needed for that particular location is $250,000. So we broke it down per site.
That's my question.
Correct.
If needed is $250,000, I know I allocated more than $26,000.
That is
what
correct.
It says on
That is
the
correct.
slide.
That is what's left in that particular project. So we did purchase the pavilion, which we have now. So that's why that particular project. There was a shortfall there, and that's why we're asking for those additional funds.
So we're shortfall $250,000.
Correct.
Can you tell me what the amount was that was previously allocated for 23 and 24?
I can get that to you today. Correct. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to add
Because my memory, I'm not saying anything is untrue, but it doesn't seem right.
I think this goes into the bigger picture, and I've been saying this behind the scenes as we've been trying to figure out how to make budgeting more of throughout the year and throughout the years with term limits and people moving. These projects will span administrations and obviously fiscal years. So when we have, I think going forward, when we have anything that touches a project, I mean literally a dollar that touches it, the routing sheet has got to have the project summary in its totality, because this is what I was talking about earlier, is like I've got a member who is like trying to scratch through hours and hours and years of budgeting to make sure that a project in her district on the fly is going in. Like, it's very simple if it's just properly documented and then just sent out there with footnotes. Like footnote, little superscript, 1, I go down to 1, FY23, CIP allocated, and so Councilwoman Easter Thomas can pick that document up and go, oh, got it. And like, that's the stuff that I think we got to start doing more of the front end work. In the restaurant business, when you go to a really nice restaurant and you wonder how that food came out in 15 minutes, it was the 8.5 hours of prep work that morning that got it out in 15 minutes. And I think we've got to start doing some of that stuff, because it is way too much information. Honestly, I'm incredibly impressed that you were able to call that out, because we just have so many of those things. And we've got to get together and figure out how we can make the reporting and routing sheets better. With that being said,
can I do two?
Yeah, please, no, that's what I'm saying. With that being said, back to you, but I want to get that information in its totality for these projects so that people can get a comprehensive picture. Sorry, Councilwoman.
No, I think you're exactly right. And it doesn't matter like if it's us looking back at what we did, but anybody, just for reference. Okay, yeah, I need to see that just for my memory. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere, but as I said, this is FY23, so it's a long time ago. Also, I know that I was explained about, why we have to utilize Accelerate Memphis funds in a certain way while we're moving them to cover something else. What I'm concerned about, and this can be it's not pointing a finger at whoever wants to get pointed at, that's fine. But we need to get these pavilions as well as the Green Line finished. Green Line money was allocated FY23. You smiling? Am I lying? Oh, I was hoping I was lying. I was really hoping I was lying. And it was later than that. But how can we ensure, and engineering has done their part, they said they contract with Kimberly Horn. I don't know what's going on with Kimberly Horn. Is it just one person in there? Why is it taking so long? They said January we can start to see how that design and construction will go for the Green Line. We need that Green Line open before Juneteenth. It's just asphalt.
Juneteenth of 2027?
I mean, we asked for Juneteenth 2 years ago.
All right, I tell you, let's do this.
What can we do? We're on a ticking time clock. So like I said, I'm not pointing the finger at anyone, but whoever wants to be responsible to get it done can take the ask.
And I will say, I want her question answered, but philosophically, this is to piggyback on this. There is so much that is basically being asked to be approved on the idea that these will be executed. And I think what I'm hearing consistently, I know I'm saying, and I'm hearing it from her, and I've heard it from a couple other members I know, is we had the Accelerate team, we had the Accelerate team and a lot of people that were working on this to execute these plans. I really don't know if that I think MFA and some other people were in place. What I want to know, and I think my colleagues also would like to know, is if and when we approve this, I'm probably going to ask that the specific committees, so like parks and public works, start taking these up on a semi-regular basis so that we can see them through to their finish. And what I'm looking for is we are not looking for a piñata. We are looking for the person that is going to walk in here and be the master of these projects. And they cross divisions and they cross specialties. So the question is who's going to be our accelerate czar to finish these out so that we don't return bond proceeds?
I will be.
My guy. All right. That's your Huckleberry.
And we love Chief Zena.
We do. But my point is I'm not trying to jerk it. So we got to know who we're going to.
But it's somebody that's not getting it done. So it's like if it's the people we're contracting with, cut it. Get a new one. Like if Kimberly can't do it, cut her. Get a new one. Like this is stuff we've been asking for a while. And Director Belen, your team is great. The ones that I've been meeting at, I'm now on my second staff member that's following up in meetings with them about the timeline. Like I'm filling in Ms. Edgar Bernat on what we talked about winter 23, February 24. So, you know, I'm just expressing things on the record, right, that we've said in the office. And in January, it looks like we're going to have a long meeting January, which is January 13th, by the way. If you know, you know, coming chairwoman. But I would love to see a updated timeline on the all three pavilions, as well as Chelsea Green Line for when is the most absolute soonest way that we can get these done with the highest level of efficiency. And if folks that we've contracted with are not doing it, we need to see about cutting those contracts. Because it's like, who's holding us up? Is it our team in the city hall? Is it the folks we're contracting with? I know you can't lay concrete till what? It gets over a certain amount of 30, 35, 42 degrees, so that's March. Yeah. Something.
So
That's all, Chair.
Yeah, no, that's more than enough. That was fantastic. And I think, again, the general theme kind of is underlying. I mean, we'll touch on it too. I saw it earlier today, and I unfortunately, you know, like many, I had to get my kids to school this morning, but I missed the 7:30, but a lot of things we'll reconcile too are some of the hard to soft cost ratios. Like I'll just say this morning, even though I wasn't here, and I'll get back to our subject at hand, like when I see $1 million spend or $1.5 million contract and I see $500,000 worth of soft costs, that blows my mind, you know? But back to the point, Director Zena is going to take responsibility for the execution. I'm going to say specifically to two. I know that it runs through parks. I know that it runs, but at the end of the day, because of the structure, it requires a unique setup. Colleagues, let's keep moving through this, if that's okay, and then, yeah, let's keep going. Where were you when we stopped? Just at Mitchell? Were you at the Westwood Pool?
I believe we've completed the presentation on
two.
item 2.
Okay.
I got one question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go back to that.
Councilman Ford, your microphone, please, sir.
Go back to the pavilion. Councilwoman Easton Thomas, why do you have 2 and not the 3 and you did that? Do you have a picture of that one? Because
maybe they're gonna let me design my own.
That, and this one looks like that. I want to know what yours look like.
So we have the pavilions. There are 3 different photos. They're based on the size of the park in the location that they're going in, and I'll get you the photo.
Yeah. Because I'm looking at figures, I'm looking at everything, okay? But you only put 2. You should have come with all 3 of them.
Look, I'll tell you this too. I mean, it's a unique thing, but like you've got good members that want to be involved in some of these things. We're not trying to slow things down, but I mean, if I were doing design work or parks, I mean, I would just, and I had whoever the design team coming in, I would call the member and just say, hey, we're going to have a design meeting. 1, it familiarizes them with the project. 2, everybody gets a little bit of a learning experience. And 3, you get some ownership of that because they've been a part of the design process. They've got some skin in the game and they're the conduit for the local community. I think it will help smooth some of that down. And then lastly, and possibly the most important thing is we've got to execute. Okay. Colleagues, any other questions on item 2? I'll tell you for my part, I understand what is happening. I caught the comments about the green line. Those were some of my concerns as well, is that again, it's not a back, we're not kicking, we're not scooping and tossing. But I will say there is no doubt that a majority of these things need to be done and should have been done a minute ago.
and we need to get to work. Yes, ma'am.
I would just say, Chair, it's just a recommendation. You're the chair of this committee, but I was feeling a similar frustration around the Sheraton deal. And I started having monthly just updates of where we are. And since these are actually really specifically timeline-driven, $13 million, it seems amazing to me that we'll be able to get $13 million worth of projects done in 60 days. So it's just a recommendation to the chair, to the body, that we just check in on this spend specifically once a month.
We'll add it to the agenda. Thank you, Councilwoman. That's a very good idea. We may actually add one more bucket too. Councilwoman Logan, did you? Okay. All right, colleagues. I just, again, for my part, I understand it. I will say on resolution number 2, I'm glad the money's going where it needs to go. Those assets need the love, to say the least. So I will bring us to a vote on item number 2. All those in favor of sending this down for a positive recommendation to be voted on in the first meeting in January, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, this item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and noted that we will have members. We're going to get a couple updates to Councilwoman Easter Thomas on the items that she requested, and then on the follow-through, which is on me and my team, to make sure that we're updating as we go forward. But specific to the projects she brought up, also for Councilman Ford, what I'd like to do is if we could get an order of magnitude on the west. I mean, I know it's a big number, but I just want to know what our delta is. I think it's going to be somewhere like 8 million, I think. But I just have to know, just because I want to know. You can just... all right. That item passes. Slowly but surely moving along. Item number 3, a resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer a sum total of $4,454,265.86 and accelerate Memphis funds from various projects to the acquisition of the engineering sign shop project 30A1401 and the construction, engineering, and inspection and program management contract for Accelerate Memphis 30A1001, districts 3, 4, 5, and 6, super districts 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Warren. Director Zena.
All right, thank you, John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. This item is to essentially move funds from several available projects. Those are, if you will go back to the last slide, if you don't mind. Thank you. Available fund, projects with available funds, are 7 of them in Accelerate Memphis. We've talked about all of these as a lead up in the Q1 update, except for there are a couple of projects like Macklemore Streetscape that is complete, Group A that is complete, where they're just excess funds that are being moved over. So the use of these funds would be $4.1 million for the acquisition of 1555 3 Place, which is where the engineering sign shop has been relocated. The engineering sign shop was, you may go to the next slide, was on the St. Jude campus for some time. As St. Jude has commenced with campus expansion, the city had to move the sign shop. 1555 3 Place has been leased by engineering for the last several months. There is an option to purchase in the lease that we would like to exercise in order to purchase that sign shop as the permanent home, purchase that facility, as the permanent home of the sign shop. If we execute that purchase option by the end of January, we are able to credit half of the payments that we've made back to the cost. So that is one major reason why we're hoping to complete this by January 31st. So that is 4.1 of the 4.4 that's being asked. The other 350, it goes towards covering costs from our CEI and program management for the Activating Memphis 3.0 bucket. This group of projects, the program management contract did not only include program management, but also CEI, which stands for Construction, Engineering, and Inspection. So essentially, material testing, on-site inspections, any field work that was necessary in order to validate the quality and completion of construction was part of that contract. And so we have some additional expenses under that need to be taken care of. Available for any questions, as is Director Blinn, if you have them.
Who handled the comp study on the acquisition and the lease?
That was done in Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So the evaluation was done through our real estate internal team.
Okay. Just $22 a square foot on 100 or on 29,000 square feet. Or I'm sorry, you're 139 on the warehouse and you're 22 a square foot for industrial, and that is I mean, I'll just say that's expensive, but okay. I mean, I hadn't seen the shop, but like, you can go get a pin corner in a Walgreens for $25 a square foot in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm just surprised to see a warehouse, 4 acres at that rate, but we're also already on the lease, so we're providing the value to the lease. We're the credit. Like the lease is, I assume, a longer term lease. You have yeah, right, with the rules. We're the cap rate. So if they wanted to spin that lease to the institutional markets, we're the value. You guys leave that lease, they lose their value. Make sense? Kinda? Okay. We'll have class later. Here's the thing. I understand we have to have a sign shop. What struggles with me is in this time, it's like if I had $4 million, buying a sign shop wouldn't be the first thing that I would go and do. You know, there's a lot more that I probably could get a higher and better return, but you also have to have the functional government. So what are our options if we don't? Yeah, I mean, hit me with the options. Do we have other options?
Not that we've explored at this time, no.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to have a discussion about it. I just want to understand it.
I mean, I couldn't help but just kind of listen about the discussion about the use of the funds. So this is going to be roughly 31% of the needed expenditure of $13 million that could be done right now. So the actual procurement actually reduces the potential loss of the $13 million. So that's immediate in the procurement of this facility.
Yeah, I didn't follow that either. What is the total acquisition price?
So it's $4.1 million.
Okay, got it.
What I was trying to point is that the discussion here is the $13 million that could potentially lapse.
But I could go stroke a check tomorrow. My man, I got 50 different groups in here that if I said I had $4 million, who needs it can spend it in 30 days, would fill this room and downstairs. What we are trying to discern is core government function, today's cash crunch, which is what we're really talking about, and highest and best use in 60 to really, I mean, it's got to be in process in the next 60 days. Acquisition's pretty easy, right? You have a close date, you're gonna wire and it's done, you know you're gonna spend it. I hear you on that. I'm protected and safe on expending the funds. All I'm saying is man, if I had $4 million, I mean, I just go back to like things like sidewalks. I'm not just pumping downtown to pump downtown, but when you have a convention with 50,000 people and they're having to walk in the middle of the road because all the sidewalks are busted in your downtown, doesn't look good when they go home and say, all the sidewalks are busted in downtown. So I hear us when we need signs so people can safely get around, but I'm just going back to there are a lot of things that we need to be doing. And so I just want to ask if there is, like, what is the lease? Like, are we at the end of the initial term? Are there options on the lease? What is the run rate on the lease? Tell you what, can someone just get me the lease? Just email it to me. Yeah, just shoot me the lease. We don't have, you can go over for the council if you want, but I just want to be able to read it.
So I just want to be clear on the $4.1 million. That included the design, the construction, and the purchase of the facility.
Okay. So what's your acquisition price?
The acquisition. Well, it was determined at the beginning of that there will be about $3.6 million.
Okay.
But there were some cost overruns on the construction that the city was obligated to pay, and he rolled them over into the purchase price.
Got it. Tell you what, again, just shoot me the lease, and then I can get a summary out to my group. I just want them to understand, all right? So basically, it's just a lease to purchase. I just want to understand the economics. Other than that, I got it. We have to have a sign shop. We did a deal with St. Jude. Did we sell them, and then we leased
This was
Yeah,
like,
yes, sir.
Yeah, you did that deal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The purchase
Please
of that
walk us.
location
Yeah.
was in 2015. Sorry.
Will you
and-
walk everybody through that real quick?
Okay.
Yeah.
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer. So roughly around 2014, 2015, St. Jude in its plans for expansion acquired what used to be the vehicle maintenance facility over on 671 St. Jude, along with this particular location on Manassas.
Y'all, it's just north of like of Danny Thomas. Like you drive by it all the time. You just don't look
Right.
down to it.
Just for reference purposes, it is where you see the two large cranes now actually doing the construction work. It's those lots. So moving forward, we were able to lease back at no cost to us for years in hopes to relocate. Throughout the years, what we intended to do was to build out Walter Simmons. Walter Simmons is an old housing project that is on Knight Arnold. What we have done is we have decided to build out, so you have the general services, property maintenance, and fleet maintenance operations there. What we did, we took the remaining dollars and we purchased the Coke facility and renovated the Coke facility. So those funds from that acquisition have already been expended. Moving forward, St. Jude needed this property because it was time for them to move forward in their construction. What we entered is a lease with a purchase option. So that's why the terms look expensive, because we rolled in the construction as well. So what we're trying to do with these roughly $4.5 million is to acquire. We're going to exercise that purchase option and buy now, as opposed to continue to lease the building.
And I will say, just on that note, when you have capital expenditures to the tune, even as a triple net, an absolute lessee, or even a ground lease, at that point, this is, I'll give you a good example. I'll give you an example that's all across the city about why you don't see them move, but dialysis centers. They put a huge amount of infrastructure into those buildings, and it's why they don't get up and get out. Same thing for this. We got a huge amount of infrastructure in that building. So at least we have a locked-in purchase price versus having to walk from the assets. The issue here is like, is this the highest and best use, or is there another alternative? We got time to talk about it, but I hear it. Is this for this item? Yes. Dr. Warren, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, once again, as we move forward with this, and we're looking at each one of these individually, I think that's what we're supposed to be doing, but we have like an infinite amount of things we could be doing. And we got administration that says we're looking at our total picture, and this is what we're bringing you because this is what we think we need. I don't really, on this particular project, I remember when we had to move that building. I remember when, Director Adams Chief Adams was telling us about all the things we had to do that were going on there that were going to go away. And we've got them functioning. This is the last component, I think, of that was in that area. And they're not moving into Coke. They found another place. It's a basic function of cities. It's like potholes and garbage and stuff, signs. So this is a maintenance thing. It's not very flashy, but it's something we have to have done. So I'm going to support this particular item for that reason, just because it's how we function. But so as we move forward, realize that there are all sorts of things we could be doing, and maybe some of these will move around. But in general, this is stuff they think they can get done by the deadline, and that's what we've got to do. We've got to spend this money and not waste it. And I don't want to see us waste money that we've been given because we couldn't spend it in time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I agree with that. I would just say, more for fun, you can still spend money and waste it at the same time. Trust me, I've been looking.
I'm married. My wife knows I do it.
All right. Look, and again, I don't think anybody disagrees with my questions are always, before I vote on something, Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton.
And I have a quick question.
I was just going to say, look, it's always, I'm never going to not look at somebody that comes to me and say, have you thought of the best way to possibly do this? It's not about the control of the asset. It's not about the maintenance and effort of the asset. We know the asset has a need of $4.1 million. My question to my team is always, what is the most efficient way in our weighted cost of capital to get there to free up the most opportunity cost down the road? I can tell you as a business owner and even as a government, there is nothing worse than not being able to do something you really need or want to do because we shot ourselves in the foot early. Now, that's not saying we're going to do that here, but that's just a philosophical point of I will always take anybody I'm working with to the mat so that when we walk out of the room, we know that we have the absolute best path possible for success, both in the project and just generally. Everything that we touch in our budget, inside of that budget that's been approved that year, has to tug and pull from somewhere. So that's all. We agree with Dr. Warren. I just want to make sure that I'm pushing on the end. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, thank you for your patience.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question that I have when I was just going through the resolution, and just to make sure that I have clarity and understanding. And the street, let me see, where is it? All right, here it is. The Macklemore streetscapes, there is language in this resolution that says funds be left over. And there's language in another resolution where it talks about, in this resolution, and I just want to understand when it's been determined that there is funding in accelerated funds that will be left over, how would those funds be used and how do you allocate them and where they're going? When I calculated the number, it's over 100,000. May not be a lot, but it is a lot for us, a city that is strapping for funds right now. However, I just want to understand and make sure I have some clarity. When you say left over and you determine that this is left over from a different, where is this money allocated and how will it be used?
John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Councilwoman, that's exactly the exercise that we've been going through leading up to today. So in the case of that particular project, the full scope of work of that project was complete. That project has been closed out as finished, accepted by the city. The amount of funds that were budgeted for that project were not fully utilized, and so there is additional funding that remains because we know that project is closed out. We know that those are dollars that can be made available for other uses through this program. So as a part of evaluating the sort of longer term picture of we've got until the end of the fiscal year to spend any funds that remain in the Accelerate Memphis program, we evaluated where funds might be available either through projects that are complete like Macklemore or projects that are unlikely to be able to start, like the Chelsea Green Line example from before.
Is it itemized where these certain dollar amount goes? Is there, are they item, like I'm putting 25, I'm putting 30 here, and so they are, okay, I see your team nodding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, colleagues, I'm going to call us to a vote. Again, this would be to send, the motion is to send item number 3 down with a favorable recommendation for January 13th full council meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same rights and privileges? Seeing none, the chair's an aye. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 4. A resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer a sum total of $730,100.44 from Memphis Parks Capital Reserve Project PK 25104 to 4 Memphis Parks projects, Districts 1 and 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by, I believe, Green, and I think second was Canale, or Smiley. No, I missed that too. All right. Director Zena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. We are now exiting Accelerate Memphis and talking about CIP. Okay, so this item is using capital reserve dollars from parks for 4 projects, and I'm going to allow Director Bolden to go through those 4 projects as he did a moment ago with the others.
Thank you. So we'll move along. What we have here with these 4 projects, we talked a little bit about Galloway Golf Course. We're splitting the funding sources. A portion of it is coming out of the capital reserve, and that's the parks account for projects that have shortfalls. So moving ahead, we also have architecture and engineering associated with the Audubon splash pad, and this is because additional parking will be needed for the splash pad. So we've already appropriated the funds for the actual A&E and construction, but due to the additional parking driveway and what will be needed on the south entrance along Park Avenue, we're going to be appropriating this additional $63,000. Moving ahead, Raleigh Civic Center. So there are a couple things that are happening over at Raleigh Civic Center. Our partners, Urban Art Commission, have been working on some different public art projects for this particular location. But here in Parks, we've worked with the designer to do a number of things. So we have some wayfinding signage, some entryway signage that will be there. Also, we'll have separate, about on the walking trail, about 10 separate mile markers, so the 1/10 mile marker signage. So that will happen at this particular location. And then moving ahead, the final of which I would say of this particular set of projects for this resolution is probably the most special. Essentially, the Miracle League nonprofit, which is based out of Memphis, is working on the city's first inclusive baseball field. And so what this would do is accommodate youth, adults, seniors with special abilities throughout the city. So whether we're talking about the Raymond Skinner Center, many of our senior centers, many of the day programs are happening throughout the city. This would allow us to be able to accommodate all of those uses. And this is the first phase of a two-phase project. So the first phase is the inclusive baseball field improvements as well as restroom improvements. The second phase essentially would be a playground, inclusive playground as well. And our partners with Miracle League have essentially gathered pledges for $1 million. And so as associated with those pledges, our contribution of $300,000 will allow us to execute the construction agreement with Miracle League, who will actually perform the construction, and upon completion, they will turn the facility back over to the Memphis Parks. Separately, under previous Director Walker, there was already a resolution that allowed for the Memphis Parks to enter into a MOU with Miracle League for future programming. So not only will we bring the city's first inclusive baseball field, which will be beautiful right in Toby Park, but also we'll have a MOU for programming to make sure we're accommodating all of Memphians. So whether you're talking about those with sensory abilities, and we can just go down the list, this is a really important project for a lot of reasons.
All right, thank you, Director. I've got Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman White.
Chair, I'm going to defer my question over to Councilwoman White. I think we kind of lined up together, and it's no sense or doubling on the same
Yes, ma'am.
clarity we're needing.
So
I yield.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I didn't follow the Miracle League transfer back. I didn't follow that.
Why don't we walk through the purpose of the construction structure from both a construction completion guarantee standpoint and a liability standpoint from the city, why it makes sense, and then why they're basically going to do the improvements and then turn over the improved asset to the city.
Yeah, so essentially what you have is two things. We have a participation agreement between the City of Memphis Parks and Miracle League for the construction. Miracle League, who is invested in the project as a nonprofit, has raised these funds. The City of Memphis Parks will be allocating $300,000, which is a smaller portion of the funds, in order to move towards a construction phase. So Miracle League has already invested funds in the design. That is complete. And so what you're seeing is a depiction of what that field would look like from an aerial view. So you've got two things. Number one, you have the participation agreement for construction. Once that is completed, then we have the MOU that will allow Miracle League to work alongside the Memphis Parks for programming. So essentially what would happen, Miracle League would be able to utilize the field for programs for all of the community, and still the Memphis Parks would also have access to the field as well. So you have a participation agreement for construction. Once that's closed out, the facility still is a Memphis Parks asset, and then we have an MOU working alongside Miracle League to provide programming to the community.
In terms of the actual project management, is that Miracle League or Parks?
That is Miracle League. We'll be working alongside them, but that is Miracle League who will be doing the construction piece.
And so Miracle League has raised the 1 million, and then the 300,000 is what needs to come from city funds.
Correct. And then what I expect will happen is as they're in the construction phase for this particular, they'll move towards the next phase, which is the playground. So what you see on the interior where the field is, that's the inclusive baseball field that will be there. And then immediately outside of that, where you see the two baseballs, bats that are crossed that are purple, that's where the inclusive playground will be. So if we're talking about those with wheelchair accessibility, accessibility needs, this will truly be a park for everyone. And that's why we're so excited about the project, but also that we have a nonprofit partner who is really funding much of the work and also completing the construction.
And one more question. In terms of once it's completed, will city still be managing it, or will Miracle League be managing it pursuant to your MOU?
Memphis Parks will maintain the asset. We will maintain the asset. They will be essentially operating programs on site. So it will be a Memphis Parks asset, no different than Morris Park, where construction happened under the CRA, but we essentially maintain the park.
Great questions. Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of things. What I would do is it'd be nice to get that group in here. I think not necessarily to approve the project. I think it'd just be nice to know what's going on. And here, look, it's a 3-to-1 match. That's what I heard. It's basically you have a 3-to-1 match. And a question, I'm not going to Councilwoman Logan, a question was asked just generally. I don't know necessarily this group, but I know there has been momentum building for at least 3 or 4 years to try and do something at Toby Park, because it sits in the dead center of the city and it is so heavily used, but there are pieces of it that are just, they're not. And so this is unique. But that being said, I would like to, Councilwoman Logan had a question, and I definitely want to hear it. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And that was, the question I'm asking. I know we've had a lot of conversation, community conversation about Toby Park and what's going to be done with it. I know the skate park is there, and they wanted that redone or renamed or some other things. I'm glad to see this in our city, but how did we land on Toby Park for this design, and how does it factor into the larger picture for the entire Toby Park?
Yeah, so in terms of how we landed here, the Memphis Parks worked alongside Miracle League to identify an existing field within the city that was accessible for a lot of reasons, and certainly the location being within close proximity to Liberty Park, to the home of the Memphis Parks, to the Board of Education, to a number of roads that lead in and out of this area, make it a really strong location, as well as the adequate parking that is there as well. So there's already built-in infrastructure, lighting in particular, restrooms, accessible access points in and out for those with the special abilities. So this is already a site that's essentially ADA compliant. And so a lot of that factors in when we're looking at locations.
So the city determined that is what's going to be at Toby Park?
Correct. At this particular field, yes.
Okay. Is there an overall plan for the rest of the park that connects with this, or has the same usage, or is just this part of that location, and you're going to do something else with the other part of Toby Park?
Yes, so as it currently stands, there are 5 fields. So there's 4 softball fields and also Toby Legion baseball field that's there at Toby Park. We also have 901 volleyball, who has several sand volleyball courts that are there. We have the rugby field that's located at Toby Park. So there are a number of amenities that are there. You talked a bit about the skate park and also the dog park, which is heavily used. So it's already a heavily used location. This just brings the entire community into this beautiful soon-to-be baseball field.
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask my other questions offline with you. Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Great questions. All right, colleagues. I think that is it on this presentation on this item. So we are on, this is 4. Yeah, so item number 4, I'm just going to read it one more time, is a resolution to allocate and appropriate to transfer a sum total of $730,100.44
Gotta make sure and get those 44. From Memphis Parks Cap Reserve Project, number PK 25104 to 4 Memphis projects, Districts 1 and 5 and Super District 9. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation for the January 13th meeting signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. So that was the first swap and trade. And I guess this will be number 2 swap and trade, yeah? Yeah, okay. So item number 5, a resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer a sum total of $2,500,000 to Chelsea Avenue Green Line project number BW01255 with $944,424 from Memphis Parks Cap Reserve PK 25104 and $1,555,576 from Southeastern Industrial Road Improvement PW01279 to replace Accelerate Memphis funds removed due to expenditure deadline District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Moved by Warren. Seconded by JSW. Chief Zena. Got it right on the 8th time. Titles are important around here. 25 cents and that will get you a cup of coffee.
John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Councilman, I think you aged yourself by referring to that symbol as a pound.
I did. You see my kids. They see that old phone, they know what to do.
All right, so council members, 3 items ago, you took $2.5 million away from Chelsea Green Line, and in this item, we're putting $2.5 million back. We're putting it back in CIP this time, and it's coming from 2 places. From Parks Capital Reserve, which 3 items ago, you just used Chelsea Green Line money to do projects that would have otherwise been done through Parks Capital Reserve. So we're using Parks Capital Reserve to help replenish funds to Chelsea Green Line here. We're also using $1.5 million from the Southeastern Industrial Road Improvements project, which has been on the CIP for several years, has been used over time for a variety of different projects. But this is unused funds. This is a project that otherwise needs to be closed out, but this remaining amount is being proposed to be moved into the Chelsea Green Line CIP project in order to make it whole.
So to date, on 2 through 5, we're net. We're net, except for the possibility of whether it's unforeseen scope creep, cost creep, because I assume some of these are cost plus contracts. And that just means that it's whatever it costs and then the GC throws his overhead on. That's what that term means. I guess my point that I'm going to get to is the only thing that I heard, and if I'm going to ask this, and if I forgot something, you're supposed to tell me and fill that void. But the only possible overage so far would be a future evaluation on additional drops or scope for broadband. Everything else that we have shifted around has a specific cost, like ready to go project, whether we're in RFP, I don't know what we call it, execution, I guess, RFP execution, and then release. But I guess the point that I'm getting is everything that we've approved today, or if we approve today, would be net, ready to go. Okay. Yeah.
You are correct.
Okay. I'm looking down now, right and left to me. Everybody else hear that? Yeah, okay. All right. Colleagues, do you guys have any questions on this specific item? We're just swapping source funding to buy time. All right? Okay. I'm going to take us to a vote then. All those in favor of sending item number 5 down with a positive recommendation for the January 13th meeting, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair's an aye. This goes down with a positive recommendation. Item number 6 has been a long way in the making. Item number 6, a resolution to allocate, on both of these, appropriate and transfer a sum total of $3,920,000 from the Leftwich Tennis Center, project number PK03005, award 11516, to the first part of the city's pledge of funding to the Audubon Golf Clubhouse, project number PK TBD, to be determined, and to the design of phase 2 of the Jesse Turner Park Improvements, project number PK, to be determined. Districts 4 and 5, Super Districts 8 and 9, and sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. If we could move that to the floor, move by Warren, seconded by JSW. I am gonna go to the chairman because there is a presentation and executive that I think will, anyway, Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, this is a project that is near and dear to me. Along with Councilman Carlisle and others of our colleagues that served on this previous body that helped shepherd the Audubon Golf Course renovation through. It's truly a crown jewel for our city, and Sam Hardiman can attest to that. He probably spends more time there than he does writing at the Daily Memphian. But what's so special about, I'm kidding, Sam. But your game has gotten noticeably better. But what's so special about this project is not only that Audubon Golf Course needs a clubhouse, which it currently does not have, but what this is going to do for the future of youth, most especially inner city youth that have never had the opportunity to be exposed to the game of golf. Because what you'll hear in the executive committee is the partnership that we have established with the First Tee program moving in and being headquartered at Audubon is going to be transformational for kids in our city that have never had the opportunity to learn the game of golf. And it's also going to be an amazing clubhouse for Audubon Golf Course. But the reason that we tied this also to Bellevue is because, as Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, I'm sure we'll mention in a minute, also the opportunity, and it fits in with Leftwich also because it's also going to help teach the game of tennis to inner city youth that have also not historically had the opportunity to learn and enjoy the game of tennis. This is truly going to be an amazing project. It will help complete the whole parcel of Audubon with the redo of with the new splash pad and with the redo of the western end of Audubon Park, but also with Leftwich and with what Theater Memphis has done with their own private money, but also with the Botanic Gardens and the Dixon. It really enhances that whole parcel, and these are city-owned assets, or Audubon is, and it will be a great revenue generator. The golf course has already gotten noticeable attention from the state of Tennessee. So we'll have somebody from the Tennessee Golf Foundation that will further explain the partnership and executive, but I think this is a huge win for our city, and I would appreciate everybody's support on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, if you'd like to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair. He and I have been working, all three of us have been working very closely trying to figure out how we were going to make this happen. But I'm very grateful for the previous council administration, Patrice and Cheyenne, that secured the first couple $1 million, and I would be remiss not to mention their hard work of doing so. And now to see this project moving forward and to see that the Jesse Turner Park and our youth, as Chairman Ford Canale just said, just want to piggyback on it for our inner youth. And these sports bring so much to our communities and to our inner youth. And having these programs accessible, this is the great part of it, of having these programs accessible and hopefully to partner with some of our schools to get our youth more involved. You know, tennis and golf are mental and emotional. You have to think critically. You have to strategize. It builds your confidence. It's a stress reliever for me when I can hit a ball. When I think about I got to come in here Tuesday, and so I can send a ball somewhere across that net as hard as I possibly could. And I prepare myself to come in here. But I am eager and grateful, and I want to thank our soon-to-be chairwoman, who is over the district at Bellevue. She's looking down here. I would not forget who that is your district as a single district, and her participation and being involved in our excitement in moving this project forward and just seeing things happen in our city that we have longed for and should have been, but it's a time and season for everything. And thank you for the park director, our new director, for pushing these projects forward and making sure they're happening. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you for those words and for the commitment and to everybody that's been involved. These things, these big things never, we don't have the time to go back. Yeah, Mary Claire, hop on in.
Yes, no, I just wanted to give a point of clarification. The language in the caption and in the resolution did change slightly. The printed out copy that I gave you all earlier today has the
Is
correct,
this it right here?
correct
All right,
language
so
in
this
it.
is what I'm going to do. Hold on. Yeah,
And
let me reread it. Then.
I was just going to explain what the changes, why
Yeah,
the
why don't
change
you do that,
occurred.
and then I'm going to reread it in the record.
Originally, we had this listed as it was going to be a project under the name of Jesse Turner Park. There's already an existing project number for Bellevue Tennis Center, and Budget Office requested that we keep using the Bellevue Tennis Center project number. That's
So am I going with this one right here?
Yes.
Okay. All right, colleagues, I'm going to reread this. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to move to strike. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to table the existing item without objection and substitute item number 6 for the following. A resolution to allocate, is there any objection to that? No. Thank you. A resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer a sum total of $3,920,000 from the Leftwich Tennis Center Expansion Project number PK03005 Award 11516 to the Audubon Golf Clubhouse Project number PK24107 and to Phase 2 of Bellevue Tennis Center Project number PK03007, which will include the design of improvements to the rest of the Jesse Turner Park campus. May I have and there's a request for save 9 minutes. May I have a motion in a second?
There is not.
On this one, we want them. Wait.
Not from us.
Not from us.
Yeah, I think.
If you want it, if he wants it, it's not from us.
Mr. Chairman, do you have a motion?
Yes, sir, Chairman. I would like to move what you just read into the record with same 9 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a second? Second by Cooper Sutton. All right.
And I have a question. 3.5 million is going for both. Is that a total? That's what, that's what.
3.92 million total, yes.
And that's for both. That's a combination. Okay, that's what, okay, thank you.
Councilwoman, or Vice Chairwoman? Soon to be Chairwoman-elect.
Thank you. Because originally, how much was left in that for that project? Was it 2 million or 2,500,000? For Bellevue.
So the
I just want to make sure
the
that
phase
Bellevue
one
is
phase 1 is 1.5 million. For phase 2, and we have about 1.3 that's left. For phase 2, we're allocating 420,000 towards the A&E so we can plan for the entire updates and improvements within the park and at Bellevue Tennis Center.
Okay, so what happens with the remaining funds that was allocated for Bellevue?
So they were going CIP. So here's what we're trying to do. We have been deliberate, and as you all consider, I want you all to consider this as well. And the chair has extended a courtesy that we requested to have Dr. Davis with Lemoyne to come and talk about the partnership. While Lemoyne will not manage the facility itself, we are working together with that organization so that they can actually play baseball here in Memphis again. And so with that, with these renovations, we will deal with the tennis center, phase 1, and some of the exterior components. Phase 2, we will design the rest of the park that will extend into the baseball field as well as the paving, and we will explore restrooms at that particular area as well. So we want to do.
Which one are you referring to?
This is Jesse Turner.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So that's Jesse Turner, and so again, that is a partnership that we have extended, and we've been intentional. You all have been intentional to have a partnership with Lemoyne. We have as well. We're going to remain a public park, so we're not removing some of the amenities at that public park, but we are going to work together with Lemoyne to make sure that it is one that is usable. We are going to maintain the relationship for youth baseball if that still exists, to the extent that we can actually expand that interest as well.
Okay. So $1.5 million, and then you said $400,000 for the study. I just wanted to know what happened to the remaining funds. Wasn't it $2.5 million originally?
No, so the original is 1.5 for Bellevue Tennis Center. We've exhausted some of those funds on the A&E, and then we're going to begin construction in Q3 and Q4. So that will be happening spring, summer. We're planning on closing out the construction for the funds that have already been allocated and appropriated towards Bellevue Tennis Center. This is now getting us started, as Chief Adams indicated, to a grand vision of reimagining not only updates to the tennis center for Phase 2, but also the entire Jesse Turner Park. So two separate funding sources.
Okay.
So just to be clear, because you all sent me the project Phase 1, Phase 2, what it looks like, and to complete this whole project was $3.5 million. Am I correct?
So that is like a rough estimate. We've got to go through the design phase, and that will give us a total cost. So what we provided to you, just based on our preliminary thoughts around what it would cost to add additional amenities and improve existing. We talked a little bit about the additions of outdoor courts, et cetera, was a ballpark figure. But ultimately, once we do have, with the final cost, the final design, we've done the community outreach, we worked alongside Lamo and Owen, we will actually have a cost that we will work through the CIP.
That'll be brought as a request in CIP, a future request for the construction.
Okay.
Are there any
But
restrooms?
going through the
But at the
design
3.5
process,
million that's being allocated right now, we're only getting 400,000.
so 400,000 of this is related to the design for Phase 2 of Jesse Turner Park, Bellevue Tennis Center. The 3.5 is toward the construction of the Ottoman Clubhouse. But we'll come back in a future CIP once we have a firm cost on design and make a request in a future CIP to be able to continue with construction of Phase 2.
Okay, because my understanding when I was talking was they asked me what a total cost was to complete everything. And it was 3.5 million, the number that you all gave me. I'm just trying to get some clarity, because, just make sure that I clearly understand. Because, both projects is worthwhile investing in. Okay.
I want to, if I can hop in, if you don't mind. So
Yes.
just to be clear here. So I think what I'm hearing is that, if I recall, we appropriated $1.5 million, not last year, but the year before.
Yes.
That was Cheyenne and Patrice and everybody on the last go round. JB too. We are adding 420 to that total scope. So now the total, and I need you to make sure that I articulate this the right way, because I don't know that get me on this if I screwed this up. So the total capital that the city now has earmarked is the term I'm going to use for the Bellevue Tennis Center and part of the Phase 2, or the completion of the Phase 2 of the Jesse Turner Park, or whatever vernacular is appropriate, is now risen to 1.92 million, with the anticipation that we will have a future draw once we get our hands wrapped around what we really have. Got it. Let's make sure when we go up to see the man on 7, we go to bat for that in the budget. Okay. Councilwoman, is everybody good on that? So okay. If not, I just want to remind, we're not sending, this one in particular is going to go. I'll say this, Councilman Cooper Sutton, Swearingen, Washington, we will make sure that this thing gets its funding. Execution, again, being the key. And it's got the project number. That's the other thing too, is whoever, and I apologize, I sometimes just can't remember fly. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington's LAs need to pull this project number PK03007 and politely ask the administration to give them a full rundown and appropriation statement on that project and track that specific that specific project number. And they can do it on, every few weeks. And they can also call anybody on that team. I want to make sure that everybody is good. Dr. Warren.
I just want to make sure this is still part of spending the funds by the end of the year, or this is separate?
This is separate.
Yeah. Separate. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
It is separate, but boy, it'd be great to move where the PACE spent that money by the end of this fiscal year. So, and look, again, I'll go back to something Chief McGowan always said. I mean, you got to get you got to get the money appropriate in contracts executed. You got to get people working. You got to hold them accountable. That's it. Dr. Easter Thomas said it earlier. If they don't, bounce them. We've done that a few times recently. We used to not do that. It's amazing how that response occurs when you put a little disruption in the ecosystem. All right, I need to keep moving this. All right. All those in favor of sending item number 6 down with same night minutes and a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. The chair is an aye. This item goes down with same night minutes. I will say, just on that project, I'll take a quick personal privilege and say I see I'll get in just a second. I see a greater vision that has piecemealed its way together when you look at things like Overton and Shelby. They're massive. Audubon is bigger than it is, but what it really is it sits truly in the heart of the city. It is on the edge of Super District 8 and 9 by literally the boundary of Park Avenue and Goodlet almost. And so when you look at like summertime and the things that we can do, imagine a kid whose family can like go to the park, go to the Botanic Gardens, but some of the older kids can be dropped off an entire day, and you have for the very first time basically what is a public country club that is able to do a golf and tennis camp and keep these kids out of trouble, focused, and honestly happy doing something that's kind of fun. I hope they find it fun, all on something that the city was able to do. And I know that when we talk about golf courses and tennis courts, it doesn't sound as meaningful as a community center or a library, but I can tell you exactly what Councilwoman Cooper Sutton said, and anybody out here, and I know Chairman Canale, who used to teach golf and played at a competitive level, it is the outdoor classroom. So I'm so excited about what this can do, both from a programming standpoint and a fiscal and a visible standpoint. When we bring people into this town, whether they are dignitaries, institutional investors, whatever they are, and you ride them around Memphis, they're coming in with a mindset of like everything they want to hear in the national news. And by the time you're done moving through the Four Corner Grill all the way up to the University of Memphis campus, seeing that this 4-year public institution sits in the same place with one of the best nursing schools, of 2 unbelievable outdoor gardens, like you could just go on and on and on. That urban campus stretches all the way from Highland on the west end, all the way past Theater of Memphis on the east end. Like that's an incredible opportunity, and the city participated in that. So anyway, I just don't want that to be lost on anybody, because this is so much bigger in the opportunity that we have. So it just gets me really, really, really excited. That being said, I need you guys to send us digital copies of the new resolutions and the revised number 6, or my staff's gonna get upset with me. All right, we are gonna move on to these updates, but what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna let us get out of here take a 10-minute break. Let's reconvene at 11:25, so you guys can stand up, stretch your legs, and then we're gonna come back and go through these updates. Members, I'm sorry. If you wanna take some of these from your office, I understand. We're gonna reconvene at 11:25 sharp. Thank you. We are in recess.
All right, everybody, we are out of recess, and I hereby call the Budget and Audit Committee back to order. We are now at item number 7. We are going to have a continuation of our fiscal year 2026 first quarter budget report from finance, all divisions, and agency partners, all council district requested by the Budget Committee. We are going to begin an overview of the CIP name and title for the record, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Council. Tanika Jennings, Deputy CFO, 125 North Main. I will be presenting the CIP first quarter for fiscal year 2026. We have changed the format for this presentation, so if there's anything that you would like to see in this presentation, please let us know, and we will make sure that it is prepared for the second quarter presentation. For FY26, you all approved a budget of $210 million. The major funding sources is $97 million for general obligation bonds, $4 million in sewer capital pay-go, $63.5 million in sewer revenue bonds, $6.6 million in stormwater capital pay-go, $26 million in stormwater revenue bonds, $12.7 million in Whitfield loans, which get us to the total of $210 million for the FY26 CIP funding. Next slide. This slide is a breakdown of the divisions for allocation, appropriation, and spend for active projects. These numbers that you see for allocated and appropriated and the project cost is from the inception date of the active project. The columns that you want to focus on this slide would be your encumbered slide in the amount remaining column. In the amount remaining column, we have $981 million, with the big contributor to that is Public Works in the amount of $760. Some notable projects that makes up that $760 million number is $137 million for the South Plant expansion, the sewer assessment and rehab with $130 million. We have $23 million for harbor decks, and those are just to name a few of the projects that makes up that $760 million number for the amount remaining. Next. So during today's meetings, I've heard a lot of questions about how we want to track certain projects. So this could be a slide where we can update council on a quarterly basis for those particular projects that you want to keep an eye on and watch to spend. But for today's presentation, we have the Downtown Command Center, the Smart City Project, the Animal Shelter Capital Reserve, the Downtown Sheraton renovation, Parkway Village Library, the Downtown Brooks Museum, and 100 North Main. Those were added to this presentation either because they're new or there were funds added to those projects during the first quarter. Now, Southwest Twin, Liberty Park, Left West Tennis Center, and Ottoman Golf Course were projects that were requested by council that we added to this. The budget and spend on this file is also inclusive of the inception date, not just including the FY26 numbers. Next slide.
Yes, ma'am.
So we just had a presentation, and I don't know if you were in or not, on Accelerate, and some of these same projects, for instance, we were talking about like the Southwest Twin is one that stands out. So the budget here is $12.7 million, and then on that it was Accelerate. And I don't know if at some point
This is what I want. We've talked about this, so we've got to start doing this way. I'm sorry to cut you off because we've talked about this, and I know exactly where you're going. Here's what we have to start doing, and I think John, I think it's going to be your group, and it's just more work, and I hate that for you, but it's necessary. These project numbers that have multiple sources and uses, like when we have developers come before you, you want to see their capital stack. How much are you getting from the city? How much are you putting in? How much from the bank? When is it coming in? Like, what is the timing? And this just goes back to exactly that. Like, it is hard to see a bunch of project numbers and projects on the fly and then see where this is layering in the capital stack. And the simple sources and uses, I think, would go very far. I know it is some additional work, but it's really not that much. It's basically pulling up the appropriate statement and then layering in a sources and uses, I think would be very, 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 very helpful. I'm not sure it's fully under you. I think you probably, again, I don't administrate the government. I think you probably could oversee that, but like going to the directors or to those consultants that are responsible for the execution and getting that. A very simple thing is we need a project management system so that you guys can run queries very quickly to find out where the stack is. Like, we have too many projects to be letting this stuff slip through the cracks.
100,000 here, 500,000 there. It doesn't sound like a lot, but by times 40, it's a lot. 4 or 5 million bucks. So, mainly, I think we'll just save our time and energy here by having that information on the front end. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you're absolutely right. But I'm still a little bit confused because on the slide that we just had, it had the budget as 1 million. On this slide, it has the budget as 12 million. Is this 1 million a part of this 12 million? Is this different? And what's the difference in the budget?
So that's a combination of all funding sources. So we can get that breakout for you if you want to see the budget and spend by the various funding sources for Southwest Swim. We can get that for you.
Thank you. And Chairman, this is what I'll just make a quick note of.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just say that a lot of times when I read titles, for instance, budget, expenditures, I look at those words literally. And I don't know if Parks is still here, but I think they had something like budget or allocated amount. And then Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas came in and said, well, no, it was this amount. I just request that we don't have a way to double check, all the time. But a lot of times these captions are just not accurate. Because when you tell me the budgeted amount, I think that's the budgeted amount for the project. And then I get another slide that has an additional $12 million that's budgeted from the 1 million. Does that make sense? Yeah. And it's very confusing and it's not necessarily accurate.
Yeah, this goes back, I think, to the earlier theme of how the city's done it for so long. And it's not to impugn anybody, y'all. We're in our second go of term limits. Kind of like when in 1966 when they changed from a board of commissioners to the mayor form of government. There's going to be some, we need to fix some of the ways that we've done things to make it easier on everybody. A little bit of extra work, I think, will smooth it out on the backside. And it just, again, to her point, the issue is trying to understand, okay, we have a project, it's Project X. We were going to build a playground, a tennis court, a pickleball court, and a splash pad. It's 2024, it's going to cost $12 million. We appropriated $1 million that year, and we put it in the CIP for the out years, right? Well, the out years, we all know, don't really matter because you can't bind a council to future years because we know that because you can't bind a council to future years, which is how certain projects don't get funded or operating budgets don't go. But the point is that when you come back and it's like, well, we're actually going to add 500,000 because we got a grant, and then we're going to add, it's hard to start tracking that stuff. And so if you are the member in that district, you start to get leery that your project's going to get done. And I would say to the administration, I think that's what creates some of that, like, I don't want to call it resentment, but it's like, am I getting told the truth? Sometimes it's an error, sometimes it's intentional. And it's just a way to avoid that is to come fully prepared with as much comprehensive information or context so that when we start these dialogues, people are fully locked in and ready to hear the new information. I cannot state this enough. Just like you all, we are part-time and have so much going on in our lives. We try to get up here and be dialed in to support you and your mission and the work that you're doing to execute for the citizens. But what we need from all of you is we need that, and I know you're going to snicker, a little sympathy and understanding and getting us mentally clued back in, especially when the routing sheets come late. It's just helpful to understand, again, for members that are newer too, the context of these projects. Having Director Chief Zena sit down and walk through Accelerate, I think, was very helpful before we got into it. So when I say we, the budget committee is going to try and sit down with the administration and come up with maybe a simple routing sheet that does not cause an extraordinary amount of just cumbersome busy work, but that can be meaningful and beneficial and save us on a Tuesday so I don't have to give a 3-minute ramble. All right, but it was a very good question. I think that's something that's helpful. Yes, ma'am.
And that was a great question. Again, this is a new format, so if there's anything that you would like to see, then we can definitely make those changes. And I get it. The word budget, we can put the allocation or appropriation up there so you can follow through. So anything that you would like to see changed, we can definitely change it. So we'll make sure that it's changed by second quarter.
Thank you. And I was going to say, I don't know that it was as much yours as maybe the previous one that is not wholly accurate. So thank you. But I appreciate
and for that, we will make sure that if a project has multiple funding sources, we will make sure we break those down by funding sources for the budget and the spend so you can see the very different buckets that the funding is coming from for that particular project. Okay.
Thank you, both of you. Yes, ma'am.
Next slide. So this is a map we've created. We have a resource tool that now can put projects by districts. And you can see in District 1, we have 15 projects. District 2, there's 22 projects. District 3, you have 23 projects. District 4, there's 45. District 5, 49. District 6, 55. And District 7, there's 83 projects. And so this is an interactive map as well. So you can click on the number and it'll show you the projects and the detailed information behind those projects in this particular reference tool. Next slide. This shows the super district at the super district level. So it also does the same thing. There's 185 in super district 8, and there's 91 in super district 9. Next slide. So today I heard in council there were a lot of questions about how can we see the spend and on particular projects. So the CIP team has created a CIP dashboard, and this dashboard breaks it down by funding source, by division, and even by council. So you're able to go in and click on your district and be able to see the projects that you have and the spend that's going along with that. And so if you all want to see how to navigate through this particular tool, please email Regala, and Regala can get with us, and we'll get on a Teams call and show you guys how to navigate through to be able to see real-time data for your district as a whole, for division, so you can see the spend and how we're moving with these dollars as well. And also, we can also show you how to view the city council district project app as well, and it'll show you all the projects that's within your district. Next slide. I don't know if you received it, but you should have received the CIP 5-year plan. If you have not received that, please let us know, and we'll make sure that we get you the 5-year plan so you can be able to review and ask any questions. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Well done. Colleagues, I just remind you again, on the out years, before your hairs stand up, if you see something you don't like, they're out years. They are aspirational is the most important thing. Obviously, if projects are in flow, but whether you're for or maybe not for something, just before there may be a potential panic attack, out years are out years. I'm looking, I've got Councilwoman, nope, she already spoke. Okay, look, awesome. I think this is a good update. If you see something on your list to a specific division, please either go to those directors or to that committee chairman or chairwoman, and you can get specific project updates. I'm gonna let you out of here before somebody asks a question.
Thank you.
All right, good job. Thank you for the update. I think I'll probably have some follow-ups, but
and again, if you want to see anything different, please get with our CIP manager, Jasmine Joyner Marshall, and we'll make sure that those changes are made before the second quarter presentation.
Thank you so much for A, your willingness to do that, and B, I hope we take you up on that, guys. The input is only gonna make it better. Maybe bumpy, but it'll make it better. All right, I think we're cruising along here. I think we've got Director Morgan and then Storm and Sewer and all things biomaterial, bio waste, biosolids, biosolids. All right, we did accelerate. So we've got enterprise fund, storm water fund, and sewer fund. Director Morgan, whenever you are ready, the floor is yours, sir. If you just give us your name and title for the record and then take it away.
Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Presentation for the sewer fund for first quarter updates. Next slide. So as what y'all saw, I guess, 2 meetings ago in Public Works General Fund. So this is, we're comparing Q1 FY26 actual to Q1 FY26 budget total and the variance. So as you can see right here, to try to speed it along, expenditures, total expenditures right at 17%, so 8% less than 25. You got personnel services at 19 and materials and supplies at 18. So crews are doing a good job managing costs. We got about 50 vacancies in the sewer fund right now. Revenue is right at trending at 23%, which is expected through our sewer fees. We also have monies that we get from fines and forfeitures, where we have the sewer fund can, in our sewer use ordinance, we can assess civil penalties. So that those come in periodically through different customers. Here's the summary. As mentioned before, on personnel, materials, and supplies, capital outlays NA Interest is through the debt service and finance team, and our transfers out have not occurred yet from those transfers out are from the sewer fund to the general fund.
And those are by formula, basically.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so just colleagues, that transfer is a statutory allowance is the best way to say it. It's on an annual basis. It's less than $1.5 million, I think, right?
Well,
No, or is
it's combined numbers. So you got your pilot, that's about $12 million.
That's bigger. I'll say that's a much bigger number.
And then the million is the transfer to general fund. Yes.
Yeah, so I guess say that one more time for the record and for just so it's crystal clear. So I just want to make sure, because when we get back to the wrap up of the general fund, I don't want it to be a total anomaly on there.
So the total transfer out budgeted is 12.9 million, and that's a combination of the pilot that the sewer fund pays the general fund, as well as the transfer to the general fund for just services that the general fund provides the sewer fund.
And those are
But
statutorily
legal,
fixed.
financial,
That's
yes.
right. There ain't a little finagling, but not a lot.
Next slide, Jonathan. Okay, so this is the 5-year trend, looking at Q1 FY25 actual versus Q1 FY26 actual. And you'll see index comparisons trending less in personnel, materials, and supplies, about 7%. Overall, almost right on target Q5 FY25 to FY26. At -1%. So very, very close. Yeah. Revenue, kind of, very similar. Fine and forfeitures, as you'll see, we don't have any fines coming in yet. That was budgeted for $320,000. But our sewer fees and charges for services trending right where it should be, and so far we're just about $700,000 light currently. Next slide. So I guess of note, I think the biggest one, I guess in the revenue, is the sewer fund has a lot of federal and state grants that we do capital projects with, and those are revenue reimbursed. So the sewer fund makes the expense through CIP and then is reimbursed through the state or federal loans. And that's it.
The only other big note, just back to the pilots, is the capital assets. I mean, that's probably the most significant thing that that's just on the balance sheet when you look at the capital outlay that impacts our general fund funding.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't think I've got any questions. Let's keep moving.
All right. Stormwater fund, very similar. First summary sheet is the Q1 FY26 actual compared to the budget. Similar to sewer, we're coming in light at 11%, total variance under the 25%. So materials and supplies is a little low. I mean, some of our projects and expenses are seasonal within public works, so you'll see that a lot on the general fund side, but we also have it on the stormwater side as well. And the revenue side, we're right at 23% for charges for services for the stormwater fee. So everything looks good. And similar to the sewer fund, we also have fines and forfeitures through our stormwater ordinance, where we can assess fines for violations to that. Jonathan, next slide. All right, so your year-over-year, 5-year trend, FY25 Q1 actual to FY26 Q1 actual. The variances for total expenditures, low 3% over for Q1. Those variances for personnel and PTO, pension and benefit adjustments from the finance office. And then for revenue,
Did you get rocked on tariffs?
And materials and supplies. So we got a lot of pipes, fittings, castings that we buy, fuel, where we see a lot of those increases from just either tariffs or just inflation on a lot of our
I mean, whatever.
stainless steel, things like that we're buying.
Golly, that's pretty steep.
Yeah. So that's and some of that, like I mentioned, is front loaded. So you'll see it kind of flatten out. We buy a lot of materials at the beginning of the fiscal year, lime and cement and gravel, things like that, where we stockpile it and then use it throughout the year. Revenue, is right on cue, as mentioned before. One thing of note, there's a federal grants line of negative $523,000. That's associated with our WIFIA loan, but that payment was made to using the incorrect award number, which has been corrected. So that won't show up anymore, but that's what it was from.
And we've talked about WIFIA, but real quick, for the public, what is WIFIA?
What is WIFIA?
Yep.
Water Investment Finance and Infrastructure Act.
And it gives us what? Access to
federal funds through EPA for clean water, which would, for under me, would be wastewater and stormwater.
Wonderful.
So we have a loan in each of those programs.
Perfect. All right. Best of luck. It feels like we had 2 weeks of fall and then straight winter.
Yes, sir.
You guys get locked up out there?
We've already had the brine for 2 slight winter events, and hope.
I know my guy McGowan's ready to go in there and cut up some streets.
Cross our fingers we don't have any inclement weather.
All right. Well, honestly, to both of you, I wish you the best of luck over the next few weeks. Hopefully, we get some warm weather to stay.
So, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Director Morgan. All righty, moving on to our last one for break one. We got the outside agencies. I'm gonna get the DMC in a minute. Let me do Health and Ed Board first. They're a little different, and probably a little bit more unique. And then we'll move from there. DMC and CRA may have a little bit more, and MHA I don't know. We'll have to see with MHA we may pair up with. Oh yeah, perfect. That makes sense. All right. Names and titles for the record, gentlemen. Thank you for being here.
Trey McKnight, Executive Director of the Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board.
Dexter Washington, Chief Executive Officer of Memphis Housing Authority.
Thank you, sir.
Just a little bit about the Health and Ed Board. The Health and Ed Board and the Housing Facility Board is a not-for-profit corporation established under Tennessee law to provide safe, affordable housing. The HEFB is a self-funding entity and does not receive any funding-related financial assistance from city, Shelby County, or any other governmental entity. Our board is chaired by Mr. Dan Reed. Our board of directors is nominated by the mayor of Memphis, approved by Memphis City Council, and they serve staggered terms and serve without compensation. Currently, our portfolio, we have 124 pilot projects, and that consists of 22,000 units. One of our more recent great projects is the Hub Center Group. It is a project cost of $22 million. Was set to construct 60 new modular cottages, and these cottages were for women. You had a question? Sorry. These cottages were set for women escaping domestic violence and our unhoused population. This is located downtown Memphis, where used to be the city inspection station. We're authorized by Tennessee state law, governed by resolution from this great city council, and established policies and procedures from the Health and Ed Board pilot programs. Kind of a basic eligibility. Must own or have an option to purchase the property. Construction costs must be greater than 50% of the acquisition costs. Must show lender commitments. Must provide a 5-year cash flow analysis. And 40% of our units are reserved for families earning less than 60% of the area median income. Caveat, a majority of our Health and Ed Board pilot properties are 100% occupied by families below 60% AMI. A majority of our pilot properties are 100% occupied by families below 60% of the area median income. Here's a little bit about the process. The application is due 60 days before our meeting, must be complete and in correct format, must be submitted electronically with a non-refundable application fee. Our approval process is reviewed by my staff, compliance checks, works with our policy and procedures, and then it's presented to our board of directors. Here's my contact information. That concludes my presentation. I'd like to answer any questions you all may have, and Dexter and I will hopefully answer any questions you have.
Well, I appreciate it. I know this is our first time kind of have you in my committee. Typically, you're in what is it, thank you, Housing and Community Development. I was gonna say EDGE, but it's Housing and Community Development.
I know why.
So, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I appreciate it. I think next time, and we probably didn't give as much direct feedback. What I think for ours, the only thing I know we do, the one thing we do have a financial, and I don't know how many we've got. It's been a hot minute, but sometimes we will stand behind bonds. They are a bond issuing authority. They are a public building authority, meaning that Health and Ed Board has the authority to issue bonds. Those bonds are pretty much worthless unless we step behind them. Now,
but that I would say is our only caveat, and I think we've got some outstanding, but it ain't much, and it's been a real long time, I think, if we even do. What would be nice, I think, next time around, and this has been a great introduction, what would be nice next time around is to understand a little bit about the business of the Health and Ed Board. Like, I'd like to kind of see your financials, like what's your run rate on the overhead, how much are you guys collecting in pilot fees, what are you guys doing? I mean, same thing I'm about to put Brett and Shondell and everybody through over there, is you guys are a quiet heavy hitter, right? If I were to tell somebody that you had 22,000 units, you would be the largest technical fee simple landlord in the city, I believe.
That's correct.
Yeah. You get my point?
Yeah.
So we kind of need to know a little bit more about that, but also, this sounds non-transparent, but there's work that just has to get done, you know? Like, we don't have time. That's why you guys are where you are. So what I think I'm going to do is I may schedule some time, just you and I, to get together, and maybe we can come up with some, anybody else is welcome to participate, but maybe just come up with some financial statements or reports that are maybe knocked down to like a full, maybe what you give your board, that we can have some sort of heat check so that not only us as a body are getting a little educated so we can be more supportive, you know, we can speak more competently about it, but also the public. There's a lot of people out there that hear pilot and they don't even know where to go.
And
right? You know what I'm saying?
We want to make that easy.
Yeah, we do too. And look, I've got members that I think if we were not having a financial review, if this were a health and ed board or a housing and community development meeting, we were talking about operations, or I can feel it. Want to talk about downline enforcement, but they're very polite to me and they're not going to get into that because we're having a financial conversation. But some of those things I'd love to talk about as a part of that budget and how you guys do those things. But this has been a very helpful, I guess what I'd say, the introduction, but I will get with you kind of more on a financial-led update for next time. But this is, honestly, I mean, this is very helpful. I think this is a good first step. Let's kick it over to MHA.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. In the spirit of the financial discussion, what I'll do is make the connection between Memphis Housing Authority and the Health Ed Board. So in the early 2000s, I believe 2003, the City Council approved a variance to the issuers, who was the Health Ed Board pilot program, and they made some changes to benefit MHA so that we can continue to provide additional affordable housing throughout the city, particularly affordable housing that is financed by low-income housing tax credits. So this, in turn, is the Memphis Housing Authority pilot, which is facilitated by the Health Ed Board on our behalf. Just some of the differences between the Health Ed Board pilot and the MHA pilot. Health Ed Board pilot is 25-year term. MHA pilot is a 20-year term. Closing fees, Health Ed pilot is about 2.5% of the total development cost of a particular project. MHA pilot is 1%. And the MHA pilot has a flat pilot fee for the entirety of the 20-year term. That is what we try to work together, is to identify projects where this pilot is the best fit to help bring more affordable housing online in the city.
All right, kind of the same thing. We'll dig into it because you are even more complicated because you got to work with quasis. You got HCD, I think, right? You guys don't work together with federal funding? Not anymore. Okay. I mean, got it. Are we still in the asset? MHA was in the asset. We owned a lot of assets at one point, but now we're more of a manager facilitator. Is that accurate?
That is true.
And that's what you're kind of alluding to, is that transition.
Portfolio now is just under 10,900 units. Okay. That consists of about 1,300 public housing units and just over 9,600 housing choice voucher units, or Section 8.
Yeah, and so this is what I'm going back to. Even if not for anything, to understand the magnitude of that when I say cost, it's not necessarily all our cost, but we so often talk about the operating budget and priorities, and we go off and it's like 83 to 82% is personnel, and then we get into these, well, it's all first responders, and it's like we leave out so much other funding sources that go to the whole. And I'm not saying it rebalances it, but like when he adds up the totality of the amount of federal money that goes to things like housing. And it's like, that's why we don't have to put 40% of the annual operating budget, because it's on top of that. But also mainly just for us, I think when you hear those numbers, and I know many of you, and I say this humbly, many of you have experienced certain, or have family that have experienced that, it'd be nice to know how big that number really is. And I know that that's some additional work, but I'm sure you guys have some order of magnitude. It'd be great to know that, and I think just a fact sheet for us would be great. We want to be your ambassadors and partners, and you know that we get a lot of the phone calls too that you do, and we want to be able to answer a few questions versus just say, here's the number you need to call, best of luck, let us know. So, yes, sir.
And if I may, Trey McKnight, Executive Director, if I may, I'd like to take some of you on a tour. If you all are interested, we could tour some of our flagship properties. I can charter a bus, or
we would like to
get
do that.
together and take you all on a tour. We can explain how many people live there, what's going on, how often my team visits to each one of these sites. All this stuff is very, very serious to me and my team.
We love that, and very serious to us. I know several members down here. It's very important. I will tell you, it's funny. I'd lean down to the chairwoman-elect, and I think just with the Accelerate update, it's been a minute. We used to do it. We did it when Doug was around, but I think we're probably going to hop on a bus here in January, maybe a couple times, and hit some of these big assets that we've got significant investments in. I think it'd be appropriate for us to do some due diligence and go see where the money's going. You know. But that's a great idea. We'd love to do
I
that.
think January, if you all are available, I'll start putting something together. January is a good time if that's available for you all to
just
tour
pick a
some
sunny,
of our
warm
sites.
day, and not Thursdays or Fridays. My guy's busy day. Okay. Thank you for the work that you do. I will get with you both. This is a very good first step, kind of like with CIP. We're going to build on this, and hopefully long after I'm gone and watching these meetings, I'm sure I will be. That this structure is in place, and it just gets easier to do. So thank you for all the work that you're doing. Thank you. Sorry, I've got one more. Dr. Warren, excuse me. You're not quite out of here.
That's okay.
Just a question. Are y'all involved in the application that the hub made for federal financing? And I hear there's an appeal or something that we didn't get our initial funding. Do you think about that?
We've been working with THDA. They're going to go they're going to hopefully get there in the second round. I hosted Ralph Perry here recently about a month ago, and everything looks to be working towards a good, favorable decision in the second round.
Okay, so these were rounds. So they initial one, it wasn't like we got rejected. We just didn't make the first round. We got second round coming up.
It depends, and they're putting more focus now on on reconstruction instead of new construction, which kind of changed a little bit. So
that's new construction, so that made it harder for us.
Yes, sir.
Situation. And how are we going to make that better and make it work? What are we doing?
Well, we're going to continue to cultivate relationships with THDA. I sit on the board of Tennessee Housing Affordable Coalition. I'm the first West Tennessee chair for West Tennessee. I sit there, and in February, we're going to do what's called a Day on the Hill, where I will advocate for affordable housing for Memphis and Shelby County.
Okay.
I
So
think
that may be something we may
I was going to say, look,
with.
I was asked about our lobbyists, and the reason that we canceled is we weren't necessarily using it, but and I mean this with respect to everyone, we've got to be proactive. Like if housing is your jam, and because here's really what those lobbyists are going to do. They're going to set up the meetings and the time, and so he's already taken the effort. All we can do is piggyback along, which is great. He's done the legwork, so it is a great time to get up. And I would say that for other directors. Other directors are going up for other things. So if there's something that you're passionate about, call that director and be like, are you going to Nashville? And I can tell you, those meetings have been going down. Where are we now? December. Those meetings have been going down for 60 days.
So again, sorry to interrupt you. That's the reason why we hosted Ralph here. So we had about 40 developers in my office that were able to ask questions, talk to THDA, and get a actual physical presence to understand. Because it's been too long for the city of Memphis where we did not get our just due, and we're not gonna accept it anymore.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me just add to what Trey said, is that the West Tennessee district is the lowest funded district across all three grand divisions. We all know that we have a significant affordable housing shortage, and we had to own up to we weren't utilizing all the funds that they made available in the past. But we are all working together now to make sure that we are putting projects across the finish line, and we get more requests, significantly more requests than they have funds available. So any voices that help advocate for more money in the West Tennessee district is welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, yep. Last
thing,
words.
sorry. And if anybody has anything you'd like for me to talk about on February 20th on the Day on the Hill, please email me, call me, text me, whatever works for you. I'll be there all day on Day on the Hill. If you want to attend, I've got one extra slot for anybody.
There you go. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get the DMC on up here because I think they've got quite a bit of a team here. As they're making their way, I will make a legislative thing. If you have relationships on the Hill, if there is something you'd like to see done, now is the time to contact those reps. House members only get certain number of bills they are allowed to file. State senators can file unlimited amounts of bills. So my point to you is like, if you're not careful, they may want to do something for you, but they may not a House member may not have an option like by that point. So now is the time to reach out. Just killing time, just the in between. Hey y'all, what's up, fella? I didn't see.
How you doing?
Man, you're just looking good, rested. All right, names and titles for the record, and the floor is yours.
Shandell Ryan, President, Downtown Memphis Commission.
Brett Roller, Downtown Memphis Commission, Chief Operating Officer.
First of all, thank you all for having us. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to go through a number of our ongoing granted projects. So in the deck, you'll see, all right, so before I get started with just some of the numbers, I want to just mention a couple of definitions of some terms that you'll see throughout the throughout the presentation. So we have 5 grant tools and 1 incentive tools, a part of our different organizations. We have an exterior improvement grant that is for facade and exterior upgrades to help with safety and curb appeal and long-term building performance. We have a retail tenant improvement grant, which is an interior, it's support for interior fixed improvements like HVAC and building systems. We have a Good Neighbor grant, which is a partnership grant that is for exterior improvements and revitalizing neighboring districts. We have low interest development loans that help with last mile financing. We've got some general grants, and then we have our pilot incentive product. And I just want to say that anytime we give a pilot incentive, those taxes always go up, and then the developer pays 25% on top of that. So I just wanted to mention that. And then another category of definitions, throughout the document, you'll see that we have 3 categories of projects: planned, under construction, and completed. So the ones that are planned have been approved by our board and is moving into the development phase. Under construction means that the site has been acquired, some construction and renovation work has happened or started, and then completed means the work is finished and we have moved and closed all of the documents and it is fully open. So go back, I'm sorry, one slide. All right. For our Center City Development Corporation, currently we have 9 projects planned, 19 projects currently under construction. We went ahead and just shared a little bit of information about January to June as well, Mr. Chairman, just so you can have a comprehensive understanding of this year. So projects completed this year, January to June, 14 were completed. The estimated budget for those projects were $3.1 million, leveraged by about $580,000 in incentives. And then July through September, there were 6 projects completed with estimated budgets of $2.5 million, leveraged by about $470,000 in incentives. In the next slide, you'll see the listing of those projects that are planned. I will just call out one on this one. It's Good Fortune. It is a small business. They're looking to acquire their location and bring more other small businesses into downtown, and they were able to. They're looking to purchase their building for about $1.5 million, and the incentive there is about $88,000. Next slide, please. This slide shows all of the projects that are currently under construction. That means that work is currently underway. I will mention we love having headquarters downtown. W&T Contracting, they moved their headquarters to downtown, and we're incentivizing that work as well. I want to talk about the Tonica restaurant. It's showing as under construction here, but that's because of the quarter that we're reporting on. Actually, there's a grand opening to like Thursday that we'll be celebrating that they're downtown as well. And then the next slide for again for CCDC, these are the projects that are that were completed between January and June. Some things I'll call out there: Felicia Suzanne Restaurant, a nice addition to the South Main area of downtown, really nurturing the Civil Rights Museum that's right there. They really need some different places to eat and go to in that area to keep people in the area, and the Orpheum Lighting Project, that canary lights that are connected from the Orpheum Theater to the Mobility Center is a project that was completed there. And the next slide, this is projects completed July to September of this year. And one that I'll call out there is Hotel Pontotoc. It's a really beautiful hotel in the South Main District that has opened as well. So on the next slide, we'll talk about the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation, where we mainly issue our pilots. There are currently 5 projects planned, 11 that are under construction. July to September 2025, 3 projects have been completed and are open. One had a loan product that was a $3.5 million loan. And then there are 3 projects, and the total estimated budget is $149 million. And on the next slide, you'll see a listing of those projects that were completed. And the next slide shows a listing of those projects that are either planned or under construction. I will call out that we do have the Sheraton listed there. That was before all of the acquisition was completed. So just so that we can have accurate reporting, we maintained it on this report, but we all know that it is in a process. And that is our report for today. I am welcome any questions that you have, and I know that this is an ongoing process where we're creating these, so whatever feedback you have on how you would like to see this information, we're happy to oblige.
All right, Dr. Warren?
Thank you for this information on the projects. I guess the question I have is, where are we with our downtown toilet project, and how's that going to show up on this sort of situation? Because I think that we still have, a long way to go there.
My understanding, I know that the city of Memphis has taken the lead on that project.
I think that we need to get together with you and talk, because I'm not sure the city of Memphis is going to be planning on this. I think they're going to be planning on Downtown Commission to be leading this and coming through. So let's talk offline on this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Warren. Yeah, look, I think I've got to navigate this probably more judiciously than the average council member. Downtown is anemic. That's not your fault. Let's get that clear. I want to be very clear. But it is the situation we find ourselves in. And the thing that concerns me is that while I hear a small business wanting to acquire and make the investment, that's great, but they're retail. They need foot traffic. I'll just say it bluntly, until we have a strategic plan to bring white-collar jobs downtown that creates daytime foot traffic, it is very difficult to make and support money on a 2-day part, which would be breakfast and lunch, or a 1 or 2 day part, a lunch and dinner spot. I know that because I've worked down here, like many of you, for 20 years. We were getting away with that density because we were growing downtown up until 2020. Growing is a weird word because, and this is not Chief Ryan's problem, President Ryan's problem. But the issue is, and Joe Kent is going to fall over himself with love when he hears this, but here's the rub. We're giving away cash in grant form, and I know there's a program, but you see one group, they get 20 grand on a $5 million project. It's like a 0.001%, and then you get a group that gets 50% on a project. But when you add it up, we've given away or committed $3 million in cash and very few to large groups. And again, I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't do it. I'm just going back to what is the catalytic plan in an anemic market, in an anemic submarket with headwinds of epic proportion in construction and lending. in order to get catalytic development off the ground that creates the density. Again, these are the things that we have built. They don't have to be the moon missions, and I'll take One Beale as a good example, if you guys will just allow me. Here's the deal. That property came into our possession in 1976. That's how long we had to hold on to it. As a matter of fact, the original piece of property is still a hole in the ground. That's not out of greed. That's sheer economics. We tried to build it 3 times, 4 times in sincerity, and it wasn't until after my dad passed away and interest rates dropped to about 3%. We put over $280 million of private capital into that project. We got a $10 million loan from the CCDC to build a garage that is basically public. And for that $10 million, we activated 5 acres in the heart of the city. I think the property taxes on the entire thing before that project went was like 50 grand. It's well into the 6 figures, if not more, plus the transfer fee that was paid. That created an entire city block that created Deacon Alley, that created 266 South Front, that went on, right? You're starting to put cars and traffics, and those are the people that go to bars, that go to Felicia Suzanne's and all those things. COVID hurt that. The macro environment hurt that, meaning interest rates and construction costs and labor. My point and challenge is like, it is the environment we live in. If we are not sitting down every day in the economic development thinking, like, what are our levers to pull in order to get the big catalytic things up off the ground, to get people back down here so that we're not having to grant 50,000 here, 20,000 here, those things will bleed us because you run on your fee and you run on your pilot extension fund or that pilot fund. And if we're not closing meaningful pilots, you're gonna run out of money, right? And so but here's the problem. This is the macro environment that I wanna point out after spending probably 50 hours going through this thing. That's the most alarming thing I think I've seen about the city's financial health. It's X8, actually remember the exhibit number. How about that? If you guys ever go to our audits and you wanna look back over them, you should go to the exhibit. X8 in the back of the book. This is 2015 to 2024, and I actually remember 2010. In 2010, our 2 largest holders of real estate, of assessed value of real estate, were Federal Express, and at the time, in 2015, was Bell South Communications. Okay, they were number 2 at 91 million. FedEx held 803 million. In 2010, before that, I should have started there. In 2010, it was FedEx. You wanna know who the second largest taxpayer was? Ironically enough, was Wolf Chase Galleria, the mall. Yeah, 60 million bucks, pretty good, right? Huge retail center. Here's where we are in 2024. FedEx, still the largest taxpayer, or rather holder of tax value, tax real estate. Here's the number 2, Memphis Center City Revenue Finance Corporation. FedEx holds $731 million in assessable value. The Center City Revenue Finance Corporation holds $314 million. They are the number 2 largest tax holder in the county. That is not Chief Ryan's or President Ryan's problem. That is the ecosystem in which we have created. And it's not, and I can tell you this right now, as a developer, nobody wants to come down here when people are like, they want pilots. I assure you, nobody wants to come down here and go to the county commission and the 6 meetings they've got to go to at the DMC and all the money they've got to spend to get their brains beat in for a pilot. Developers and investment capital wants to get as far away from pilots as humanly possible. They are a tool that has become a necessity based on the ecosystem. And again, my challenge, which is a huge one, is how to figure out how to get us the catalytic investment. And on our side, how to make an environment like we talked about where it says we're ready for that investment. Because we cannot continue to shift real estate into a quasi-governmental. You're almost to the tune of $500 million of value, assessed value. That's not even appraised value. That's its 40% assessed value. So you're over probably $1 billion, unless I misread the assessed appraised. But the point is, we'll just use the assessed. 300 million, they're the second largest. So we've got to find a way together. And that includes the county too. You stepped into this. I know that. I just want to keep reiterating it so you don't feel like, But again, my challenge is when you guys are in the office, we've got to start coming up with big ideas. And let me tell you this, at this point, from where I'm looking, no idea is too big or too bold at this point. So I'm going to be quiet because I know there have got to be some questions. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you. That was a perfect segue for my comments. So, an ideal that a big and bold idea for downtown and for Memphis is to put the two-way traffic back on the streets. And I yield the floor.
I am not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that. Look, Chief Ryan, I know I just put a lot at you. Actually, let me go to Councilwoman Cooper's side. Sorry.
And listening to you and hearing what you're talking about, especially the downtown area, and we look at our numbers and we look at our poverty numbers, we have a skill set gap. Because if this would happen and we get ready to move forward, who are the people, are we ready? Are they ready to take the position to do what needs to be done with all these businesses coming downtown? So we got a lot of stuff to look at. It's a lot to take in and a lot to look at, and we're not ready.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing
We're
that
not ready.
Whether you're a business or you're building an apartment building, I think the thing that I would remind people is like, they don't, unless somebody's writing a check for the whole thing, which they don't, you're working for your lender. And part of the lending group is actually the CCRFC. And they are in a way effectively a lender. And so everybody's trying to get that thing to fit. The biggest thing, and Brett and I have talked about this in years past, is make sure the quality of product that is promised to the CCRFC is the one that is delivered to market. Same for the Health and Ed Board, which I was really looking at you. I know that that's a big thing is once we give those pilots, especially in those lower income, that those landlords and those managers are treating, they're taking the benefit to heart. So I probably beaten this. Well, Councilman, would you turn your microphone on, please? No.
How do we change this? Because it seems to me what I'm hearing you're saying, we're just still rolling the same way, doing the same thing, no strategy in place, just how do you change it? I've been here for 30 years. How do you change it? And are the people willing to change it the way business is? Are you willing?
Chandel Ryan, I just want to respond to a number of things. So, first thing, the projects would not have happened if a pilot was not put in place. So these dollars exist, the tax dollars, the increases that have happened over the years. I can give you countless examples of projects that started at $11,000 in taxes that even under the pilot is now paying $200,000 in taxes, and then at some point they roll off. So the tax product, the pilot product, is the tool that's the premier tool that we have to level the playing field, considering the taxes that we have in place. So that product is still a viable product. I agree that in this macro environment, so much more. I've got 5 big properties that I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about One Bill. I'm thinking about 100 North. I'm thinking about Stair. I have 5 projects that I'm thinking about that are on my just top list that would shift. Yes, that would shift downtown. And I'm so happy that we have a plan in place for the Sheraton, and we spun up a whole another nonprofit to help with that transaction to get that moving. So it's ideas like that. That's one. I'm also having conversations with the state because I think that the city and the county, with the pilot product, you are investing in bringing these catalytic projects already. And there are some opportunities in some legislation at the state that I'm actually working on that I'm trying to get pushed through that could help these projects because they're just at the edge of some last mile dollars that's needed, and there's some ways to get there to make them happen.
I'm glad you're going to the state. We wouldn't want a city to be an ATM for developers now, would we? Dr. Warren.
One of the things when we go to the state, I know this isn't in our purview, but moving the jail and building a new jail, I think is really important for our convention center and our hotel and everything else that we've got going on down there. And maybe they need a third party to help them negotiate this between the sheriff and the county mayor. But I think the third party is probably going to need to be the state because we're not in a leverage position to help. But if there's a way we can get the state involved in helping us to get the jail moved, it's going to be a huge thing for that whole part of downtown to have that whole area open for development for hotels and stuff for our convention centers, because that's one of the things that's keeping our center down is we don't have enough local hotels there. So I'm throwing that out, and Downtown Commission could be a good lever for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And look, I'll just go back. I mean, Councilman Logan, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here for your presentation. My question, resulting from your comments, was: have we mapped out, first of all, what do we consider downtown? Like, what is the boundaries of downtown? And then what is the future of downtown? What do we want downtown to look like? Who are we trying to attract? Are we biomedical? Are we futuristic? Are we used to be the distribution, and I guess that's still our designation, distribution hub, but what are we looking for downtown? And have we, including the riverfront, and I talked about this a long time with the riverfront, but including the riverfront and the boundaries, what is it that we're looking for? How does that look like? And to me, that would inform who we're trying to attract and what the incentive needs to be for those, entities that we're trying to attract. And I'm not really understanding when I go down there, where are we going? And I'll just use this one thing as an example that happened this morning. And this is totally off, but anyways, it kind of explains what I mean. I was driving in and turned west on Poplar to get to North Main or to get to, front. And there's a marquee in the front of the Renaissance on that side telling what's coming and what's going to be there. And I said to myself, I wish we had one on the other side that's by the river, by the bridge, where people that are coming into the city, going out of the city, if it was really big, like in New York, and it shows what we're doing, we want you to come. It's sort of like we're telling each other and we're kind of staying small, and I just thought to myself, we need to, think bigger for downtown and for our city. So I would like to know, as a council member, who is crafting that plan for who we want to be, who we are, what we're trying to attract, and what's the dollars amount for that.
So it's so many ways to answer that. We have a couple of plans that already exist. So we've got the Build Downtown plan that really helps. It's more aspirational because the dollars aren't there to fund a lot of what it's looking to do, but it's in place, and we look at it regularly to make sure that we are, implementing different things in that plan. We just also issued an action plan this past October, where we're really digging into the core work. One of the main things we're looking at doing is making Main Street the main thing, where imagine what it would look like or feel like if our pedestrian mall was full and had 0 vacancies. So we're studying, we've studied that, and we're looking at what it takes in order to fill all of those ground floor vacancies so that there's more traffic. We want to make sure that we're connecting the assets that are downtown. So looking at how we create those breadcrumbs to make downtown, interesting every step that you take. So there are a number of things in that action plan that we're focused on that we just issued. We've done some things in it already, but that we are continuing to do, that's shaping and guiding the work that we're going to do over the next 3 years.
And I do hear what you're saying about infielding and local business, but I'm talking about, like, I remember Union Row. Union Row I was hopeful about Union Row because it was a huge deal and it included a lot, and it was, to me, kind of catalytic. But I still don't know if we're attracting, like we have St. Jude, are we attracting more biomedical research or companies like that? Is that what we're going to be, and we're open for business for all of them and reaching out to them? Or are we focusing on distribution and we're going to utilize the river and the riverfront, the ports and all that, and then try to attract those type of businesses? Or are we, going to focus in on our water and our aquifer and bring those type? So to me, there's no defined, Memphis. other than Grit and Grind and what is the other thing we have now? It's Grit and Grind and something. And that's all. I was wondering if that, because that can help inform those catalytic projects and major companies and major players. We're talking about hotels, and right now I think we're keeping it hometown, like small businesses, hotels, and things like that. But will that bring the catalytic change and upgrade to Memphis, like an Atlanta or other cities that are really moving ahead?
One of the things that I believe helped to change Nashville is the convention center, and then the hotels. The hotels that accompany that and help to attract a lot of visitors to that city, right? For us, we've got a renovated convention center. We don't have enough hotel space. So that's one definite thing. We do need more hotel space. I also think that we're a very residential downtown, which was great for us, was really great for the pandemic, but we don't have a lot of Class A to attract, HQs. And so that's definitely something that we want to invest more in. Like if you look at the Raymond James building, am I saying the right name? Because I always say the old name for some reason. Okay. It's a beautiful site. It's a beautiful location. It needs to be filled with an HQ or some other opportunity. Yeah. So I think we have opportunities like that. I feel it will take coordination, and we're absolutely having coordination with those recruiters, and including like our friends at the chamber who recruit businesses. We're also leaning into the incubator. What's their name? The epicenter. Yeah. So the types of things that the types of companies that they're bringing, we're wanting to partner with them on figuring out how to get those companies to stick and stay. Because medical devices, absolutely Memphis. Logistics, absolutely Memphis. And these are things that we should be leaning into. I totally agree.
Yeah, I'll hop in. I just want to add though that this is a little bit of a rub. We need to move on just for the schedule. But I kind of want to. I've got Councilwoman White. Actually, let me go to Councilwoman White first.
I just was going to throw this out there, and y'all can. Two things I'll say really quickly, and I think this is a good time to say it. One, we kind of have these conversations, and Chair, thank you for at least the effort in trying to make sure that we have continuity of reviewing information so that we can be on top of things and not be at the end of the year. But what I will say is, and I don't think Chief Hyman is here, I will say that what I hear a lot of times through committee is that we want bigger picture plans, which is gonna take more than our every other Tuesday. I believe we should have like quarterly retreats to talk about the vision, to talk about the projects, to talk about what Memphis looks like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, what that looks like in relation to the way that county governs. So I'm just throwing that out there. Second thing I would throw out there is, and it's not a question that has to be answered now, I'm not necessarily a fan of ad hoc committees, but I think they work if you get the right people on them that are gonna work and are able to provide the right expertise. I would love to know the appetite for some type of committee that pulls together all of the different parties of interest, DMC and all the other people, developers, and just everyone, St. Jude, everybody, to say, hey, in my opinion, and I've said this since I got here, our riverfront is our golden egg. That is our asset. How do we make this be the best in the country where people want to come? And I would love for us to have a group or a committee that pulls together all the old studies, all the old recommendations, what's available, what can be done, what can't be done, but in one place, one time, to have a collective thought on over a period of time to say, what does this look like going forward, and what seeds can we plant now as a body to get that going in that direction? Well, I don't move yet. I need to think it through. I'm just saying I want to know the appetite for that at some point.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And I'll just piggyback on that. I mean, it's critically important in a marketplace, in a tertiary market like Memphis, Tennessee, which is what we are, just a fact,
that we support small businesses because in reality, outside of some of our larger privately owned held companies, we have not had a large, XAI would be different, but they're not really HQ, but we haven't had a new headquarters move here like robust, like, you know, St. Louis, same thing, right? At the end of the day, we were getting away with, in a good way, what the rest of the country was seeing, which was an urban renaissance in the heyday of Brooklyn and the hipsters, right? It was real, and I'm kind of joking, but I'm not. It was a really good time for people to move down into neat urban cores and river cities. And what ended up happening was you had the baby boomer and the lost generation start to roll out of their time with children, and they were selling homes all over not even the county, I mean, all over the region, moving to downtown. COVID, just after 30 years of hard work, crushed us. I mean, Ron, I think we just done the DMA deal, you know, because we needed that much parking. I mean, AutoZone, anyway, this is what I will go back to. I recognize your problem and need to support small businesses who have invested in here and have their literal life savings, right? AutoZone, you know, AutoZone loses a point in pricing on their share price. It'll be fine, right? Now, it hurts some people, but like, good fortune doesn't have people show up for a week. That may be it for them. And I think just the real question at the end of the day for me is I can tell you how to get people into restaurants, retail, Beale Street, and hotels. But if you go to any major core city, you have to have the driver. And 9 times out of 10, if it's in the urban core, like the downtown core, is going to be white collar jobs, or what I call, and this is really our city, there are a bunch of blue collar, white collar jobs. Everybody that works in the civil engineering field, all of these groups, like we are a logistics hub. We've got, man, SSR, HDR, Pickering, these guys are working all over the region. The issue is that our office market in the city is artificially held low in the rate, so building new office buildings is almost restrictive. And then to Chief Ryan's point, the last high-rise that was built, Class A high-rise that was built in downtown that was not St. Jude, was 1988. That is not good, and is the building she just referenced. And it's because it was the first private equity firm or first investment bank to go public. And I say all of that to say that at the end of the day, I think it's a matter of resources and priorities. And I say that to say I know how tough that is for this body. But until we find a catalytic way to convince a large or a series of medium-sized companies to bring their employees back down here, it is tough. I will tell you, we personally leaned on several before 2020 to get them. A lot of people that you guys all know and I know that you go on their website and there's that picture of downtown from their office building all the way out in Germantown. And it's hard because the chamber will tell you they're Switzerland. They go for the whole area. This is the one person whose job it is to make sure they get downtown. I'm not trying to take it from another part of the city, but if we don't build critical mass down here, it's going to be really hard. And we are, and I will say this is a Memphis-led deal, we are giving ground today to Germantown. They are fighting to move the CBD, the Central Business District, to their part of the woods. Like if you go out to Kirby Parkway and Poplar and Ridgeway, they are continuing to push east. And I will fight tooth and nail to get them here, but I'm going to tell you, at the end of the day, it's going to come with a check. And Chief Ryan's got to come with a plan in order to get us to sign off on the check. But like that's what's going to happen. We've got to convince people to get back downtown during the day, Monday through Friday, or these businesses cannot survive and sell lunch or dinner just when the Grizzlies are in town. Like that's the driver, or when a convention's here. So I will close this with this. I need you guys, when you can, to provide us with your latest financial statements. If you've got a closeout year, 24, 25, I don't know what you got. But just for CCDC, the DMA, and the CCRFC, and if you've got a consolidated, that's great. But I just want to have a set of documents I can slide in this file that we've got. Yeah, because I know you provide them to your board. And that, if the Health and Ed Board guys are still here, that would be the same. I'm going to take us out of here. Thank you. And then we got the CRA. We're going to go much quicker through that unless there are members have questions. We're going to circle back with you guys. I'm glad we had the conversation because I know how hard the lift is. But let me tell you something. It is the lift. And you guys also have the Grizzlies involved. So, all right, thank you for coming. CRA, let's do this. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're shockingly only an hour behind-ish. I wasn't the one who jammed up the agenda today. This is a rolling, we had to push. But yes, I hear it's my fault. It's my fault, I know.
Here's the good news. Hopefully we streamline these as we continue to kind of develop this and it becomes a little bit more meaningful and a little bit faster. What I don't want to do is just do them for the sake of doing them because just people sit with glossy eyes and checking boxes. All right, whenever you're ready, sir.
Been a while since I've been up here. All right. Good morning, you all. Actually, I think it's afternoon at this point, so good afternoon. My name is Andrew Murray. I am the president of the Community Redevelopment Agency. We are a joint city-county agency, and our primary purpose is to fight blight and provide affordable housing. And I've got with me our, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Labelia Cole-Smith, CFO of City of Memphis and Shelby County Community Redevelopment Agency.
And then we also have our general counsel, Moniece Hagler. Well, in the interest of speeding things along, because I know I'm between y'all and lunch, let me go ahead and fly through this. But you all have this packet, and so you can peruse it at your leisure. Our website is also very, very helpful. Lots of great stuff on there, and including financial statements and all that. So feel free. We've got an annual audit that we have to go through. Ms. Cole-Smith helps us get through that every year with the state comptroller. And so all that information is on our website, or I'm happy to.
We'll pull it. We'll pull it. I will say for my, so I would say this going forward, you kind of pick up the theme. For my committee, I want more financial information. When you get a call from Edge or from Public Works, from Housing and Community Development, y'all can go into more operations. Let's just hit it today, but we're going to, because here's the deal. I want to know where all the money's going. There are too many moving pieces that are attached to us, and in the 6 years, I think we're finally starting to fill out all the layering is hard to follow. So now I'm going to do it.
Well, let us help you do that. So we've got mission and vision here. I'm not going to go over that. I've got a timeline that I think is helpful for you all to kind of know how we came into existence. We were an agency that was buried in DPD in 2017 under the Strickland administration and Chief McGowan at the time. Our organization was spun out as a separate organization. We're very similar to EDGE or DMC. We are county-wide, so we are a joint city and county agency. Our board is appointed half by one mayor and half the other, as well as one joint appointee. I'll keep going. This slide, I think, is me attempting to answer some quick questions that I think might be helpful for you all. So here's what we do. We administer community-based TIF districts. So our TIF districts, with one exception, are all community-based. So we have an advisory committee of residents and stakeholders. They meet regularly. Binghamton meets every couple months. Uptown meets every month. They are very active in determining how the funds get spent. And so this is a community-based model that we're super proud of. The main things we do are we administrate our home repair program. We've done over 250 home repairs, up to $65,000 per home. We do those only in Binghamton and Uptown TIF districts. We have a sidewalk program. We do block crews, which are local entrepreneurs. We do other programs that generate generational wealth. 70 to 80% of all the money and all the contracts that we spend are with LOSBs, and our goal is 75%. Really, really, really proud of that. The folks that are benefiting from our programs are generally small businesses, and generally, in this case, North Memphis small businesses, and so we're really proud of that. Last thing we do, we also receive and administer federal grants on behalf of the city and the county. So we've got 2 large grants. We help administer the Brownfield Coalition, which the city and the county and many other partners are part of. The Binghamton Development Corporation, Klondike CDC, Soulsville, a bunch of other folks are involved in that. And that's a EPA grant that we have $1 million for assessment money. That's partnered with an EDGE cleanup grant. And then we also have a DOT grant that we administer. Plus, we've also been able to get some other EPA funding recently for cleanup. So what we do not do, we don't receive any funds from the general budget of the city or the county. We don't give out pilots, so we don't give out tax abatement. We're not one of those agencies. That would be the folks right before for us and EDGE. We capture money through TIF, and I'll there's a slide right after this one. We don't oversee all the TIF districts. In Tennessee, we're extra complicated. We have like 5 different ways you can do TIFs, and we are not all the TIFs. So we don't have Graceland, we don't have Raleigh, we don't have Highland Row Strip, we don't have Poplar Corridor, et cetera. Real quick, I'm not gonna go and give you all a lesson. I'm not gonna be Professor Murray and tell you about TIF, but here's how TIF works. I would welcome a chance to sit down with anybody and talk through this in detail, or if the chair wants me to, I can, but I know lunch is coming.
It's super simple. It's an abatement, but the abatement goes into a trust fund of cash instead of it just being not paid. And then ultimately the increment is the cash, and then this group that he is talking about gets together and decides how they spend that money under the state statute. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated, but that's about as simple as it gets.
That's absolutely right. So you basically, your taxpayer, and we always tell this with the folks in our home repair program, thank you all for paying your taxes, because your taxes went into this fund and you're getting them back in form of local services. One important thing, we can only serve the areas where the taxes come from, right? So the next slide is Uptown. The Uptown money can't go to anywhere else. It can only come from Uptown, and it has to stay in Uptown. And Uptown is, broadly speaking, it's about 7 different neighborhoods. So I've got a little budget here. This is a simplified budget. So if you look at our financial statements, this is us attempting to make those financial statements as simple as possible for our advisory committee. They want to know, they don't want all that stuff. They want to know exactly how much money we're spending on home repair, how much money we're spending on Good Neighbor Grant. You know, what did Memphis Toast get? By the way, great restaurant. You should check that out on Jackson. What did they get? That's what our folks in the neighborhood want to know. And so this is a really simple breakdown of how we spend our annual budget for Uptown. If you go to the next slide, it's Binghamton. Quite a bit less money in Binghamton. So Uptown has 6 years left of a 30-year TIF. Binghamton has 22 or 3 years left and a 30-year TIF. So Binghamton's at the beginning, so that increment, that little growth in that triangle-looking thing that I just showed, we're at the beginning of Binghamton's. Uptown, we're at the end. And I will say that the vast majority of the money that comes from Uptown comes from Harbortown, because that was a tax, creating development. Okay, last slide. And then I'm
Just
happy to take any
meaning,
questions.
just meaning the idea behind a TIF is that you have something that's going to lift the neighborhood. So they knew they were going to have the grocery store and all that stuff built, so they edged it in to bring up the increment in order to pay. So that piece drove the revenue that paid for all the other stuff.
That's right. That's right. So we've got 3 other TIFs that you all and the county commission have approved: Soulsville, Klondike, and the Cleveland Corridor. There is essentially no money in these 3 TIFs. And while I have you all, a TIF doesn't work. I know you know this, Chairman. A TIF doesn't work if you don't have a project that pays tax dollars. So for example, in Soulsville, we don't see a growth in tax revenue, and a lot of the property in Soulsville is either owned by the city or the housing authority, or it's under a pilot, which is a tax abatement, or a church or whatever. All great things, no shade to any of that, but there's no increment. And so you really have to pick a pilot or a TIF. And it once again, my background is in tax increment financing. And so I'm happy to sit down and talk through that with any of you all. But that's essentially there. So anyway,
maybe I can bring you back to Councilwoman Green's committee, and we can walk through maybe a TIF and a pilot day. Might be helpful.
Be happy to do that.
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, it's always hard for me to. I'm not very good at articulating it. You seem to be much better at it. But yes, and I think it's important too, because there's a study out of Chicago where TIFs were going on in districts much like this. It started, you had the big ones, and everybody's like, well, I want one. And they locked up the whole city, and they didn't get the increment, and then it became an even bigger problem, right, on the general fund. So,
and they can be like that. So I worked I worked for East St. Louis back in the day, and they TIFed their entire city. That was not a good idea. So I mean, it's one tool of many in the tool belt. Depends on what you're trying to do.
Councilwoman.
I would just say on the other side of the street, because this is a dual board, they just had an ad hoc on pilots and pilot reform, and came up with some recommendations that were received by the county commission last night that might be helpful for this body to look at. One of the findings that did come out of it was actually that we have more pilots in Memphis and Nashville has more TIFs. And you know, again, as you think about the difference of in these, right, and what makes them work, they have growth, they have investments, they have things coming there in these various TIFs that are helping fuel that tax increment. So I'm happy to have them come back, but in the interim, if anybody's looking for that, the Shelby County Commissioner Brooks led the ad hoc. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, I'm gonna get you out of here. I know you guys probably a little bit more, but I would like to get you back because again, I think that would be helpful. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you for the work. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful holiday. All right, so here's where we're at, team. I'm gonna get us out. I'm gonna get us in recess for my committee and turn it over to Chairman Smiley and then Chairman Spinoza. And I apologize for running their time. And then time dependent, I had a lot to get through. Time dependent, I think I'd probably like to see if you're on my list this afternoon, I'd probably mosey back down here around 2 o'clock would be my best guess. I've got it at 1, I'm an hour and something, 40 minutes behind. I think they'll go pretty quick, but let's call it 2. And if not, if something happens, you will get check your watch your emails. We'll shoot you an email. So if you're on my list, watch your email this afternoon. We'll try and get you as much notice as possible. I will likely, no matter what, we will probably skip the TIF districts and TDZ projects because I want to come back and talk about that after. We probably had some time to get people more familiar. But we'll see.
We prepared roughly about 5 or 6 slides to kind of give an update regarding the project along. So slide number 1 illustrates the eventual configuration of what Elvis Presley is going to look like. That's the picture in the middle there. It's going to be a 6-lane configuration with bike lanes and additional pedestrian infrastructure along the east and west side of Elvis Presley Boulevard. Currently, we've completed phase 1A, which was the southbound west curb lane of Elvis Presley Boulevard. The team has now moved into work zone 1B, which is the current one. So if you drive out there now, you will see a lot of the construction equipment on the east side of Elvis Presley Boulevard, or the north curb lane of that. Slide number 2 is a continuation of what the phasing is going to look like for construction. So in anticipation of the celebration in January, as you can see, phase 1B actually continues on through January of 2026. And if there's an accommodation that needs to be made in order to do the celebration for Elvis Presley, then we would have to discuss that with our contractor. And as you can see, it will probably move the schedule back, or at least forward, in terms of the timeline. So what does that mean? That means phase 2 might start in February rather than January, and then continue that on. So again, this is what the current timeline is from a constructability perspective. The contract as a whole is 25 months. That was the timeline associated with the completion of the project. So next slide. So that carries us through all the way to phase 8 through January, and then the eventual completion is at May of 2027. That is the timeline that we agreed upon with the contractor, and that's what we are committed to completing the project. Now, is there an opportunity to, escalate and make that construction project more efficient? Yes, there is. Most of these projects require some really continuing coordination and support from not only from our contractors, but also other utilities throughout the corridor. So there's a weekly meeting that occurs, and any discussions or challenges that are seen out in the field, those are handled accordingly. So I think it's the last slide. Go ahead. So as I mentioned, the bid for that project was in 2024. We had our pre-construction meeting in early of 2025. We gave the notice to proceed to construction back in April, and again, continued to completion to 2027. In the last slide here. So how does engineering, what's our responsibility relative to once the construction is happening? And so during the construction phase, we help facilitate any of the challenges that we see out in the field. So we coordinate with our CEI, which is the hired construction engineering inspectors out there, and they're on the job daily. And so they're coordinating with the contractor on site. They are coordinating with all the other utilities in that location. If there's any issues that arises, typically that is brought to the design engineer, which is bullet point number 2 there, which is at this point, it was the Kimley Horn and Associates is the engineer of record for that. They look at the plans, make the necessary adjustment to accommodate and figure out a way to solve that specific issue. Bullet number 3 is, again, it's a biweekly meeting that the CEI and the construction team meets to identify any issues out in the field. And then our task is to help facilitate that. So if there's an issue, we drive the narrative relative to who needs to be on the table to get the issues resolved. And I think that's the last slide. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Blinn. That was very self-explanatory. Do we have any questions? If not, item number 2, Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, so I'm clear on what you're saying is that, as he said, it was pretty much self-explanatory. So you just bring the concerns to the contractors, and then they work it out in terms of the best the best, what am I trying to say? Not route, but one of my concerns
Best
is just
options of interruption.
in getting in and out of the different properties and being and I don't want anyone turning the wrong way because the path, these are temporary paths, and they're not clear on which way to turn. I don't want people going into traffic the wrong way or turning where they should where they should not be turning as they maneuver, because you have multiple properties across from each other. And so that was just my primary concern. But you're saying that you relay that and they just figure out the best way to access the different driveways and the flow of traffic that can change.
Yes, ma'am. So for each phase, as I illustrated there, there is a traffic control plan associated with each of those phases. So those have to be maintained and maintained by the contractor while that phase is operating.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Item number 2 is resolution.
Hold on. There are other people here to comment on item number 1. Scott, do you have something? You have something. Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Sorry, Doug McGowan, Memphis Lake Gas and Water. We work along with the city engineer and the contractors. What we will do to make an accommodation, there is no gas work going on down there for LGW. We have water work that needs to be completed, about 900 feet of water main. We'll do our first offset this week, then we will tie it up, and we won't begin until after the Elvis week. So at the end of this week, we'll stop with that water main offset, and then or before the Elvis week birthday week, we'll tie that up, and then we won't do anything until after the birthday week. On the electric side of the house, all of our electric overhead underground has been completed. One of the things we coordinate with is with the telecommunications team. We had replaced all of the poles. We were waiting for AT&T and the other providers to take their things off the poles. That has been completed. They're putting temporary poles on the other side. We've conveyed to them, we'd like to have that done before the birthday celebration, so that while there's other work that has to be tied up in the traffic control plan, we'll have less trucks down there, so we'll be out of the way during that entire week, because we'll have tied up everything we need to do, and we can afford to have that little bit of a gap in there, so at least our trucks and our crews are out of the way to make kind of less construction crews in the way, consistent with the traffic control plan. So we're going to be making that accommodation during that week, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, I got one little thing.
Councilman Ford.
Thank you. But man, when we had Elvis Week in August, street was very, very rough. Okay, y'all kind of smoothed it out. I need y'all to do the same thing, because you know y'all paved on this side. Worst pavement ever seen in my life, okay? Because all of it sunk in different places. And now you tear up a car that we're not gonna pay for flat tires and blowouts and all the rest, but I need you to go and check that. It's very, very dangerous. And then especially when people cross Winchester, you so-called got 2 lanes, but it's a lane and a half. I need you to go and look at that, okay?
Yes,
because
sir.
it's very dangerous in how people drive, and they run into each other, okay? Yeah, please check that out for me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for this, and thank you all for coming jointly and doing this together.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, colleagues, item number 2 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount $276,103.30 from drainage ST Coverline project number ST032025 to Lillian Drainage Improvements project number ST03245 for construction funds for upgrading the drainage system near Lillian Drive, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Could I move by Walker, moved by our Vice Chair, and seconded by Walker. And you have the floor, Scott.
Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. So this is a project to allocate funds for Lillian Drainage. It's a project that'll prevent some localized flooding in the area, as well as tie in some existing infrastructure. So we're replacing approximately 150 feet of 45-inch elliptical concrete and adding 50 feet of 24-inch reinforced concrete pipe, as well as some new drainage inlets along that street to help with localized flooding. This is a project identified through our MSQ2 program that went through design, and this is now the construction phase. And this will be funded from our WIFI loan, which stated earlier was the Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act.
And you say you got this from a monitoring project that you put in place?
Well, overall, it's from our drainage master plan studies, and this was a project that was identified out of those studies.
Thank you. Do we have questions, colleagues? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. And the chair is also aye. That passes. Item number 3 is a resolution to grant funding from City of Memphis Public Works Division to Clean Memphis. Funding in the amount of $125,000 for clean water initiatives to be performed in various City of Memphis drainage basins, all council districts, sponsored by administration. Moved by Ford, seconded by JSW.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Scott Morgan, Public Works Director. So this is a grant opportunity with Clean Memphis for $125,000 for 3 years. Ms. Oren is here from Clean Memphis, and we'll go through a brief presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Can you summarize your presentation without slides?
Oh, sure. Good afternoon, council members. Nefertiti Oren, President and CEO of Clean Memphis, 3548 Walker Avenue, Suite 102. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Clean Memphis is an environmental sustainability nonprofit organization. Our mission is to educate, engage, and empower to sustain a cleaner and greener Memphis. We're happy to be here today to support the Stormwater Public Works Division for their MS4 permitting requirements, particularly in the area of public education. And so we have an environmental education program. We educate students in Memphis and Shelby County School about the impact of stormwater, impact of litter and debris on stormwater. We also, at our 2nd and 3rd grade level, we have an environmental book club to help students at that grade level really understand these complex concepts. We also have books that we distribute books to them at the end of the year that they get to take home to really emphasize this learning when they're at home in the summer. I brought a few with me. Power Up to Fight Pollution, What Happens to Your Trash, Look Out for Litter, and we try to make sure that all of our books are diverse and inclusive so that students can see themselves as environmental stewards. We also have a community education program where we work in neighborhoods along with neighborhood associations and other organizations to help empower everyday citizens to understand the impact of litter and debris on stormwater. We also help them take advantage of some of the resources so that they can be a part of the solution. So one of the things that we work with Public Works Division of Stormwater over the past 6 years is on an Adopt a Storm Drain program. We help to create the website, and so we share those resources at our community education workshops and events so that everyday citizens can do their part and adopt a stormwater.
Thank you. Thank you. That was excellent. Do you have any comments or questions? I just love the books, and I think 3rd and 4th graders are where it's at as far as getting people to understand it and take it as they get older. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Chair is aye. That passes. Thank you very much. Item number 4 is an initial resolution authorizing and providing for the issuance and the sale by the City of Memphis, Tennessee, of stormwater system revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60 million pursuant to and in accordance with the applicable provisions of the Tennessee Code annotated as amended for the purposes of financing the costs of various improvements, additions, and extensions to the stormwater system of the city. All council districts, sponsored by administration. You have the floor, sir. Oh, I need a motion second. Moved by JSW, second by Walker. Scott, are you going to lead off?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. So thank you, council, for this. This is, we're bringing forth 2 resolutions. One is an initial resolution, then there's a series resolution to sell $60 million for stormwater bonds. And these funds will be used for A&E and construction activities. So as you can see on the slide, we'll continue to do the drainage master plan studies, fund design from projects that are identified through those studies, as well as permitting and any real estate acquisition. And then once those projects are finalized, we have a series of projects that have been identified for this funding for construction activities. And you see, with the ultimate goal of any of these improvements is to reduce flooding, reduce or eliminate flooding. So we got pipe upsizing, installing new pipe, regional detention, repairing some of our failing concrete line ditches. Some projects are going to actually remove concrete line channels and renaturalize the stream. And then one project will be the purchase of an emergency generator for one of our flood control pumping stations.
Thank you. As you do this, probably we need to make sure that we're planning for things that are 150 and 200% more than what we've ever seen, based on how some places are getting amazing amounts of flooding intermittently with climate change. So
yes, sir,
I don't know if you're doing that. It would be good to know you did. Okay, thank you very much. You're up on the bonds.
Yep.
Name
Andre
and-
Walker, Deputy CFO. So you got two resolutions. The first is an initial resolution. It serves as a public notice that the city plans to issue up to $60 million in bonds secured by revenues of the stormwater system. The resolution will be published in its entirety in a local newspaper as well as online. Second resolution is a series resolution. It authorizes the issuance of up to $60 million in bonds. The bonds will be issued to provide approximately $56 million in funding for capital projects. And currently we're estimating a par amount of about $55.5 million. The bonds will the resolution also authorizes the bonds to be sold via competitive sale or a negotiated sale. It is the city's preference to sell the bonds via a competitive sale. However, in the event there is market disruption, we would like to have the flexibility to convert to a negotiated sale. The resolution provides for certain details of the bonds, as maximum interest rate, which is about 6%, and the maximum term of bonds of 30 years. It provides or approves the form of the following documents: preliminary official statement, which is used to market the bonds to potential investors; a notice of sale in the event of a competitive sale. It provides underwriting firms with details related to the submission of their bids for the bonds. And in the event of a negotiated sale, we have a bond purchase agreement, which provides details related to the sale of the bonds to the underwriters.
Thank you. We're going to vote on item number 1 and go straight to item number 2 unless we have questions. Any questions, colleagues? All those in favor of item number 4, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Chair is an aye. That passes. Item number 5 is this second part of this series. It's a series resolution authorizing the issuance of stormwater system revenue bonds of the city of Memphis, Tennessee in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60 million pursuant to Title 68, Chapter 221, Part 11 of Tennessee Code annotated for the purpose of financing certain costs of the stormwater system of the city of Memphis, prescribing the form and certain details of such bonds, and delegating to the chief financial officer of the city the authority to determine additional details, appointing the paying and registration agent for such bonds, authorizing and providing for the negotiated and competitive sale of such bonds, and improving the preparation and distribution of a preliminary official statement related to such bonds and improving the form thereof, authorizing and improving an official statement in connection with the issuance of such bonds, and authorizing and ratifying certain other acts in connection with the sale and issuance of such bonds. This is for all council districts, sponsored by administration. May I have a motion? Move it. Moved by Vice Chair, seconded by Councilman Ford. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? That passes. Chair is an aye. Without any other business, this
Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, which is administered by the Department of Transportation. These are the pipeline folks that keep our pipelines safe. We have to administer pipeline corrosion standards. That's what this company is going to do for us in our natural gas system to make sure that our natural gas transmission pipelines are safe to operate. Next is Smartsheet in the amount of $45,000. Why am I bringing this to you? Because that takes me over the $150,000 threshold for the previous contract, 3-year contract. What Smartsheet is, you'll see a sample up in the upper right. That's several Smartsheets. These are dashboards that we use all across the company to visualize our data and control projects as we move through modernization. And literally every other function we have has a Smartsheet associated with it. Enterprise Synergy Frames, essentially, this is replacing the hardware in servers upon which we store our data. We have hundreds of servers at MLGW, both virtual and physical, and what you're looking at here is a 5-year contract to replace the hardware inside those servers to make sure that we can store all of our data, and we have more than 100 petabytes of data that we store on our servers. Palo Alto firewalls in the amount of $340,000. I mentioned that 5G project. This is a piece of equipment that segments the data that goes into that information from the public realm so that nobody can get access to it. Firewalls are incredibly important for your security, and with our 5G project, we have to acquire these as part of our modernization project to make sure our 5G project stays secure. Next are crew cab trucks. We have 230 of these trucks in our inventory. We had planned to replace 29 of them in 2025. This replaces 3 of those trucks in 2029. This is part of our budget and planned purchases for this year. MLGW flower planting, mulch, and maintenance. Again, this is a turf management with one of our local companies to make sure that they are getting rid of all the weeds and taking care of the spraying and trimming at our community offices. Last is a resolution approving the recommended annual salary of $178,552 to fill the vacant new hire position of Director of Central Support Services. Who is this? This is the person that controls all of our physical plant, all of the buildings, all of the grounds, everything, all the things we just approved. This person replaces the person who was in this position, retired after almost 40 years of service. And so we're in a position now to hire a new person subject to your approval of the salary. That is the consent agenda item subject to your questions.
Thanks, Doug. I appreciate the who is this question on our behalf. For the record, Councilwoman White has joined us. And was Cooper Sutton here when we started?
He was not. She joined us too.
She just joined us. Look at that. Recognized you, Cooper Sutton. Thank you. So Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has a question, and also Vice Chair Walker, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yeah, I want to ask a question. I think it's slide 14, where the firewalls for the 5G project. There's just some things just some questions of reliability and resilience that I would just like to ask. And one is talking to the community, and they're kind of aware, you're announcing this. How will MLGNW measure and publicly report improvements in outages response time once the 5G is deployed?
Well, the good news is that we are reporting that publicly today. We have a dashboard that's on our website that everybody's open and available to see. We do this monthly inside. We also report out to the Board of Commissioners every quarter, and we have that on our agenda so the public can see us. They can view it remotely, our performance review every quarter, and they can view our dashboard online that has our reliability metrics. It will show the continued improvement in reliability. Today, you can look back about 6 years, and you can see where we are relative to 2019. We'll continue to have that 6 years. If people would like to have a longer look, we'll make sure that's there. But it's for every element of reliability, from the number of interruptions to the duration of interruptions to our response time to our restoral time. All of that is publicly available today on the MLGW.com website, 4M Forum.
What safeguards do we have in place with this new 5G for any cyber attacks?
Absolutely. That's a great question. This firewall is part of that. This is a radio frequency that's just like your cell phone uses to communicate with those systems out there. There will be no customer data over this. This will be controlling the switches in our system. We have to comply with multiple regulations from regulators about the security, specifically cybersecurity. We have an entire team dedicated to cybersecurity of our systems and how they operate, because we know there's a lot of people out there who would threaten us. Just like the city, we're subject to billions of cyber attacks each and every year. And thankfully, we have not been penetrated to this point, because that's something that everybody worries about.
And just make some clarification, with this new modernization coming, would there be any fees or increase for the public, actually here on record,
No, ma'am.
imposed upon the ratepayers?
So when we asked for that 3-year rate increase, that fully funds all of the grid modernization work, all of the investment into infrastructure. We do not forecast another electric rate increase till beyond 2030. So that's as far as we forecasted. So for the next 4 or 5 years, there shouldn't be anything. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is the last question: will there or have there been any thought put into it in regards to ensuring cost and maybe some automation passed back to the customers?
I'm not sure I understand.
Any cost savings?
Oh, certainly. We think what's going to happen with this is downward pressure on rates. That these investments are going to allow us to keep what we have today. If you don't make these kinds of investments, that's what put upward pressure on rates. So rather than, like a rebate, what we're doing is delaying the how long. So you're going to pay the same price for a longer period of time rather than having an increase sooner. So rather than going down and then coming back up, that's what this kind of investment allows you to do, is have a longer period of time before you would see an increase.
Thank you, President McGowan.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go to page 9?
Yes, ma'am.
So with these turbines, what fuels them, and do they release any emissions?
Absolutely not. This is an electric motor. The turbine in there is moving. It's a vane, it's a pump that's pulling water up. But the motor that's running it is an electric motor. It's just tied into the MLGW electric system.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for doing double duty today.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
Good. All right, any other comments or questions on item number 1? I see none. We'll go to item number 2, and this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. What's that? Yeah. And also, I'm trying to send an email. I'll send the link to everybody so y'all can see that report that's on the website that Cooper Sutton was referencing, because it is good just to send that to constituents that reach out. All right, so item number 1, going downstairs, positive recommendation. Item number 2 is a resolution authorizing final payment of FY 2026 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light Gas and Water Division's electric system and total distribution of the FY 2026 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, all council districts, sponsored by Memphis Light Gas and Water. There is a request for same night minutes. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Items number 2 and 3, we're requesting same night minutes. I think you all want this so that we can pay you out tens of millions of dollars. We just talked about pilot payments with commercial enterprise. The plant property that we have across Memphis and Shelby County, we pay you an equivalent of what we would pay in taxes, and we do this 2 times a year. You all set this rate. Mr. Wade helps determine how that's apportioned. So today what we're trying to do is get these measures approved. Mr. Wade has made the calculations so that we can cut you a check before the end of the year for our electric and gas utilities. So I'll let Mr. Wade explain how he's done the calculations and how this system works.
That's hocus pocus, Jimmy Noka, so I don't think I want to explain that. But essentially, the maximum amount that the electric division will pay is $53,821,000 roughly. The gas is $17,314,087. It's allocated based on the relative values of properties within the taxing jurisdictions. Our distribution amount will be about 46 in electric, 16 in gas, for about 62 million.
Is that item 2 and 3 combined?
That's correct.
Okay.
I gave you electric 53, gas was 17.
Gotcha.
That's
So
the
just
maximum.
saying that out loud for the record.
So what they do is tell us what the maximum is. We base on the charter and state law allocated among the taxing jurisdictions.
Gotcha.
So in short, Mr. Chair, this is allocating $70 million that will go to local governments. Most of that will come to the city of Memphis. About $63 million is going to come to the city of Memphis as part, and it goes right into your general fund as part of what you plan on every year for your revenue.
Yes, in our budget now. The reason that we have same night minutes is we approve it. They're on a different fiscal year than we are. They're on a December 31. So as a result of that, we have to approve our calculation and authorization, and then their board meets tomorrow, I believe, and then they
Yes,
will
sir.
authorize the distribution to go out. So that's why we're doing this. It's to our benefit, so I think it's $63 million to our benefit. We ought to at least do it right quickly.
And we will never ask for the triple play except on this occasion where we're trying to give you money. So realize committee with a positive recommendation on the agenda tonight with same night minutes so that Mr. Cleek can get his folks to start writing checks to send out. That's why we're asking for the triple play. I realize that's an unusual circumstance, but again, we owe you the money and we'd like to pay it.
Thank you, and humbly, as the Memphis Light Gas and Water Committee Chair for the last 2 years, and we're like 2 hours behind, I was like, no, we'll do this, and we'll break for lunch. So excited to read items number 2, and we're about to do item number 3 on this one, so thank you. All right, any comments, questions from council members? All right, seeing none for item number 2, all those in favor of this resolution going downstairs with the positive recommendation, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? I would imagine if there were, we'd have some conversations. We'll leave it alone. Going downstairs with a positive recommendation, item number 2. All right, we'll go to item number 3, which we've already discussed. So item number 3, resolution authorizing final payment of FY 2026 tax equivalent payment for Memphis Light Gas and Water Division's gas system and total distribution of that FY 2026 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Memphis Light Gas and Water. As we just referenced, there's a request for same night minutes. So is there a motion? All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Any comments, questions? All right, this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation without objection. And we're good. All right, the last item on the agenda, item number 4, an ordinance to amend the code of ordinances of the city of Memphis pertaining to contracts and salaries of the Memphis Light Gas and Water Division to set limits of contracts and salaries or compensation for employees or others requiring city council approval. All council districts sponsored by Chairman Canale, Madam Chairwoman-elect Swearingen Washington, and myself. Chairman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll let President McGowan elaborate. But colleagues, what this is doing is moving the speed with which MLGW can conduct business. There will still be lots and lots of items that come before us for our review. But this is helping MLGW move faster. And with that, President McGowan, if you want to elaborate. And remember, colleagues, this is an ordinance, requires 3 readings. The first reading is not today. It's not for 3 weeks, first meeting in January. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say Chair-elect Swearingen Washington came to us in the fall asking what could help improve things. She talked with some folks in our procurement team, and she recommended she wanted to advocate for us to raise the limits. As you know, we've had several different limits. In 2024, the limits were reduced, and she said, I would like to advocate for those to be raised. Several other council members, Councilman Canale, Councilman Spinoza made the same thing. So we have a handout that we've developed because somebody asked the question, I think the chair-elect asked the question, what's the impact of doing this? At the end of the day, the number of items we just went through today, you would essentially see 2 less items every meeting. It would be about 30% less items in the course of a year, and it would be only 4% less fiscal oversight because the change between the 150 and the 500, typically most of our contracts are over that level. This is just allowing us to speed through some of those that are below that. Again, I do want to come back and say that I am incredibly pleased with the process that we have had, with the oversight that we've had. I want to mention that our board does a fantastic job. We have 4 opportunities every month to have both the board and the city council review what we do. All of those are public meetings that can be attended by the public. And so what this will allow our procurement team to do is for those items that are, I realize 500,000 is a large number, but relatively low in the scheme of what we do. If you look at how much spending we've had, $940 million this year, it will just allow us to move more quickly on some of these lower level contracts without having to wait for the board and the council. So I appreciate Council or Chairman-elect Swearingen Washington bringing this forward. I appreciate separately Councilman Canale and Chairman Canale bringing it, and Councilman Spinoza. So again, if you haven't heard from me, that's because I haven't advocated for this. I'm responding to the needs of the council. Will it help? It absolutely will, but the will of the body is important, and I want to continue to keep the faith with the great sharing of information, and you all have been wonderful in giving us lots of help in moving our reliability profiles forward and making those investments that are important. So that's where I'll end, Mr. Chair.
All right, so motion's been made, properly seconded. We got comments.
Can I make one more quick comment?
I guess.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, since President McGowan has been at the helm of MLGW, we have been able to gain certain projects because of the speed with which he works. This allows him to move even faster. So one of the biggest gripes that we hear on this body is that government moves too slow and it kills projects. President McGowan has been able to move at a great speed, and this will help him move a little bit faster to get done what needs to be done for all of our constituents within the MLGW system. So thank you, Chairman.
Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President McGowan. And I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments of Chair Canale and others that we want you to move faster, especially as it relates to contracts and procurements. And I think that the way that we have streamlined your presentations and been able to get information to the body, to the public, has really made significant impact in transparency. My question is to you regarding the salary increase. You gave us percentages for the oversight and for procurement. What would it be for salaries as well?
This would be less than, we've typically brought you about 4 to 5 of these a year. This would be reducing that by approximately 1 or 2 of those per year. And these are for external hires who are coming into the organization here. So it's really only 1 to 2 per year that you would see change.
Thank
in
you.
that level.
That was my question, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman and Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to moving things forward faster, and you're coming to us every 2 weeks, so are we losing opportunities within 14 days, or is this in conjunction with also having to get approval from the board? I'm trying to gauge the timeline in terms of how much time are we losing?
Sure. For those, it depends on the timing, but for those smaller contracts, remember, some of these are for locally owned small businesses that we can do work with. So I typically wait for the board to make a decision. Then I put it on the council agenda. So that's typically 4 weeks at a minimum that we add to the process. Typically, it can be 6 weeks. So between 4 and 6 weeks is how much it's adding to the process for these lower level, depending on the timing of the board and the council meeting, because sometimes those dates are a little jammed together. Again, is this the panacea for everything that we need to do? Absolutely not. Will it reduce some of the friction and churn? Absolutely it will. And it will just allow us to move forward with some of those lower level contracts with a little more speed and alacrity.
So is it anything we can do to narrow the timeline between when you meet with the board and come meet with us?
Well, we have a very prescriptive path that you all require for us to provide information ahead of time. And so we are typically not in the mode of providing information to you until our board has approved that. And then we are on the timeline to get it to you ahead of time. And so our teams, together with Memphis City Council, have done a really good job of coordination and sharing information. And so I think we're about as efficient as we can get on the structure side of the house. It's just that I have 2 legislative, essentially, processes to go through here, so.
Okay, and then the 34% and the 4%, so these are estimates, correct?
It depends on the number that are, and what Mr. Cleek will tell you is he's taken a look back over the last 20 years or so of the number of resolutions that we bring to you. And so the 4% reduction in essentially fiscal oversight is an average over those 4 years.
Based on an average, okay.
And then the 34 is based on an average number of resolutions. I will tell you, this particular past year, we far exceeded that. We had a lot more resolutions we brought to you because we are in that mode of doing the modernization and making those investments. Sorry, Mr. Wade.
Yes, sir.
These rates have been changed multiple times. This is important to note that this is being initiated by us, not by them. These limits have probably been used in the past without difficulty. But, you know, depending on who was sitting in his chair, our council may have been a lot more nervous about letting things out the box. So I think these limits can be changed. They can be changed back. They have been changed back. They've been changed up. They've been changed down. They've been changed around about 5 or 6 different times. So there's no magic in this. I think what you were asking, can you shorten the time? Not really. Because by charter, it's got to go through the mayor. Mayor's got to send it to us. We got to put it on there. And we've done a lot of that by doing the consent agenda. What he comes and does is streamline a whole lot of it. But there's no reason to have a $50,000 contract to have to go through an 8-week process. That's ridiculous. Come on. That's no way to do business. These guys are spending big money. And those are the things he's bringing to you. And he's explaining them like, hell, I didn't even know we had all these radio frequencies and some dude sitting there making sure. I mean, we got green visors. We don't use that anymore. So, I mean, I think this is a step in the right direction, and you're going to have ample time to look at it because this is first reading.
Yeah, first reading. So
we're going to have discussion. He'll bring statistics if you want it, and I think it's going to be warranted.
Thank you, and I appreciate Madam Vice Chair, Madam Chair-elect bringing this, and Canali, you too. So thank you, Alan. We've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton to close us out. Again, this is the first reading.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we're, just to get point of information, we're moving the amount of contract that you're bringing before us from 150 to what?
The proposal that Vice Chair brought was $500,000.
Okay.
So everything above $500,000 would come to you all. Probably a lower limit would come to my board, and then so.
Well, the constituents want to say thank you because this has been very, from the last council meeting, from you bringing this here, with your plan language description and your impact has been very informative. You've done a good job. It has helped me to do my research a little bit better to find out exactly what the freaking frack you're talking about with MLGNW when I don't understand. However, thank you, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Ma'am.
All right. Motion has been made and properly seconded. We'll do a voice vote on item number 4. All those in favor? All right, any opposed? Seeing none, the ayes have it. So this will go downstairs for first reading with a positive vote.
Mr. Chair, we just asked for this to be in due course, so I'm not asking it to be added tonight. So I think just due course, which would be the
Gotcha.
January meeting. So
January meeting will be the first
You guys are
reading.
helping us with the triple play on the other payment tonight, so just the regular course would be fine with this one. Thank you.
All right, that's it for item number 4. And then any other comments, questions, council members? Councilman Warren did join us for the record, and Carlisle slid in at the last minute. All right, thanks, everybody. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all.
budget those appropriately. The next slide just explains what I just went through here around the reasons by category. So if you don't mind going to the next slide, which is going to be our 5-year comparison. Let's see. So for personnel in Q1, we're at 19%. There's a 19% variance between where we were 2025 to the present. I think that's due to just positions that are currently filled and maybe were not filled at the time, but I would say we're still relatively in that area. Materials and supplies was increased from Q1 of 25 to Q1 of 22. And the reason for that is that can be attributed to our roll forward balances. We had some contracts that were, funding was ending in FY25. We rolled those encumbrances forward into FY26. And so that's why you see that difference there between the actual spend from Q1 to from 25 to 26 in Q1. I think if you go to the next slide, let's see what else y'all have. These are major payments that we made. And actually, none of these are coming from the general fund. These are from various sources: Accelerate Memphis for some projects, CIP, the Housing Trust Fund, and emergency rental assistance, kind of a final payout there. But none of these expenditures actually hit the general fund. They're all coming from those additional sources. These are just what we have paid out. Vendor payments over 100K within that time period. If y'all have any questions about a specific activity, happy to respond to that. And I believe that might be the last slide. Is that the last slide? Yes. All right.
Yeah, I may come back after this and just get some of these larger projects. Like I see 100 North Main in here. Like that's a project that's just got cash all over the place. I couldn't tell you today how much cash the city of Memphis has in it, but I know it's to the tune of 30 or 40 million bucks. When you add the leases, the bonds, the surcharge, I mean, it's really probably more than that. But like, we have to start getting a handle on some of that stuff again, just mainly so we can articulate it. Because these projects will go and they're so big, but I hear you. So you're a cycle through. God, I wish there was a better way to note that. Think about that.
And Chair, we can, for this slide in particular, we can put together like a little executive summary.
Well, I don't even know that you have to do that. I think if you just threw a column in there and gave the sourcing,
okay,
I think that just save you some time and energy. If somebody wants a follow up on a narrative, that's easy. But I think just saying, I don't know. I think it's just for something like this, I would just put the sourcing for your division in particular, right? Because I'm looking at it, I'm like, where'd the $8 million come from? And you're like, got it. It's flow through. Got it. You're a fiduciary, or even not even a fiduciary. You're just an administrator. Yeah. Just well, I mean, all right, colleagues. Any questions? HCD is unique.
Chair, I
yes,
did
sir.
want to just dovetail. It's Walter Person, CFO 125 North Main, just to support what Director Cash has stated. As of the most recent appropriation statement, which is as of today, you're only at 34% of personnel, so they have gone through and taken care of the issue that resulted from the late federal funds.
Yeah, I mean, that's variance that's exactly what I would have done. Everybody was on a cash crunch. I mean, you just got to do what you got to do, and I'm glad. But just so we're clear, reimbursements mean that we had to pay that money back, not new money. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, Ashley, most of yours, as you know, is less the operations. You're more on the heavy project side, so you get a pass from me. All right, I love it. Police coming up next. I like it. All right, you guys have had quite a day today. And we've got, for what it's worth, colleagues, we do have a piece here on position control and overtime, and I do know that that's one of the things we kind of stick on for police. So maybe as Chief Davis goes through that, if it comes up, I don't mind a question or two, but I may back us off and just position it so we can take it as a whole. I honestly didn't. I'm an idiot for missing that. But that being said, with our Q1 review for the Division of Police Services, Chief Davis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Hi, I'm Vincent Easton, Finance Manager, 170 North Main.
So Mr. Easton and I will just kind of go over with you our first quarter. And just looking at our personnel services line, what we have tried to do is maintain control of the overtime in the first quarter, and I think we've done pretty well with that. We're actually under budget in our personnel services line, and we're also under budget in our materials and supplies. Some of the reasoning behind being under budget is a number of things, and Mr. Easton can help me out with this, but we have had some support with overtime as well through our grant funds in crime fighting. And so what we've tried to do is we've tried to funnel those funds, especially in the zip codes where we have the most crime fighting, and utilize those grant funds as opposed to utilizing our general fund, which is helping us to continue to do the work and not exhaust, the city's coffers as well. So first quarter, there was a $63 million spend, which is about 23% of our first quarter projections, as opposed to 25%. And we're going to continue to trend in that direction. We are also expecting a federal reimbursement in overtime. We have requested for funds to be reimbursed for anything that is associated with the task force operations. Those dollars have been approved, and we expect to see the first disbursement of those dollars in January, and then there'll be another disbursement of funds from the federal government as well. That's for anything above our officers' regular 8-hour work shift, but it's definitely augmenting what the department is having to spend. So those conversations were had early on, and it was sort of the conditions that we put forward. Mr. Easton, do you have anything else you want to add about personnel?
I'm sorry. Other than that, just the main thing, to the chair's point earlier around position control, a lot of that we budget for recruiting classes for both police and dispatchers for the fiscal year. And in the Q1, that was really a class. So for position control for every recruit, we must set aside a funded position to pay for the cost while that recruit is in the academy and upon graduation. So when we don't utilize those funds, they build up their salary savings that we utilize later in the fiscal year. So just a...
No, I think, and I'll probably have you hit that point one more time. As a matter of fact, we may put it down on paper. I think it is one of the things that it is slightly confusing in general. They are employees of the city of Memphis, but they are not commissioned officers. But we have to, yeah. And here's every budget season, I have to go through that process, and it takes me a hot minute to yeah. And again, we don't know how many people are going to make it, right? Our average recruiting classes, I think, started around 100-ish, and I can't even remember what anyway. But yeah, I mean, it takes a minute.
Absolutely.
I'm going to probably have you say that one more time when we get back down to D, because I think that's important. But please continue. Sorry. I think we were kind of wrapping up there. I don't know if you had anything else.
I also just wanted to add that the department will receive another $1.4 million in reimbursements for our in-service training. We get that every year, so that adds to our personnel line as well. And the federal reimbursement, the total amount would be somewhere around $1.8 million.
Okay. Yeah. I've got Dr. Warren first, and then I've got, I think, are you guys, is that good? Let's go to Dr. Warren, and then we'll get Councilman White.
Mine's pretty quick. We've got a lot of National Guard troops here, and we've got a huge deficit in the number of police officers that we have. And I'm wondering, do we have a coordinated effort to try to recruit some of those National Guard members as potential policemen in the future? And I'm hoping you're going to tell me you're already on that and you've got the program going, because I'm a firm believer in making lemonade out of lemons. And I think that, it's been a good thing that we've had the extra help, because it's let us put our police where they need to be.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think I might be ahead of you on that.
Well, you always are.
I don't know about always. But we did think about that. Many of the individuals that are working in our city, some of them are law enforcement from other areas of the state, their regular jobs. And most of them are from the state of Tennessee. Our servicemen and women who happen to be here, not from their own choosing, but these are individuals just like our officers. Many of our officers are military and reserve, and they make, if they're good candidates, then yes.
Anyway, we ought to be having parties for them and taking them to, the police recruiting place and just talking to them and telling them. Now they're seeing Memphis, so, they're going to see, that we're a good place to be. Maybe we can get some of them to move here too.
Absolutely. We are working right now on the campaign. We already have some imagery and advertisement that we're planning to do billboards and put together a package, so to speak, for our servicemen and women.
Thank you.
As a recruitment effort.
All right, thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Warren.
Ms.
Councilwoman
Chair.
White. Yes, sir. Councilwoman White and then Councilwoman Green.
One, I want to say I'm glad to see how we're doing better in the area of overtime. What I wanted to find out is, in terms of overtime, of course, police, fire, that's where we really get hit is overtime. Are there any mechanisms in place to trigger, for instance, if you have an individual who may be 20, 30% over? Are there any red flags or triggers that come up? One, to say, okay, we need to talk to this person, watch this overtime, and also kind of review and take a look at what's going on there.
Absolutely, council member. And one system that has really helped us is the UKG system. If you remember correctly, about a year or so ago, we were fully activated in our new automated timekeeping system that we can query in any way. So every Monday morning when I meet with command, we have a list of individuals who meet that threshold that we question, because we have policies that officers can't work but X amount of time in overtime. And what we try to do is keep them, and for good reason, not just because we don't want to, pay our officers right. Fatigue and all of the other things, the rigors that come along with the job, it's an officer safety issue, and it also presents other problems. So what we have done is we started holding our commanders accountable to make sure that if an officer is coming to a precinct to work overtime, that overtime is sanctioned. It's not, because the officer wants to work. It's because we need that individual to work, and that officer has not already passed over the amount that's allowable. So we're taking a deep dive. We had some issues with that. We had, in the past, officers that just went to any precinct that they wanted to be able to work, and we don't do that anymore. And we also meet monthly. We have an administrative ComStat meeting where we talk about everything from expenditures in the department, grants, overtime, disciplinary actions, and all of that, sort of an accountability forum for us to be able to identify early on those types of issues.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. You and I talked a little bit earlier today off the record, but I wanted to say I'm glad that we have an agreement around the federal reimbursement for overtime. I would like to see if there are any costs for M&S also, if a similar agreement could be done. I mean, I assume that there is. I say, again, on the other side of the street, Homeland Security, they're at our shop 24 hours a day. So we not only have overtime, we also we had to get extra porta potties and food and utilities. So I would, since you have a good working relationship on this, let's ask for the full cost. And along those same lines, the other thing we talked about today, sidebarring, was events. I know we just had the wonderful St. Jude Marathon, which last year we got $1,200 reimbursed to us for. And I know you did a lot of neighborhood parades now during the holidays. What are we looking for in reimbursements from those sort of events?
Well, we've had conversations not just within the police department, but also with the chief operating officer about how do we start to really regulate our events in a way where if if we say that an event requires X amount of police officers, not only do we approve the permit, but we make sure that those police officers are there and that there's some follow-up with how much those police officers would cost. So that whole process is going to require some work with the administration and council also to really formalize this, because there hasn't really been a formal kind of process to receive or mandate payment for big events in the city.
So I would love to work on that with you this year. I put myself there, and I'm sure there are probably others on the body that would like to join me. But we cannot continue to provide police services, security services for free. And there are many other models in many other cities, especially events as big as St. Jude or, sporting events, et cetera, that you have to pay that up front or you don't get your permit. So like you're nodding your head. You know, there's many places around the country that operate that way. So it's not unheard of. So I would just love to be able to work with you in your office this year to make sure that you are getting properly reimbursed for these events. And I say reimbursed, but I would rather you be paid on the front end for your services. So thank you, Chair. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. And I agree. I'm glad that somebody's going to take that on and explore that. I had a similar question, and we don't have to get into specifics. I know it's rapidly evolving, but the federal reimbursement from a budgetary standpoint is important to me, and I know it's important to him, and just understanding what that is. Is there, you guys are working the channels. Do we have any idea from Congressman Kustoff or Congressman Cohen or Haggerty or Blackburn or any of our contacts what that appropriate, they're not all around the country, but there's other things going on. I guess I'm just trying to get an idea as best you can. You don't have to give me a number, but I just kind of an understanding what you think is what we may be looking for. Like, today, they plan to fully reimburse personnel. I heard M&S be mentioned. Obviously, that doesn't sound like it may be in scope. Do we know the magnitude? What information can you share that you're comfortable with? And then I'm happy to sidebar with you and see what we can do to help press upon that, because while I'm appreciative for all of the, task force support, it's going to be tough come July to have to pay all the bills and not have a lot of help.
Yeah. So just internally, looking at the numbers and the amount of manpower that has been, directed towards the operations, we're averaging somewhere around $1 million a month in overtime. And that's the figure that we were kind of working with.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy for them to understand. It kind of gives you a working point. And,
Absolutely.
And the response, I guess, again, I'm just trying to navigate this as gingerly publicly as I can, but the response that has been like, hey, we understand, we hear you on that. And we're working on it.
Well, we actually started a very arduous paperwork process.
That would
I
be
think
the federal
the
government.
paperwork may have been to discourage us, but we got it done. Every officer had to have documentation for the hours worked, and we wanted to make sure it got done. It was a very rigorous process, but
I'm sure it was going some big, beautiful filing cabinet somewhere.
Absolutely.
All right, I get you. But here's the deal. Please keep us attuned, like even if it's offline. If there's, I don't know how much, and I'm sure it's very little, but if there is anything that we can do to help support or back channel or impress upon, like I just happened to be at an event last night with somebody that works in Kustoff's office, and I was telling him all about how great it was, but how expensive it had gotten.
Yeah.
And she said, keep me posted, right? Nice way of saying that, but those touch points matter at some point. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Colleagues, anything? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keep it open. Oh, park's coming up. Like it. Starting to be Thunderdome. Oh, sitting down Antonio. No. Oh. I love it. Oh, you thought I could see you double think it. I saw it. All right. Parks has also kind of had a big day. We'll let you guys get settled in. Good question. 43, page 43. Again, I know you guys have had a lot today on CIP and some of the projects, and I think that that's pretty important to your budget, but I think maybe for this conversation, let's try and stick more to the operations side, your programming, some of those things. We're coming out of your summer run. You guys are one of the you guys clip hard. I mean, you guys are clipping hard all the time, but really, especially in the summer, because you're taking on those incrementals. And then you also have your holidays coming up, which I know you take on incremental again. So that's just kind of the general. Let's try and stay in your operations and programming more than, the hard assets. Cool. Floor is yours.
Okay. Justice Bolden, 2599 Avery Avenue.
Marsha Allen, 2599 Avery.
Okay, all right. So first things first, looking at our Q1 actuals as far as expenditures, we're tracking at 24% in terms of spent. We're right at $5,826,000, and so we're tracking good in that area as it relates to personnel. As it relates to the next line item, materials and supplies, we're at $5,611,000. So at around 29%. So once again, we're tracking where we need to be in that particular area. Moving forward, inventory, that's essentially our golf and inventory that we have for golf, food and beverage, apparel, et cetera. And we're trending right at 22% in that area. Service charges. So this is something that's essentially new in terms of how it's tracked. Previously, our managed partners and those management fees were tracked within materials and supplies, and you'll see a little bit more as we move to the next page. But now those service charges are tracked specifically in that area so that we can capture where that comes out of. So you'll see right now we're at 87%, and a lot of that is because, of course, our partners that we work alongside, they need those operations.
You send an email and break very specific. I hear you. I know what you're saying. You're saying, Zoo, I want you to just send us an email with that list, just so, or even just on the bottom where it says service charges asterisk. That way, if it's a quick reference from a member, they know it's. Let's do. Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you guys want to toss a couple examples of the service charge, some of the service charges out there?
So for the zoo, our management agreement for them is $1.2 million. For MMI, which is Memphis Museums, Inc., we're right about $3 million. Memphis River Parks Partnership, about $3 million. Overton Park Conservancy, $150,000. So it's things like that, but we'll have a workbook or a spreadsheet that breaks them down in other support services that we offer to them.
And I think, look, we agree. I think, Jeff, you were the one that suggested it. I think it's a good move. Their contract services, the grants and subsidies was hard to follow. So I like it. I just until we get the knack just to see all of them listed, I think will be helpful. Yeah, thank you. That's great. Okay, keep rolling.
Yeah, and then just continuing revenue. So you'll see in the charges for service line, that's where most of the revenue we capture as far as fees is. And we're through Q1, we were at 30%. So tracking just a little bit ahead of where we need to be. And a lot of that is our programs and whatnot. And then, of course, you see our net revenue at the bottom. And a lot of that is, we're in Parks and Recreation. And we're not necessarily truly cost recovery when it terms of the type of services we offer to the Memphis community. And then just moving ahead, so we talked a little bit about personnel services in terms of where we're tracking 25%. Same thing for materials and supplies as well as inventory. We also described the service charges and management fees page, which will add that bit of information so you have that as a reference point. And we're trending in the right direction in terms of the revenues as well. And then moving ahead. And so, here's the 5-year forecast. So you see where we were in terms of personnel. We were adopted at $24 million for FY26, and so also materials and supplies, we were at $18 million, and so through Q1 for both personnel, $6.4 million, materials and supplies, 8.4, and just moving ahead, those are the inventory numbers for FY26 Q1 actuals. We're at $184,000. Also, there's those service charges that we talked a little bit about, $7,129,000 that are going towards management fees. So in terms of total expenditures, $18,752,000. We're at 24%, so we're right where we expected to be in terms of our forecasting. And then you'll see down at revenue, we talked a little bit about that in terms of where we are. We're at 36%. All right, and then just moving ahead, So in terms of vacancies, we have now filled that deputy director position. Lorenzo Parker's here with us today, and we sent that announcement out. Matter of fact, I'll introduce Lorenzo Parker to the team.
Surprise, surprise.
Park's got to be up here. You got to be up here. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. So I
name,
introduced you.
name, yeah.
Yeah.
Renzo Parker, 2599 Avery, I believe.
You can say 125 North Main now. That way no one shows up at your house.
No,
I'm just kidding.
2599
Just
Avery.
kidding. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Yeah, and so, there are some vacancies, our critical needs are, we're at a point where we're continuing to work with that committee to make sure we have those critical positions we need to be able to offer those services to the community. Materials and supplies, a little bit about the updates, and we talked a little bit about that. Management fees moved from M&S into the service charges so that we have better foresight and tracking of that. Inventory, so there were some leftovers in FY25 for large purchases that are, will be taken care of, and we talked a little bit about the service charges as well. And then just moving ahead, so vendor payments, I know that came up in some previous meetings. So what we've kind of done is listed some of those vendor payments here. So like you'll see Memphis Museum Inc. and River Parks Partnership, some of the other projects that we were working through as far as construction and whatnot, Montgomery Martin, Grinder Tabor. Yeah. I know also LADS came up during the last meeting, and so that is our provider for not only turf maintenance equipment, but also golf carts. So there is a cost recovery associated with working with LADS. We lease all of our golf carts throughout the city, and so that's one of those areas where there is an upfront cost, but there's a roughly about an 80% cost recovery in our golf.
Yeah, that or we have to run them down. Batteries are about $1,200, and then we're stuck trying to sell them, which is nearly impossible. And just on LADS in general, kind of like Melvin was saying, I mean, like they are the heavy in the area, so I don't know that we can do much better than that. I mean, it just kind of is them. I will say we get a lot of value out of them.
Yeah, and so overall, in terms of expenditures, Q1, $12,427,000, and as we talked about previously, we're trending in the right direction across all of our service levels.
Are you guys well positioned going in? We're going to part ways today, and I don't want to see you till January 16th. It's not that I love you, but are you guys well positioned going in the holidays for programming, for community services, for everything?
Yes, I mean, as I mentioned, we will be working with the hiring team to fill some critical needs, but otherwise we feel that we're in a good position. But it's
good time. I get my kids out there to volunteer. But yeah, look, I mean, I'm kind of joking, but in all sincerity, we are going into a very tough time of the year, and I just want to make sure. And I know you've been around to see it down here, and I know you not see it, but we've got between your efforts, our community partners, MLGW, the mayor's team in general. Like you guys know where we're headed over the next 90 days, and so your work is as critical as the summer. So colleagues, any other questions or comments for the Parks team? Okay, thank you all. Appreciate you. Gonna get real cold. All right. Fire service is coming up. I like it. All right. Welcome. Good afternoon. Names and titles for the record, please, and the floor is yours.
Kenneth Newton, Assistant Fire Chief, 2670 Avery.
Teresa Wilson, 5 Financial Operation Manager.
So we're going to present the Q1 FY26 budget for fire, starting on page 36 with the budget versus actuals. Under the expenditures, our personnel services, we're at a 21%. We had a couple of things that affected it. When you look back at the annual accruals, in FY25 we had 9 days versus 17 days. The holiday salary, we paid out less holiday full-time hours. We had less sick leave payout as well, and we had more deployments in FY25 versus FY26. We had 4 in FY25 and 1 in FY26. With our M&S, we're at 20%. We did receive some subrogation payments for fire equipment repairs, and our fuel cost is down in the first quarter. Our capital outlays is at 2%, and these expenditures are expensed out in quarters 3 and 4. If you if you look down at the revenue, the licenses and permits, we received in FY25 payment from fourth quarter in FY26 first quarter, which will contribute to that variance of 59%. The charges for services, we're trending to meet projection. As far as our federal grants, we are at 52%. We recovered some prior year deployments for our SAFER grant and a deployment which were sent to us prior to the government shutdown. Our intergovernment revenue is from our contract with the Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority. Those revenues will begin to pay out in the second quarter, according to our contract agreement. Our other revenues, we're at 171%, but we did recover some prior year grants with our in-service training. And lastly, our transfer ends. We are trending to meet projection for FY26, and that is our tax referendum money and our metro alarms. So if you go over to page 38, a lot of, when you look at the historical comparison from FY25 to FY26, we already talked about some of the outliers, which were the annual accruals and the deployment, and also the fuel costs too, which contributed to us being down 7%. When you look at the revenue, our licensing and permits were at 80%, but again, we did receive some FY25 fourth quarter payments in FY26 Q1. The other biggest outliers in revenue would be where we were down 54% in our other revenue. This was a reduction of prior year recovery from grants due to the government shutdown. And lastly, the transfers in, there's a reduction of metro alarm transfers to revenue, but we are still trending to meet projection on that. If you look at at page 40, it's going to list our vendor payments. Out of the 5 vendors that we have listed, only 2 of them are for our operating budget, which would be the Boundtree and the
I don't think so. All right. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I do, actually. Okay. Last time we were meeting, and after the meeting, Teresa came up, and I was not very kind to her, and I owe her an apology. I apologized to her last time. I don't want to make it a public apology. I think we have a test up here to treat everybody with respect, and she was just trying to do her job. She caught me at a bad time, and I wasn't very kind to her, so I owe you an apology again, but I wanted to do it publicly this time. So thank you.
I just want to continue to commend them. You all do such a great job of getting outside grants for your department. You all are definitely leaders in that capacity. Thank you so much.
Thanks, y'all. Oh, Manny, I like it, hitting fast. This is the new way, y'all. I think we're just going to have a Thunderdome in here to see who starts throwing bows first. All right. You're unique too, Manny. I know, yeah. So you're definitely operations, professional services. I haven't looked through yours. I know is going to be a big one. And I guess if you'll just touch on that to workflow. I mean, you've got your in-house stuff, like our internal government stuff that we're always doing, traffic, and then you've got kind of your approvals.
and just kind of any color commentary as it relates to how your performance is going on your budget. I mean, I'll just let you feel that out, but it'd just be nice to like, hey, and this is why it impacts this, and kind of that opportunities and not weaknesses, but things we're keeping an eye on. All right, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering.
Good afternoon, LaToya Woods, Engineering Finance Manager.
Okay, so as you mentioned, the Division of Engineering is a unique in its division. We are a service division, and so we provide engineering services for all other divisions. So we'll go into our first quarter actual for this year. Currently, for first quarter, we're at $2.4 million. That is, we're falling behind slightly on the personnel services side, 21%. But overall, from the expenditure side, for the first quarter, we're about 4% higher than where our targeted should be at 25%. On the revenue side, we are trending slightly higher on that. If you look at the net revenue, it's up 51%. And the reason behind that is we do a lot of upfront, basically a force account kind of revenue, which means that we get the dollars ahead of time to make sure that we just do a force account and we reduce it in that fashion. And so that's how that's reflected. Next slide. So this is basically just an explanation of all the variances that we have reflecting on page 1. Next slide. On this, so if you look at the overall personnel services line, it does show that there is a 12% reduction or 12% negative. And that's because of just personnel and the freeze along with the personnel that we have. At that point, we had roughly about 18 positions that were vacant. But the total expenditure overall is at minus 14% from, FY 25 Q1 versus Q1 of 26. Next slide. So this is just a historical comparison of what we have done, from past years. So we did have some carry forwards from FY 25 into 26. Those are often the professional services contracts that have encumbered against those contracts, and we needed to carry those over for the following year. And next slide, please. And as Chairman alluded to, we do have a lot of professional services contracts, and listed are the ones that we believe kind of, puts a little bit of a check mark in people's eyes. And so Macquarie Electric, there's really just a couple of vendors that do our traffic signals. And so one of them is Macquarie. Yes, they are a monster. Shelby is another monster company that we deal with. So, but those are targeted work. That's why they're big. Temple Inc. is another one. They provide materials for some of our traffic signals. The last two, which is the smart fiber. So we kind of touched base upon the smart fiber initiative that the mayor is pushing. We are, pursuing and moving forward with that. We're in year 2, starting on year 2 for that fiber. We do have contractors out there that is doing inspections, making sure that the work is being done properly, resolving any issues that we encounter in the field. So I'm fairly sure you probably have heard where a fiber company just bored through, say, a sewer or a drainage, and that kind of thing happens. It's just, unfortunately, it happens. We try to do the best that we have in terms of, doing a 1-call or 811 call to get all those utility companies organized in a good fashion so that it doesn't happen. But unfortunately, it does happen. And so we do have contracts for them on that. So with that, I'll conclude engineering's budget and answer any questions.
I've got Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And if I'm out of order, let me know. But this, I have to ask. You know, we discussed the fiber installation before, and since you brought this up, there are a ton of things going on in our city as it relates to fiber. I'm not sure who is the point person in terms of all of those different projects, whether they be through the city or private or whoever, but the citizens are being affected by all of them. Their yards, their privacy. I have a video of contractor going behind a female senior citizen's home. It opened her gate, went behind, dug up her, and she didn't know. She was terrified. Just a number of things that number of complaints and concerns. I've asked for a presentation before you all came. I'm not sure. I can't remember now who did it, but there's still so much concern and so much ambiguity as to who's doing what's the process. I don't see anybody with a sign on, a badge or a shirt or, I went up to them and asked, okay, who are you? And they did not speak English and could not respond to me, didn't have a badge on, didn't have anything on their truck. So I need to know, I would like to know what is going on, who's in charge, who's the point person. I've asked MLGNW, I've asked administration here, and I still don't have an answer that I can share with constituents and they can be confident in. I've asked about the signs that you put in front of the neighborhood for every project that every project that we are a part of, they need to be required to have those signs put in the neighborhood, like those A-frame signs that tells who you are and a QR code and, or number for you to call if you're concerned or have a question and you live in the neighborhood, you're a senior citizen or whomever. But I haven't seen that either. So, and then the people that are putting up the fiber wires that are pulling wires up top, it is terrible how they're doing the job. And I stopped a couple of them. I'm like, who are y'all with? And they couldn't tell me, who authorized them to do or who's in charge or whatnot. They told me who the person was on the ground. But the way they're wrapping up and roping and all of these wires, there's no cord maintenance. It looks horrible. It's a mess out here, and wires are all on the ground and the floor. On the street. So, and I don't mean to sound so passionate, but I am, because it's not necessary. It can be done orderly. We're paying good money. The citizens are having to deal with this in their neighborhoods every day, day in and day out. So, if you could let us know in writing who's in charge, what projects are going on. Is there some dashboard that we can go to and find out who all's been authorized to do what, whether it's Xfinity or whoever, and we're in our district, we're in the district. So when we're asked, we're stopped, because they can't reach you or you, at any given point, but they definitely know where I live and where I go to church and where I go to the grocery store, and they're gonna ask. And they don't mind asking loudly, and they're upset, they're frustrated because their yard is torn up and they just got new landscape, and who do I talk to? So I need to know how to communicate to them. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you for that.
And I know this is budget.
No.
Sorry.
Look, here's the deal. You're not going to like this answer that's coming.
Well,
Okay.
Well, here's the deal.
Go
You got
ahead.
contractors that are doing daily work, which is probably what that guy was doing.
To help
Yeah.
relieve that, I would say direct those concerns to our office, to my office. And they can definitely call, our number 636-6700. We will help that individual. We have to assess exactly what the condition is. We can't put everybody in just one basket. There's the smart fiber work, which we are handling, which the city is, got some financial obligation and parties into that. But there are also third-party fiber folks that are wanting to install fiber in our right-of-way. And we coordinate that. We also coordinate with MLGW.
Are you coordinating all of it?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
We are permitting. We are the permitting authority relative to all this work. So I would say, let's start with our office.
Yes.
We get us the information, and we will figure out what the condition
So
is.
can your office require or put out the A-frame signs or the signs? I'm asking because I saw this in Bartlett. I drive past the sign every day, and it makes so much sense. You drive by and you see two signs at the entrance of the neighborhood that says, this is so-and-so company, and it's a QR code. If you have questions, call this number. We're installing whatever kind of fiber. It seems like it makes so much sense. And so if I lived in that neighborhood and somebody messed up my yard, I'm gonna call that number. Or if I'm driving by and I see something suspicious, I'm gonna call that number. But we have nowhere to call. You're telling me to call you, or you telling me to tell them to call you. That's not what I'm talking about. Because I don't want everybody calling me when they can call directly to a designated number, line, QR code, or something that you set up to make it very easy as far as customer service for the projects that you are permitting or coordinating, organizing, or whatever you want to call it. And if the sign is too expensive or something, find some kind of way. Maybe they should all wear T-shirts that have the information on their shirt, or the badge isn't working because they take it off, or it's under their coat or their jacket. But I know we're smart enough to figure this out so the constituency can feel comfortable about what's going on and have somewhere to report all these problems. Because the lady, one of my constituents basically had me come over here and look at this job that they did. And it was horrible, you know, the way they cut up her yard. So I don't know who it was, but I should have been able to look on my phone or call somebody and say, hey, who's over here doing this work? And this is what they're doing and what's happening. And so until today, you're telling me it's you, but prior to that, I didn't know. So, you know, and then that same thing's happened in Cordova as well. But we got to find an answer for this, a solution.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Director Manny, we back here again. I thought we got this resolved for finding out. I mean, the same thing happened to the other older elderly couple. And I thought that you and we were going to work out something and get this resolved so this wouldn't happen again. And, you know, you just got my phone call from someone else about the fiber. They were trying to get in and their dogs. And so I thought last year we had this same problem. We ran into this same problem. And you told me that you were going to get this figured out and that we were going to have a process in place so this wouldn't happen again. What happened?
Thank you for that question. So everything that Councilwoman Logan had alluded to relative to what are we requiring the vendors to have available to the public is exactly what we expect all of our contractors to do. Now, the question is, are they intentionally not doing it? Because they're required to have that permit, and that permit indicates where they're supposed to be operating under. Now, whether or not that's being communicated to their subs or their subs, we don't know. But in terms of our permit, we permit the company that actually is installing, who the ownership of that particular fiber is, who the subs are, and if that's being communicated to them. That's something we need to definitely talk to our applicants to make sure that those are in fact happening.
So you're saying it could be an imposter?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop in here. I'm sorry, guys. Just only on time, and I've got only because I've experienced, like we've all experienced. So I think the simplest thing, and I'm not necessarily getting Manny off the hot seat, but what happens is, and the only reason I know this is because of Attorney Wade. We have talked ad nauseum about this, going all the way back to the franchise fees that we collected. Is we're facilitating in-house projects and all third-party contracting. And what's worse is when we say third party, it's actually a third of a party. So his contract might be with AT&T, but AT&T then goes out and subcontracts that work to a group that you and I have never heard of that has nothing on their truck. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And my point is those guys just get out there and do what they want. They go through every neighborhood. I want to be clear. It's not one neighborhood or the other. They go through every neighborhood with utter disregard. Half the times you guys see the patch cuts that are filled in the streets, it's not MLGW, it's those contractors. And so I don't want to say publicly that it's tough, but on the enforcement side, we are dealing with one of the most federally protected groups of organizations
And when it comes to suing them or enforcing like things on it, it is a nuanced, painful game. And I only say that because we have gone down this road with Alan at the tip of the spear and had trouble with it. And I just say that to say it's something that I'd like to have come back because I think it's good understanding for our constituents. But and I'm not letting you fully off the hook, but I understand what he's really saying, which is I issue a permit. I can't get out there and do code enforcement on each and every one. We expect complaints to come in. I think the real question is if I may, is when you get a complaint, what's the process? Like, what is the enforcement mechanism to try and whip these contractors into shape so that this stuff doesn't come back over and over again? And if you're saying, hey, look, I have these things, but wink, wink, they don't care. It's okay to tell us that. That way we're not upset with you, you know? But we got to find a solution to it is the point, because it's startling and scary. And honestly, at the biggest thing outside of people's personal lives, there's no telling how much money that we've had to go back and repair roadways for because of those guys. So I'm not going to let you completely out of it, but I do understand that it is like, I don't expect you to be getting up and driving from your office to go check out a permitting issue down at 38126 or 38117 or 38119. I got it. I'm just asking, what is your process once a complaint is filed, and how do we track that down to the subcontractor in order to hold them accountable? And do we need to put financial liquidated damages in there? Because if I'm a property owner, I want to hold the city accountable as the permit provider, but then we have liability caps, right? So if they do go in there and they harm, and now I got to go sue AT&T, that's going to take me 15 years, and I don't have the money to do that or the time. So I think ultimately is you've got, how do we change the behavior? And if we can't change the behavior, how do we lessen the impact on the owner?
So, great question. And we do have a process in place relative to a complaint, similar to what you alluded to. So the authority that we have is put a stop work order. If we find that a vendor is installing a fiber that's not in that.
I'm gonna interrupt you just real quick because I see pins going. Now, will you get a flow chart? When you walk through this, can someone in your office put together a flow chart and then distribute that? I think that would be very helpful to get out.
Not only a flow chart, the main thing, and include this, is how are we notifying constituents across the city of how to turn in a complaint with the people that are in their neighborhood at that time.
Sure.
So include that in when you come back with the flow chart and all the other.
Yep, and I'm gonna stop you right there, Manny. Thank you for your time. Get on out of here. Here's what's gonna happen, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Perfect, and I'm sorry, Vice Chairwoman. Okay. All right, here's what's gonna happen on our schedule. Thank you. We're kicking TIFs and TDZs. We don't have time. We're going to kick transit and affordable housing. We just probably don't have time. Legislative, libraries, and executives, I'm kicking. And I'm going to kick solid waste too. I'd like to, the problem is we just don't have time. We've got 20 minutes. I just don't have time to get, he's too big of a division. The only thing I think generally that we can talk about that's left with 20 minutes, because it's more of a general discussion, is the position control and overtime. And then everybody else we'll bring back, and we'll get it early. And I'm so sorry, y'all know it's my least favorite thing to keep people here and then not. But the thing is here's why, and I'm gonna do it quick. Executive is more than executive. Y'all all know that. It's a million divisions in one. Community enhancement is new, and I think that that's just going to be a more robust conversation about like what you're up to than your just operating budget, right? Like we just don't get to see as much. And I just don't want you rushed out of here, although you probably do. Libraries and libraries and legislative. I mean, I don't want to say that we kind of know those, but you know. So anyway, with that being said, if there's no objections to that, I'd like to move those groups again to the HR team. I'm so sorry. But if we could move on to the presentation regarding position control and overtime with our last 20 minutes before we move into executive, and then we'll bring those groups back in the first of the year. And honestly, that's probably good because they'll have probably, especially solid waste, will probably have a little bit more visibility, I think. Sorry, Philip. Yeah. Welcome. Name and titles for the record. The floor is yours. Just having a day.
Lynette Hall Lewis, Deputy Chief of Human Resources. And so you were asking for an update in regard to,
Yeah, I think one of my colleagues was talking about how we manage overtime and those position controls. I know that we've had the I don't want to. It's not a freeze. Freeze is not the right vernacular. A strategic hold.
We've been doing, Walter Person, CFO,
Yeah.
125 North Main again.
Freezing.
We've been doing a strategic hiring assessment.
I like that.
Is what we've
But
been
because that
doing.
is kind of true. I mean, I don't want to send.
And
I do
so,
not
yeah,
want people saying that Memphis, Tennessee has a hiring freeze going on.
Right. I believe it was Chief Fouché who more or less coined that phrase, and I think that's
I love
one
it.
that we're comfortable.
I'm all about it. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
so in Chief Fouché's absence, I'll just tell you a little bit about the committee. It meets regularly, weekly. It is comprised of the CFO, Chief Fouché, and the CAO. I'm old school, CAO, Antonio Adams. Each week, the divisions submit their submissions in regard to what roles they want to hire for, and they tell us why it is a critical need, how the role is critical to the mission of the division. And the committee then reflects to look at the budget, as well as how long the position has been vacant, as well as whether or not it is actually critical to the mission of that division. And then a decision is made.
All right.
I'll pause there to see if there are any questions.
Yes,
relative
ma'am.
to that
It's
process.
funny. I just knew I could feel it, and in the best way. Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
My question is pretty simple, and it's probably to Walter more than to you, which is how much did we realize in savings in last year's budget because of whatever this is that we're calling it that's not a freeze, and how much have we realized this year?
Well, it's really difficult for me to say in terms of this year. I would say just in general terms, last year when we first came before you and talked about the need for a hiring assessment, we were about $14 million away. And based on the numbers I saw yesterday, we ended up with about 1.4 head. I won't say it's all related to this in terms of contribution to fund balance. So I would say, but I think that the strategic hiring assessment played a big role in that. I won't say that the full, if you want to say 14 plus million is attributable to that, but as you've seen as we walk through this exercise, a lot of divisions are looking fairly decent on their budget due to those assessments and being very intentional about our hiring practices.
So I guess maybe if we could get a firmer number on what this resulted in last year at least, and maybe for the first quarter when we come back in January. And you can just email it to us. This doesn't have to be a whole nother presentation. But I think it's important for us to know what this looks like in reality for our budget, so that if we say again, we get to a place where it's like, all right, everybody tighten your belt, we can kind of see what that would save us. Even if it's, if we would, instead of 14 million, if we said 10 million, right? Because I know Councilwoman White has been very concerned about us being, 7 million in the hole, right? If we're gonna continue this and we know that, right? If we know that this could result in a savings of that amount, then that's pertinent information. So I kind of, at least looking back, I would like to know what we felt like it saved us. And if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Williams, we only did this for half of last year, right? Like January through June. It wasn't in place the full year.
It was not in place in the full year.
Yeah.
We put it in place after we discovered that we were looking at a potential shortfall going into the end of FY25.
So that would be another piece of information that would be important, like the timeline that this has been in place. I don't remember when it started. I just know that by budget time we had already been doing it for a couple of months. We certainly were talking about it during impasse, and it had already been in place for a couple of months. So, even if we can see what the grand total is and then divide it by months, then we can see an average per month of savings under this sort of hiring practice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I think trend analysis and some regression could get us the future look. I'm with that. I'd like to see that too. And honestly, I love that it's broken down by division because I think from an administration standpoint and just a general managing the business standpoint, it's one thing when you look at the gross and you're like, oh, 10% vacancy, that's not bad. It's really not. Like, that's the flexibility you want. But then when you drill down, you're like, oh no, we don't have, we're missing 30 positions in sewer, specifically in wastewater treatment. Like, that's a problem, right? So, and then you have to go, okay, how do I fix that problem? And that's where that nuance comes in of like 3% across the board, or we need to recognize that we have a fallacy issue in a department. So I think everything that Councilwoman Green is saying is spot on, and it'd just be great to kind of see that and honestly get your best lick at it. Like, if you think it's worth, and again, I know you've got to make recommendations to the mayor first before you can come straight down to us. I respect that. But I think getting your best lick at hey, this is working, this ain't working, or this is kind of working, but it could work better or this way would be interesting to understand. It's look, I think, guys, I mean, everybody keeps saying words like debt cliff and these other things. It's about to be lean times around here. Like, I keep saying I ain't the smartest guy in the room, but I'm not an idiot. And it's gonna be lean. I mean, so I think looking at these opportunities are where we need to be. So thank you, Councilwoman Green, for bringing that up. I need to be quiet. Colleagues, any other questions or comments? If not, I'm just to repeat for the record, on the 13th, it's the 13th, I believe, we're gonna have for divisions, legislative, libraries, HR, and for HR, I'd really like to hear more just about like how our insurance premiums and costs and some of those things. Your controllables inside your division, your labor are pretty steady Eddie, but where it's like for us, and I want to hear that quickly, but for us, it's like, hey, we're not trending well on because we're self-insured. Some of those things. If you think there's an anomaly there, that would be great. If not, we'll just cruise right over it. I'm trying to think if you guys have any other big. I mean, ADC is more in your wheelhouse. Risk is in legal, but yeah, those insurance I think would just be the big thing. If we are trending higher than normal to some sort of scary deviation, that'd be great to know. If not, other than the 10 to 16% we're clipping every year, I can't remember how much our health insurance is going up, but it's expensive everywhere on an annual basis. That's what I would love to hear from HR as you're going through your budget. We have executive transit, mobility, and affordable housing trust fund. Who is taking those? Is that going to be HCD or is that going to be the executive division? Those bigger ones.
We're probably a joint venture between executive and ourselves for transit and mobility, and HCD will do Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Wonderful. And then Director Davis, who wisely sprinted out of here, will be handling solid waste. With that, I know it's been a long day. I'm going to hand it over to the chairman for executive. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Those that you had to, yes, sir.
Chair, because we're coming in January, do you mind if we update this so it's a Q2?
No, I'd rather keep Q1, but if you want to have a saddle, like I hear what you're saying, I need to keep the Q1 the Q1.
Understood.
Yeah, but okay. I don't mind if you want to put like a lot of these you'll see on the list. If you need to put a note, like a quick note that just says, hey, the trends change, I don't mind that. Or if you want to have a supplemental to it. But I want to have the book as Q1. So we've got my Q1 book, my Q2 book, if that makes sense.
Understood.
But
so
I hear you. Okay. That's fair. I know exactly. That's fair. Right. Performance changes.
Yep.
Okay. We're cool on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. That being said, I wish you all happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Festivus for the rest of us. Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah. I mean that generally, truly. We're adjourned.
16th meeting of the executive session. Ms. Hyman, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Logan, and Councilman Carlisle, and our last Chairman Canali.
Last one.
Last executive session.
Last swing of the gavel. I'm going to make it extra loud downstairs this evening. All right, colleagues. Chair observes a quorum. We have 2 items on our agenda. Discussion of the 2026 council meeting dates, all council districts, requested by Swearingen, Washington, and Carlisle. Colleagues, please look at the dates. Ms. Hyman and I just made a change that hope it's amenable to everyone. We moved June 2nd.
That's already changed.
It already changed February. June 2nd to June 9th, June 16th to June 23rd. We alleviated meeting back-to-back on May 26th and June 2nd. Does anybody else see anything that they would like to change? Everybody else is good with the dates?
So the budget comes.
June 10th, June 9th.
Yeah, but when is he? He goes.
He would be here on April 14th.
Okay, and then 1, 2. Okay, all right.
The budget presentation day will be April 14th.
Just make sure the cadence on the budget's good.
Yeah. All right. If everybody will just double check before we vote on it downstairs tonight.
I'll bring new copies downstairs.
Is that a discussion item or a motion? Okay. All right, colleagues. Item 2 is a presentation from the Tennessee Golf Foundation. So this is what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about the money for the Audubon Clubhouse. All council districts requested by myself. I would like to recognize my friend, president of the Tennessee Golf Foundation, Whit Turnbow. And Whit's going to talk about the partnership between the Tennessee Golf Foundation, the First Tee, and our future at Audubon Clubhouse / Audubon Golf Course. Whit, you have the floor, sir. If you give us your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. Whit Turnbow, 2937 Siegel Road, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Thank you for having me. My apologies for my appearance today. My Irish skin and what I do for a living don't necessarily see eye to eye all the time. So we made a little adjustment to that this morning. You can feel my pain, I understand. Thanks again for being here. When I took over as the president of the foundation in 2018, the First Tee chapter here in Memphis was basically extinct. It had fallen on financial difficulties and had closed. A1 on my board's list of things to do was to go to Memphis and make sure that thing gets open and it's sustainable long term. So we put that on our list and off we go. And here we are this many years later, and we're going to talk about something that really moves this thing into the future. So I don't think I can control this, but there we go. You can see what I can see. Real quickly on the Tennessee Golf Foundation, we are the entity here in Tennessee, unique to the country, that sole mission is to make the game affordable, make the game accessible to everyone, and make it inclusive. So every day when we open our doors from Bristol to Memphis, that's the goal. How many young people, how many veterans can we invite into learning how to be a part of what we think is one of the greatest games that was ever played? A game you can play your entire life, a game that you can play with your family. And how do we get as many folks involved in that as we possibly can? Driving Our Future became a capital campaign that's really just committed to empowering the next generation of leaders through the life-changing work of the First Tee of Tennessee. So in Tennessee, the First Tee has 38 chapters spanning from Bristol to Memphis, and thousands of kids enrolled in that. So this campaign was really to put us in a position to improve our existing facilities, spaces that we occupy now, and ultimately create hubs in each municipality for these children to be a part of something. Partnering for progress. So these are the reasons that obviously we found success with these partnerships inside these municipalities, Memphis being one of those. It gives us a centrally located headquarters, gives us an organization in the heart of the community, making it easier for everyone to get where we are. Currently, we're working out of the links at Whitehaven, which, as you can imagine, is a considerable drive from the north side of town. Identity and branding, it gives us a strong brand presence right in the middle of the city. And it reinforces our identity as a trusted citywide institution when we have a place we can point to and call home. The operational efficiencies, obviously working with the city staff. I'm sure you all at this point know how really fantastic your park staff, and in particular the golf course staff and Mickey Barker is. I'll touch more on that later, but sharing a space with them and the operational efficiencies of that is very valuable to us. A long-term partner in the investment of the youth of this community. And then leveraging our strength, as I mentioned, the stewardship of public assets, access to infrastructure funding, along with our proven leadership in the game, is something I believe will be very successful here in Memphis. Next one. This I touched on, the Tennessee Golf Foundation. To your right on that screen there, you'll see, or depending on which way you're looking at it, all the different initiatives that the foundation touches. So the first tee of Tennessee, obviously I talked about. The SNEDS Tour is our competitive junior tour. There's 2,000 kids playing that tour statewide in more than 200 events. And I could go on and on through those initiatives that will all be a part of programming here inside Memphis. Group of people that came together. This group's changed a little bit since 2018 when I put them together. You'll recognize some of these names as a part of this advisory board. These folks were put together to help us sort of shape what we wanted this to look like and drive it forward, even just to getting it started. And it's a fantastic group of folks that have done a wonderful job to get us to this point. Why are we passionate about the Links of Audubon? You know, it's really a bit of a happenstance that we kind of came into this discussion along with Mickey Barker when the renovation of not only Audubon but all the other golf courses was being undertaken, and the need for a new clubhouse. We got together and said, well, you need a clubhouse, we need a place for these kids to go, let's do it all together, and this thing was born. Next one. Again, a little more about Tennessee, the first tee of Tennessee. Here in Memphis, we're operating now out of Audubon, Whitehaven, Timber Trust, Brownstone Country Club, Galloway, Fox Meadows, and Vantage Point as well. So my hope is we're going to have programming in every Memphis City municipal golf course by the time this is all finished. All right, here's why, right? So we talk about the first tee, we talk about golf, and they're learning how to hold it and swing it and do all these sorts of things. But why is it that we believe in this game? And here's why. And this is directly from the first tee. It builds confidence. 73% of the participants reported a high confidence in their academic abilities after spending 3 years in the first tee program. Consistent exposure to the program's values and mentorship helps these students believe in their potential to perform well in school. Social confidence. 82% of the teens felt more confident in their social skills with peers after participating in the first tee. Appreciating diversity. 2% of the participants credited the first tee for helping them learn to better appreciate diversity. We live in a world today that golf is the largest, most diverse audience ever, and this is something that I think we can be very proud of and really dig into. Workforce readiness. Around 57% of the youth participants said the first tee improved their meeting and greeting skills, helping them develop comfort and confidence in social interactions, which ultimately makes them ready for the workforce, supporting Memphis's future economy. Lifelong engagement. 96% of the teens reported improvement, not only improvement in their skills, but 90% of them considered themselves lifelong golfers, creating a lasting passion and skill for the game that goes well past just learning. Civic engagement. 91% of the alumni participated in community service while they are enrolled in a first tee program. 72% of those continued volunteering afterward, far above the national average of just under 25% for youth in that category. This really emphasizes the program's strong emphasis on character, empathy, and giving back, etc. And lastly, probably my most favorite is improved graduation rates. 80% of the teens and alumni said that first tee helped them become better students. And when we create better students, obviously our graduation rates grow up as the focus is responsibility, perseverance, and all the things that they learn throughout being a part of this game. I don't have to tell you guys about the Links of Audubon. You know all about it. But I do want to touch on just not only the golf courses, but the administration, the folks that take care of these golf courses, parks. I get the chance in my chair to ride Interstate 40 from one end to the other. And I can't tell you how many council meetings, committee meetings, mayor's offices, and all these things that I've sat in and had this exact same conversation. And every single time, I point at Memphis and go, if you want to see how this is supposed to be done, you need to go to Memphis. The investment that has been made in these properties, their role in as green space and otherwise in this city is tremendous. And thank you for being willing to explore those types of things, because it doesn't happen that way everywhere. So, and if somebody calls and wants to know how you do it, you know that came from me. Next one. Just a large overview of kind of the space there at Audubon Park. You can move on to, there's a pretty good picture of this one there. It's a beautiful building. The right side of that building will be the pro shop and clubhouse and restaurant there at the golf course. The left side of that building will be our classroom space and simulator space and all the things for the kids to the left side there. It's a beautiful building. Back side of it kind of from the first tee box there at Audubon. Floor plan, and there's the timeline. So we are sort of in the tail end of that leadership phase. We've had great success in quietly reaching out to our major donors about this campaign that has gone quite well. My hope is we can launch it publicly in the springtime and then begin construction early summer next year with a ribbon cutting hopefully in the fall of 27. I think that's it.
Thank you, Whit. Thank you for all that you have done and will continue to do in the partnership between the Golf Foundation and Memphis. So, colleagues, I don't know that we touched on the financial piece earlier. So, they have committed to raise half the funds for this golf shop since it will house the first tee. So, city's going to commit $7 million, and they are going to raise the other $7 million. Part of their funding will actually go into a fund, an endowment, to ensure the financial success of the first tee for years and years to come. I want to touch on something that Whit mentioned during his presentation. This past summer, I was playing in a Pro-Am in Middle Tennessee, and I had several guys come up to me on the driving range and say that they were jealous of how well Memphis did municipal golf. So it's always good to hear from people from the other side of our state that are jealous of something that we're doing here in Memphis. So I think that's a prop to the administration, the prior administration, certainly Mickey Barker and the job that he's done. Has done an amazing job with our golf program. But this is something that we will all truly have. No, it's a presentation.
Oh, okay. That's how you said 7 million, 7 million. I got confused.
So we committed 3.5 million earlier out of the Leftwich funds. We're going to finish the rest of that and Bellevue and CIP for 27, which is coming up in the next few months, and then they're raising the other half.
Where did the students come from?
Where do they come from? They come from. Yeah, good question. So most of them, obviously, you know, where we are now, Whitehaven, most of them are coming from those areas that surround that facility. And that's one of the beauties of moving where we're trying to move is, again, getting into the other communities. And once we get there and get the proper number of staff put together, then the outreach is really into the elementary schools and the middle schools, where these kids first learn that golf is something that they can be a part of. And then it directs into the first tee programming, which will happen at all the municipal golf courses.
How many students do you all service now, like per month, per year? I think what is it? The program starts like towards the summertime?
Statewide,
in
or
Memphis.
just here in Memphis. So we started with 0 in 2018. There's more than 500 kids in that program currently. Yes, ma'am. Statewide, it'll be about 40,000.
Any other questions, comments, colleagues?
Yeah, my pleasure.
Chief Adams, I want you to come up and introduce. Sorry about that. Thank you, Whit. Thank you for coming in town and being with us today. We look forward to many years ahead of great partnership.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Chief Adams, you're recognized.
All right. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. Council members, as a companion piece to this particular resolution is the reallocation and investment in Bellevue Park or Jesse Turner Park. One of the things that I wanted to do is invite Dr. Christopher Davis, the president of Lemoyne-Owen College. As you all have been very intentional in the support of this this college since you have taken office in this particular term, and so has the administration. One of the things that we have been doing is working in partnership with I call LOC, or Lemoyne Owen College, to make sure that they have a community asset and they invest in this community asset. So I just wanted to invite him up to kind of talk about this, as this is as important as what we're doing over in Audubon, and it kind of dovetails on the spirit of what we've been doing, not only at Leftwich, but now at Audubon, Whitehaven, but then now we'll be extending this to baseball in this particular area, and possibly tennis in this area of South Memphis.
Thank you, Chief Adams. Dr. Davis, welcome, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you all for the opportunity to share. Christopher Davis, 807 Walker Avenue, and I'm proud president of Lemoyne Owen College. Of course, it's no great secret that for 163 years, Lemoyne Owen has been proud to call Memphis home. But I think it's important that you know that over the course of those 163 years, we've been more than just a campus. We've been a community anchor. We've been a stabilizing factor in South Memphis, and we have been a pathway for countless generations of Memphians. And I think what excites me about this partnership that we share with the city is that it's bigger than just athletics. It is about access, it's about activation, it's about advancement. First of all, we know the citizens of Memphis already own the public parks. So what we're talking about now is maximizing a public trust. So when Lemoyne partners with the city to utilize the tennis courts, the baseball field, it's good for Memphians, because now you're talking about greater use, you're talking about more consistency in maintenance, and even a greater degree of intentionality in terms of programming. It's no great secret that athletics is a major factor in retention. When students are able to practice, to learn, to compete on better facilities, of course, they're always inclined to stay. Now, the reason that's bigger than just Lemoyne Owen is we're proud to say that currently, regardless of where our students come from, if they graduate from Lemoyne, 87% of our graduates stick and stay and become a part of this community. So at a time when we're concerned about brain drain and losing our best and brightest, we certainly want to do all that we can to keep those individuals, those degree-bearing individuals in our city as producers opposed to consumers. I think the other thing that I wanted to point out is it's good for South Memphis. You know what I'm saying? It'll be an energizing factor in South Memphis. When games are played, people come. When people come, it's good for local businesses. Families show up. It presents positive role models for young people and show them that there are other possibilities out there. So we're excited about what this will mean for Lemoyne, what this will mean for the city, more specifically, what it will mean for South Memphis. I mean, all we see are upsides in this partnership.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Colleagues, you may have any questions for him or comments. We appreciate you taking time out of your day. Thank you, sir, for being here. We appreciate you joining us, spending time with us today.
My board met
and we
Friday,
appreciate your support.
and it didn't go nearly this good. So I'm going to stop going to board meetings. I'm just meeting with the council.
All right. We'll have you.
Well, we will come see you as well. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you so kindly.
Happy birthday. All right, colleagues, that brings us to our add-on items 35 through 41. 35 is a resolution to transfer downtown command center project number IT 01008 from IT services to police services to appropriate FY26 CIP funds in the amount of $1 million and other costs to downtown command center project number IT 01008 for the execution of phase 2 of the project. District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 36, Planning and Development Director Brett Ragsdale. There's a request for same-night minutes. Item 37, Solid Waste Municipal Planning Board, Darius Jones, reappointment. Nick Kwan and Andy Kazee, request for same-night minutes. Item 38, a resolution to allocate and appropriate $2.6 million in City Council community grant funds to nonprofit agencies for FY26, all council districts, sponsored by the Memphis City Council. There was a request for same-night minutes. Item 39, a resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer a sum total of $3,920,000 from the Leftwich Tennis Center Expansion Project number PK03005, Award 11516 to the Audubon Clubhouse Project number PK24107 into Phase 2 of Bellevue Tennis Center Project number PK03007, which will include the design of improvements to the rest of Jesse Turner Park campus. Districts 4, 5, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Item 40, a resolution authorizing final payment of FY26 tax equivalent payments from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division's electric system and total distribution of the FY26 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County. All council districts sponsored by MLGW. There is a request for same night minutes. And finally, item 41, a resolution authorizing final payment of FY26 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division's gas system and total distribution of the FY26 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, all council districts sponsored by MLGW. There's a request for same night minutes. Same night minute items are 25, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41, and 24. Item 26, 27, and 29 are held till the first meeting in January of 26. Item 28 will be held till the first meeting in March of 26. Anybody have anything else before executive? All right, I'll see you downstairs in -4 minutes, so we're adjourned.